you double cross them. Moving through the city like it's Gotham. They told me get one, so I got one. Stop saying you're a boss when you not one. You ain't sacrificed, nah, you ain't lost none. All over the gram like you got a bag. You ain't big dog, we ain't hear none of that. I'm in the gym looking like a running back. How you know the flow, got them coming back. Who I was in the past, I'm unattached. Only focus in this moment is bringing the summer back. Oh, respect my grind, elevate souls and I spread good vibes. Young divine, you know I gotta shine. Raise your hands for a good time. Aight.
Vibe until the morning, sleep until the noon. You said that you want it, so I got it for you. Let's all get together and show them how we move. We move, we move.
3, 2,
bringing summer
1,
to
drive.
you.
Oh, ready, let's go. Cause you know how we roll. Let's take it round the world and back again. Ready, let's go. Cause you know like I know. We'll take it round and round.
Yo, hold up, let me switch my flow up. Back in high school, they were telling me I'll blow up. Doing talent shows and man, everyone would show up. Got in an accident and still made it for them to go nuts. You know what? I'm so what? I'm so That means I can't describe the way I vibe, the way I slide. And with the rhymes that make the dimes, I'll close their eyes and fantasize. Young divine calling their phone number. Yeah. No, you know I love you. And you know me, I can't sleep without blazing beats on stages for their ones gracefully. And I got a smile that they hate to see. Young black successful, though life gets stressful. Though life gets stressful, go and vibe out with whoever you next to.
Vibe until the morning, sleep until the noon.
Yeah.
You said that you want it, so I got it for
Got
you. Let's all get together and show them how we move. We move, we move.
3, 2,
bringing summer
1,
to
drive.
you.
Oh, ready, let's go. Cause you know how we roll. Let's take it round the world and back again. Ready, let's go. Cause you know like I know. We'll take it round and round again.
Look into your eyes, I see the colors of your soul, and I recognize every single line, every single roadblock. We are two hearts that beat in time, and that's how I was looking down all night, blocking out the sun that we need. Maybe we can change our stripes and colors. You're the only one I see, and I take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night, and I take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night, sleep through the sunrise. Into my past and I count the numbers of the dreams that I left behind. I don't even care now that I've discovered a new kind of peace of mind. Up above us, looking down on us, there's an angel I know. We don't need to worry or discuss much. It's time for me to hit the road. I'll take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night, sleep through the sunrise. up all night. It'll take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night, sleep through the sunrise.
They told me get one, so I got one. Stop saying you're a boss when you not one. You ain't sacrificed, nah, you ain't lost none. All over the gram like you got a bag. You ain't big dog, we ain't hear none of that. I'm in the gym looking like a running back. And you know the flow, got 'em coming back. Who I was in the past, I'm unattached. Only focus in this moment is bringing the summer back. Oh, respect my grind, elevate souls and I spread good vibes. Young divine, you know I gotta shine. Raise your hands for a good time. Aight.
Vibe
switch my flow up. Back in high school, they were telling me I'll blow up. Doing talent shows and man, everyone would show up. Got in an accident and still made it for them to go nuts. You know what? I'm so So what? I'm so That means I can't describe the way I vibe, the way I slide. And with the rhymes that make the dimes, I'll close their eyes and fantasize. I'm divine calling their phone number. No, you know I love it. And you know me, I can't sleep without blazing beats. On stages for their ones gracefully. And I got a smile that they hate to see. Young, black, successful, though life gets stressful. Though life gets stressful, go and vibe out with whoever you next to.
Vibe until the morning, sleep until the noon. You said that you want it, so I got it for you. Let's all get together and show them how we move. We move, we move, bringing summer to you.
Ready, let's go. 'Cause you know how we roll. Let's take it.
Hello there, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Pro League here in ANZ. I'm Guz, and joining me for Playday number 12 is Raven. How's things?
Good, man. Good to be back again, and I'm really excited for tonight because we're getting very close to the end of the season, and it means that a lot of these results are really matter.
Well, make sure you guys stay up to date with all the action here in ANZ for Pro League, as well as all the regions around the world at ESL Rainbow Six on all of the socials. And be sure to jump onto Twitter, and you can participate in the community polls, and we'll show those results on stream. But Raven, let's do a quick recap of last night. There were probably two key takeouts from that. We had Fnatic win a map flawlessly and then go on to lose their very first map of the season. And then we also had Sinister continue on their form in the second split, didn't we?
Yeah. So we saw Sinister at the start of the night had a fantastic series against Kanga Esports. They only let Kanga get 3 rounds off them over both maps, and it was really dominant. And that's great to see considering the first half they had. And then, like you said, TBD Fnatic trading maps. Maybe a surprise for some considering Fnatic 7-0'd them in that first map. But either way, it's meant that the top 4 is very close now.
Well, let's have a look at that top 4 and see how things are shaping up heading here into Playday number 12. As we can see, Fnatic are still on top with 25 points and a couple of matches to spare. Keep an eye on Elevate, though. They will be playing them tonight, and they're on the hunt for more points and trying to overtake them. Maybe run us through the rest of the standings, Raven, and sort of what we can expect at the conclusion of today, possibly.
Yeah, so again, tonight we have a battle at both ends of the table. Fnatic versus Elevate first up, which is a very highly anticipated series. And of course, we have Fury and Pittsburgh Knights later in the evening. And that will shape up the bottom 4 of that series. Fury, of course, hanging in there and 5th at the moment. If Pittsburgh are to take both maps off of them, well, that will change that for sure. Pittsburgh going up into 5th in that scenario. On the other hand, Fury, if they manage to get both map wins tonight, then they're cementing themselves much further ahead of Sinister, and also a chance to take over Wildcard in that 4th position.
Yeah, I think for me, the really exciting part as well is Elevate. If they win against Fnatic, win both maps, then they'll be able to jump them and go into 1st, which is going to be absolutely massive. It'll be a big shake-up for the entire region, and it's really not out of the realm of possibility. I think Elevate definitely have what it takes to try and take it up against Fnatic.
Absolutely. They've done it in the past. In the previous 2 seasons, Elevate have had pretty good performances against Fnatic. 2 seasons ago, they had a double draw, so 2 drawn maps. Last season, they had 1 drawn map, and they lost the second one to Fnatic. So it's generally always been quite a close contest. 6 Masters at LAN last year as well was a best of 3 that went all 3 maps. So they can compete against each other, and usually in quite entertaining series.
Yeah, and I guess definitely last night shows that Fnatic aren't unbeatable. Even despite winning the very first series 7-0, they then went on to actually lose, and pretty comprehensively as well against TBD. So if there's any weakness there, it did show last night, and Elevate can definitely sort of capitalize on that and try and win 2 maps tonight.
Yeah, and it really came down to TBD playing a very aggressive playstyle that really caught Fnatic off guard, and they just never really were able to adapt to that. That was something that Magnet gave us insight on in their interview. So it's going to be really interesting to see what Elevate really adapt to try and counter Fnatic tonight.
Well, let's take a deeper dive into the matches for tonight and bring up the schedule, see exactly who is playing and when. First thing to notice off the bat, I'm sure there's plenty of new viewers possibly to APAC at the moment, so keep in mind that these teams do play 2 maps against each other every night. They are independent series, so keep that in mind. But of course, we do have Fnatic and Elevate up first, and then Fury, Pittsburgh later on. Let's take a bit of a dive into the first one briefly, Raven. Any sort of expectations heading into this one? Because we know the form of both teams is looking pretty good.
Yeah, this is really hard to think about, to be completely honest. Elevate have looked so good all season, except for last week. And to excuse them a little bit, they did have a new player pick up during the split that they didn't have much time with to prepare for that game, but they played quite poorly against Wildcard, and you wouldn't think that one player coming in, it can affect things for sure, but given their form in the first half, they looked quite different. Vast in that interview after that series did allude to the fact they had some pretty bad communication issues and just general issues that wouldn't normally be there. So I think the highlight here is if Elevate can overcome that in the space of this past week, it's going to be a really tight contest with Fnatic.
Yeah, and I guess continuing on from difficulties with recent roster changes, we do have Pittsburgh Knights later tonight. And in their most recent match, they actually lost both maps to Sinister, who, again, have been having a consistent roster and are performing well in the second split. But maybe there's a possibility that Pittsburgh bringing in Joey has disrupted that team a little bit. So hopefully for them, they can continue back to form here against Fury, who will definitely be a challenging opponent.
Yeah, for sure. And again, I can highlight that just even one small change can destabilize things even a little bit. We saw them play really out of comfort last week, and I'm really curious how this Fury match will go tonight.
Well, we saw Fnatic lose their very first map in this Pro League season last night. Let's bring up the roster and see who's playing tonight. Of course, we did have Aces in last night, so expect him to be back in once again. It was great seeing him performing quite well last night. Do we expect them to get 2 map wins tonight with this roster? Aces, I think he's still sort of feeling his feet a little bit, but he looked set for the most part, considering he's been absent for quite some time.
Yeah, I think something that really worked well for Fnatic as well is the fact that Aces was playing his old role. He was playing the Hibana on attack, playing the anchor style operator on defense, a lot of smoke that we saw. So I think that really helps bring in that period, because he's not really playing anything that's he's not used to, at least. And of course, Magnet and Lusty played with him in that role. They'll be used to how he plays that. It's really just how it gels with the others. So it didn't seem like they were too destabilized last night.
Well, Fnatic definitely have some stiff competition tonight. They are taking on Elevate. Let's take a deeper look at their lineup for this evening. Any players you want to highlight there, Raven?
The new player that we talked about last week, where it might have created some issues, was Worthy. He is a great player. He had a fantastic first half on Kanga. A few highlight plays, notably against Fnatic, in fact, on a bank map where they drew with Fnatic. And for Kanga, which is actually now the bottom place team, was a massive match. So he is an impact player and he can get firing. It's just unfortunate that last week wasn't it for him. So if they can overcome that, I think it's going to be a really, really good contest.
Yeah, I think it's actually really interesting that you bring up Worthy, because he is a player that has experience against Fnatic already this season. So there's definitely a wealth of knowledge that he can bring into this roster. Yes, they drew on Bank, which is no longer in the competitive pool, but I think there would still be some underlying things that he can take out of that matchup, bring back to Elevate to try and give them that edge heading into this match.
Absolutely, and even though Fnatic have had that roster change since the start of the season, what we saw last night wasn't dramatic changes for them. One thing that's probably the biggest difference is that Magnet really highlighted that they're playing with a lot of fun and they don't seem to be playing with as much structure as normal. I mean, they still looked very structured, but it's not, the usual business. And one thing that really alluded to that was Tex's pick on Carly last night. That was something they just decided on the fly based on an idea that Tex had from his ranked match experiences. So I think that's a big indicator for how Fnatic is approaching these matches.
Well, one thing that's going to be very interesting is how these teams approach the map veto. Let's have a look at who banned what. Keep in mind that it's now an independent veto for every single match in the second half of Season 11. And Raven, we're going to end up on Border.
Yeah, I got excited for Theme Park then. I saw it was still up, but no, it was the final veto. Yes, we are going to see Border, and I'm surprised because it's traditionally quite strong for Fnatic. And Elevate, in fact, rarely ever play it. I can't even think of the last time, to be honest, that I've seen Elevate play it in an official. So they must have been working on it. They might have something up their sleeve. But it's going to be tough because, like I said, Fnatic have always performed quite well on Border.
Yeah, you'd hope they have something up their sleeve. I guess Border is a map that has gradually become less and less innovated upon. Thinking back, we have seen Pittsburgh Knights earlier in the season bring some new stuff to the table. But you really have to innovate. If you're taking on a team like Fnatic who have good form on this map, have really good structure and teamwork, trying to work out something to unravel that is going to be quite a challenge.
Yeah, and they're just so well drilled on Border. I remember in previous matches, I can't remember exactly which one, but I was just blown away by the precision of their attacks on Border. They have no hesitation, and the confidence that they take map control can be quite intimidating. So hopefully that's something that Elevate are ready for, because even if they've created some innovative strats, Fnatic showed last night they're quite an adaptive team. They adapted to TBD pretty well on the fly. It was really only Villa that it was exposed, where they had it tough. But other than that, they've proven quite good at adapting before.
Yeah, and I think adaptation is something that's going to be critical between these teams for both maps. If Fnatic fall asleep a little bit in that second map and fail to adapt, I think Elevate are really going to thrive, and vice versa. It works both ways. Elevate for me is another team that does really bring innovation to the table when required. So if both teams take that mindset into this matchup, I think it's going to be super tight.
I totally agree, and I'm just, Fnatic being so strong on Border, I'm a little worried for Elevate considering the form they had last week against Wildcard. But of course, they've done their preparation. They're not going to let things slip through in a game like this. It's so important for them to get the first map, especially to get these points on the board so that they can try and maintain a top 2 spot.
All right, well, we're not 100% sure which way this one's going to go. Let's bring up the poll vote and see what you guys at home think. I'm expecting Fnatic to have a decent lead in 87%. Probably not too unexpected. I mean, they are definitely the best known team in the region, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, they've got that reputation for being the strongest in APAC. They had that fantastic performance at Six Invitational. They played pretty well last night. And of course, Fnatic, very recognizable regardless, even if you're into Rainbow Six, or if this is your first time seeing, that tweet pop up in your Twitter feed, Fnatic is very recognizable. I don't know how to take it, to be honest. I'm in two minds, because if Elevate show up and they improve on their performance from last week, which was really uncharacteristic in terms of this season for them, I think it's going to be much closer than what this poll really indicates.
Yeah, that's what I'm really thinking. Like last week when I was watching Elevate, it didn't really quite feel like them when what they brought to the table. So I'm sure if they switch on tonight, it's going to be a lot better result than it was against Wildcard. I think the key for them will be to not get too wound up in that result. Just move on from that. This is just a whole new series. Bring the best you can to the table. Don't let sort of those past results really affect tonight. And if they can do that, I definitely think they can give it up to them for sure.
That's right. And Vast kind of alluded to that already in the interview last week after that series. He said that they had already identified the key issues and they were trying not to let it affect them. They were just going to focus on fixing those issues and moving forward so that they were ready for this week. I like that mindset, and hopefully that has actually come to fruition here. And we'll find out pretty shortly in the first map.
Well, of course, Border is that first map. I guess let's start delving into what we can sort of expect on this map. We've alluded to the fact that it might not be the easiest map to innovate on, or a map that is least innovated on. Is there anything in particular you can think of that we could see brought to the table, or anything that the teams really need to focus on getting right to get that win?
I mean, we could see some innovation. Like you said, Pittsburgh Knights did have some innovative defense strats in a match earlier in the season. So new ops in again with Wamai and Kali will allow innovation to happen on the map, along with those other operators that we saw used. It was Goyo and Frost, the main instigators of that new strategy. So I think both these teams have probably been working on it for it to get through. Fnatic usually comfortable to let it through, but especially Elevate, for that to come through for them, you have to think they've been designing some interesting new things to try and produce a good result.
Yeah, and I guess leading on from that meta evolving, we saw last night a really strong emphasis on utility clearing. We saw defending teams bring so much to the table, and we were always emphasizing the fact that the attackers could or maybe should bring more soft destruction. Are you expecting that trend to continue tonight?
Absolutely, and it really creates a big emphasis on sixth pick and how sixth pick is used. We saw it used really effectively last night, whether intentional or not. Hiding operators like the Goyo can bait your attackers to say, oh, they don't have a Goyo, maybe we don't need as much soft breach. They might try and go for more utility in terms of maybe even an IQ. And then if you six pick onto the Goyo, they might get really caught off guard and struggle to clear all of that utility like the shields. So again, emphasis on sixth pick and even operator bans. We haven't seen operator bans target soft breaches like Zofia. So that could be another layer that might come in for Border. We'll have to see.
Yeah, I think operator bans are something that have become a little bit stale almost. So I'm in the same boat. I would really like to see a bit more innovation there, perhaps maybe some more Goyo bans, or as you mentioned, some attacking bans, really to mix it up and try and make it potentially even more difficult for the attackers to clear that soft breach. Or on the flip side, teams can try and get rid of some of that utility so it makes their clear a little bit easier.
Absolutely. We see a lot of Thatcher and Maverick banned at the moment on the attack. Maybe some Capitao, a couple of Buck bans depending on the map, but that's really where it's funneled into. And that's one way you could definitely catch a team off guard, do an innovative ban, something a bit interesting. It could be a crux operator for them that they're leaning on a lot for how their attacks work. Sometimes that is enough to destabilize a team and throw their mindset off at the start of the game.
Yeah, well, let's hone in on Elevate, because we know that their last matchup they took on Wildcard and they lost. It was Consulate and Cafe, both of them pretty strong defeats in favor of Wildcard. For you, was there any sort of in particular aspect to their game or aspects that maybe were weaknesses for them, and how can they try and improve upon that heading into this Border game?
Really seemed like a lot of it was communication. You could just see that there were areas where they were just disjointed, mistiming things on their attacks in particular. There was even one point, it happened multiple times, 1vx situations that they actually lost, where a wildcard player, there was one particular Imorin, was going for a diffuser, and there was 3 Elevate players alive. Imorin kills one close to him, and then peeks into one in the hallway and cafe. And that player should know where Imorin's coming from based on communication, but he was caught completely off guard, and that enabled that clutch to happen. And things like that at this level are just a no-go. And Elevate were in the game for that first half, but they lost so many close rounds just due to communication issues. I really believe that was just their core problem last week.
Yeah, and I guess on the flip side, let's focus in on Fnatic, because they didn't exactly have the most, this is going to be a bad choice of words, flawless days last night. They did win a map flawlessly, but then to turn around and lose Villa 7-3, it was pretty interesting to see sort of how that started to unravel a little bit. Do you think that's going to have any effect on tonight? Because we did hear Magnet bring up a couple of issues.
Yeah, and the main thing he alluded to is just their difficulty dealing with some of the aggression on TBD, making it just a little unexpected. So one example was, we're talking about the utility clearance and soft breach. There were points in rounds when they were defending that there was still utility up that they were expecting to be cleared, and that was how they were gauging their round progress. But TBD just decided to run straight past it and just go straight for the gunfights. And that really caught them off guard, and they struggled with that. Elevate can play a fast, aggressive playstyle if they really want to. They've proven that earlier in the season. In fact, a couple of rounds where they've played very aggressively. Villa was a great example early season. I think second week they played that. So if they can pull it out again, that might be another linchpin for defeating Fnatic.
Well, the match is ready and waiting. Let's jump into it. Elevate versus Fnatic. The first matchup tonight will be on Border Raven. Let's get into it.
We talked about it, the operator bans. Will we see something different, Guz? I'm really hoping that we do. I feel like the Thatcher ban's going to be quite strong, though. Fnatic have the first choice, so we'll see whether they pull that out or not. It is the Thatcher ban. So not a massive surprise, given the impact and how much it does actually help the defense.
Yeah, it's definitely a comfort ban for Fnatic, banning it out on many occasions this season. Elevate will follow that up with a Capitao. So no soft breach bans. Raven, which is hopefully going to make attacking a little bit better or a little bit easier.
Yeah, it really can mess you up if you have less soft breach available or having to use different operators for soft breach, because obviously Zofia and Ashe can be quite simple with soft breach, seeing as there's this launches, it's projectile. So having to use grenades, for example, requires a little more finesse or different positioning. Fnatic closing out bans with a Valkyrie, also quite common on border. The intel very helpful, getting those outside cameras can be really important for a lot of these defenses. So without that, it's going to make it just a little bit tougher.
I'm really excited for this matchup. I think if Elevate can bring their best form to the table, this will make for a great contest. Armory Lockers and Archives will be the first site. Fnatic, of course, electing to go there. Pretty common pick. 6 pick coming out from Lusty as well onto Kaid. Doesn't appear as if they're bringing as much in the way of utility that needs to be cleared on this defense.
No, not in terms of things like shields. Of course, you'll have to deal with those electric claws, probably being on Armory Wall. Whether they're going to trick it or not, we'll have to see. Of course, there will be the Evil Eyes as well. And talk about an iconic combo, Aces on Maestro. The amount of big plays that Aces has had on Maestro, it's hard to count. So I'm excited to see him playing more Maestro.
I don't think we've seen him play an official with Maestro minus the ACOG. Would I be correct in saying that?
You might be right. Yeah, I can't remember exactly when his departure to the bench was, but it definitely feels like it was that long ago. So yeah, you might be right there.
Could be a slight change up for him. Obviously makes holding some of those longer angles a little bit more difficult because now you have to elect to go with the Hollow. Tom going with the Iron Sight, of course. Set up at the moment though, looking relatively default for Fnatic. Not seeing anything too crazy coming out here in the first round.
And they're not really extending their hold. Some people will reinforce all of that triple wall in Office over near the hatch, but they haven't done that. They're leaving that soft. They are extending a little bit into Office. They've got the fountain walls reinforced so that they can play with a bit more comfort there. No hard roam in CCTV either, which is another common thing to do. Looks like actually they've extended vertically. Just saw Magnet below as the mute. He has a C4, so maybe playing for late round denial. Let's wait and see how they actually implement that.
God Legion here on the IQ doing some utility clearing. Magnet meanwhile is in server room making a late rotate there in towards ventilation. He is successful electing to hold below. He's actually got a nice angle on the entry door there. God Legion gets in a gunfight but skays away. Looks like Elevator getting relatively pushy early here, trying to get that main wall.
One thing they are going to have to be careful of is Magnet's position below, because if they want to clear that electric claw, they will have to, take that vertical control, and he will be able to stop that. So I don't know about their play of ignoring him. There's a lot of vertical denial that he can use, and he's made a lot of holes now, which is fantastic. He doesn't really have to retake.
Worthy sends out some grenades to try and get these Kaids off the wall. It doesn't look like it has worked though, so Elevate struggling to try and get those claws off to get the wall open. Drones will be sent out to try and locate where these defenders are positioned. But as you mentioned, Raven, all of them in really strong parts of the site. That C4 does so much damage to Vast at that range, so he's one shot now. Not the best start for Elevate at the moment.
No, it looks like God Legion is going to be the one to try and push below onto Magnet. He does open up the scorecard with a nice shot onto Worthy. God Legion will push through for the refrag. Nicely done by him, but he has been taken low, as has Vast. So Elevate, it's going to be a bit of a struggle for the final execute. Tex is pushing aggressively below as well, catching him off guard. God Legion maybe not able to get that electric claw in the end. We'll have to wait and see. No, Thermite is placing it, but either way, Fnatic looking pretty good on this defense.
It's been a rough round for Elevate so far, and it looks like that may continue here. Vast will enter below, but keep in mind he's so low on HP. A single bullet from Tex here will be enough to net him the kill. He doesn't seem to his left, but he flicks and he gets the shot. That's his double this round, so Red and Digital now are left to clutch it up. They have just under 30 seconds in this round. Red will push in, could potentially get this frag onto Aces, but misses the shot. He will get one, but gets refragged immediately, so Digital's now left in a 1-on-3. Gets one onto Tex and finally shuts him down as he rotates towards Office. No time to go for the plant. He needs to find these kills. Fnatic playing so passively at the moment. Aces are mentalists. They've clutched out so many rounds in their career, and this should be another one to their tally. He's going to push in. But the crossfire's there, and Fnatic will take the round.
A beautiful textbook crossfire there from Fnatic. There was no way for him to be able to push past that barrier to get both, and they played it really patiently as well. So I like that from Fnatic. Well played by them. Elevate struggling a lot with that verticality that Magnet was bringing. And I like that Fnatic were able to execute that. That C4 so close to actually killing Vast could have had even more of an impact.
The explosive rework definitely having an impact on how some of these games are playing out. We're seeing C4s be quite effective. Player that comes to mind was Spruce a couple of nights ago, or last night, when he was throwing them out, getting some picks, and that one there onto Vast was massive, got him super low. And I have the impression that if he wasn't so low, he may have been able to win that gunfight against Tex because of the timing, but unfortunately it just wasn't meant to be. And Elevate not left with too many options late in that round. Fnatic, they are going to head below now, but we're going to see a big extension here from the defense.
Yeah, and here's the Goyo coming out, so that's going to be some utility that will need to be cleared, and quite an aggressive looking roam from Fnatic upstairs, extending all the way through Fountain, rotate into the 90 hallway there as well. Very much going to be a bit of a top floor clear from Elevate required so that they can actually get an execute down, because otherwise Fnatic will just have too much map control.
5 seconds left before
Castle being utilized here by Mentalist. You'll be able to use those barricades to provide some extra protection above. In fact, there's quite a few interesting operators choices here from Fnatic, electing to bring Vigil as well on Lusty, an operator that doesn't get a lot of playtime in the current meta.
No, it doesn't really bring a lot of, team play utility. His gadget can be helpful, but if you think about a lot of the other operators you can bring instead. So for example, they 6-picked off the Pulse. That's a lot of really good quality intel that you can get on the Pulse that they're not getting anymore. So it just depends how you work it into the strat. Obviously, a time delay seems to be the most likely, given that it does take a lot more time to drain out a Vigil.
We're either getting quite aggressive on that office wall. Looks like Elevate trying to gain early map control here. Gold Legion once again on the IQ, trying to find any gadgets that have been scattered around. He will use a breaching charge on that wall to make that opening a little wider. Tex still comfortable in holding this position, and Elevate really need to clear him out if they want to progress.
Yeah, one thing I didn't see a whole lot of in the first round was exactly where the Elevate drones were going. Potentially Vast might have been able to get that pick onto Tex. He actually had the jump on him. If a drone had come through and just given him that little bit of extra intel, maybe that made a difference here. So I'm a little worried with Tex's position, and even Magnet here on boost. If this hasn't been effectively drained out, Elevate could walk straight into this trap.
Magnet does reveal his position, trying to fire through that window. Tex has been revealed as well with that lifeline. Mentalist is there to support though, and they're pretty confident holding these positions. Vast though hits a really nice shot there, so that's Magnet from the boost taken out. It looks like Tex will try and counter aggress this, but he gets shot from below. Well played by Elevate. That's Vast's double in fact, and now it's a 5-on-3.
Mentalist does finally find a refrag, but this is going very much in Elevate's favor here. They're ready to trade it out. It's leaving it up to Mentalist and Lusty. Lusty still no impact with this Vigil at this stage. Playing at 90, but not actually having an effect. See whether he comes into it. Elevate giving themselves still around a minute to work towards pushing the site. 4 of them alive with full HP. So this is looking pretty good for them.
Lusty hasn't been droned out though. This could spell disaster. He has been using that cloaking device, and here's a play vault into his left. He will jump back out though, and now the flank's coming out from Lusty. Here's the flank watch there from Elevate. This could be a big play from Lusty. He makes his way in towards bathroom, gets one. Worthy not quite having enough firepower to get Lusty off the board. Leaving it now in a 2-on-3. Mentalist still with control above. Pinging out a player that he hears there, but Digital gets one. Leaving it at a 1-on-3. Mentalist taking damage as well. His position has been revealed. Will he be able to drop Sophia? He does. That's Red now taken out, but Vast and Digital, both with 100 HP, can surely cover the plant. Digital's going to commit to it. This could be massive though as Mentalist drops Vast. It's a 1-on-1, definitely winnable here, but Digital is able to stick the plant, leaving it in at 1-on-1. And as he drops the hatch, his position is revealed. Digital getting that kill, but a round that shouldn't have been that close was in the end. Mentalist, we've seen him clutch up pretty big so far this year, but that round just wasn't meant to be.
Well played from Elevate in the end, but also well played from Fnatic on that retake. Almost looked perfect. They'd done a lot of preparation early to open those holes, and it paid dividends. Mentalist being able to take that to a 1v1 was huge, and Digital just getting that plant down, it really was a matter of 2-3 seconds, and it could have been all Mentalists. Either way, it's tied up now, Guz. 1-1. Fnatic looking to go back to the ventilation workshop bomb site.
Lusty once again will 6-pick on to Vigil, and I mean, we talked about it a little bit in the opening phase of that round, that maybe he won't have the biggest impact, but he almost enabled the clutch to occur there at the very end with that late flank. Didn't seem like Elevate were too aware of that, and I guess understandably so. That cloaking device means that he won't be spotted, or it's a lot more difficult to be spotted. And it did work in Lusty's favor, just wasn't quite enough, as the rest of that defense was dislodged there by Red. I think it was Red. Or was it Vast? I think Vast got the double, actually.
Vast got the Vast got the entry double. So nicely done by him to open it up. And the other thing with Vigil is, of course, you get the static through the floors as well, vertically. So sometimes you might have a rough idea where they are, but it could be a different floor. And if they're on a stairwell, it makes it seem like they're potentially on, you know, the upper floor, but maybe they're not. So it can be tricky. The IQ is going to be the biggest help for that. So if Gold Legion can, you know, identify where Lusty is early, that will help them a lot. The other thing I'm thinking here, Fnatic are dedicating so much to this top floor, potentially only one on site. Elevate might elect to just do a really quick push, take site control, and then worry about the vertical retake, because it's a lot to deal with on this top floor.
Definitely a possibility. It does look like Elevate are committing to the clear again, though. And I guess understandably so. It was quite quick in the previous round. Gold Legion once again looking to open up that wall. And it looks like it's feeling very similar to the previous round. The positions and roles for Fnatic almost identical, same on the side of Elevate. It's going to come down to who can win these gunfights early round. Once again, that wall now will be open and they try to progress in towards office. But as you can see, Tex, he's definitely not giving up yet.
Oh, he's very much spotted on that drone. They're well aware of his position and the fact that he has multiple ADSs there. So again, an onus on using a lot of utility to clear this out. It's going to be something that Elevate have to, you know, be okay with. They're going to be burning so much utility to clear this top floor that they won't be able to use that to prepare the execute.
Fnatic not looking to give this up anytime soon. Tex and Mental still holding above Vast. Trying to clear from below, that's a pretty smart adaptation, but Tex does get Gold Legion and a second on the window. That's the diffuser down. Magnet follows it up as well, trying to get Red. Mentalist as well, but he will be dropped. It's a 3-on-4, but Red is getting shot from every angle possible, and that's him now off the board. That was Lusty actually all the way over towards Break Room. Great angle from him, so Vast and Worthy are now left in a 2-on-4. Not looking great for them, and Fnatic can really now reset.
Yeah, I really feel like given the strength that Fnatic had in that top floor, it was always going to be tough for them. They seem quite unaware of Ace's position, but there is a castle barricade in the way, so nothing they can't deal with at this stage. They're looking to maybe go for the frags on site here. Worthy opening a nice line of sight from the supply, but Vast is going to be caught off guard, which means it is all up to Worthy now, Guz.
40 seconds on the board. This round looking like it should be Fnatic's. Worthy doesn't have the diffuser in hand, and Fnatic seem to be aware of that. It's going to use one of his 2 remaining grenades to try and open an angle in towards bathroom. And that's going to be peeked straight away there by Fnatic. That's Aces getting the final kill. Fnatic definitely a lot stronger in that upstairs hole.
Yeah, was really, really strong there in the fountain office area. Tex getting that double kill. Again, it really put the emphasis on that entry. We saw in the round that Elevate won. Vast got that double entry, and that was the opening they needed. They managed to have a 4 versus 2 man advantage. On the other hand, this time Tex got the double entry, ended up being a 4 versus 2 advantage for Fnatic. So that really was the difference there. And it means that Fnatic can now go back to Armory Archives, which Elevate, you know, they did struggle a little bit.
Doesn't look like Lusty will bring Vigil on this occasion. And I guess that's because obviously you can't hold above Armory Lockers and Archives, only extend it horizontally, which we have seen Fnatic do previously.
Attackers need to locate
Expecting them to probably bring that similar offside aggression that we have seen so far. Interestingly enough, though, Mentalists, they're actually reinforcing in towards Office, which we do sometimes see teams make a rotate into if they want to fall out of that position.
Yeah, it really comes down to how much you're actually wanting to dedicate to Office. The other option is, of course, doing what they've done there, the double reinforcement, and also double reinforcing Fountain. Means that you're extending out to Fountain, so you're not playing stuck in Archives, but you're not, overextending into Office, which can catch you off guard. And you also don't want to dedicate too much utility if you're trying to hold the Armory side.
That is a very cheeky Electro Claw there from Lusty. Thank you, Observer. Great job. Just getting the edge of that wall, and maybe that's why Elevate were having so many issues in trying to clear out those claws in their very first attack on this side. They just really struggled to work out where they were, and they were just completely dislodged on that bottom floor. I wonder if Fnatic are going to have that Roamer once again. We do see Magnet on that mute, but he hasn't dropped yet.
I'm pretty sure that was above the cabinet as well, so that is actually next to impossible to clear. Even vertically below, like let's say IQ, you can't shoot through that cabinet. I really like that from Fnatic, and yeah, like you said, it's no wonder Elevate was struggling with it. So I'll have to figure out what they're going to do this time, because that's what caught them out massively last time. Looks like they're just going to try and push very direct. Already got a heavy presence at the Armory wall here, looking to play a little aggressive. That Maestro Evil Eye there to deny the drones at least some kind of intel.
Once again, Elevate trying to clear these claws. It looks like they may have cleared the one on the east side, to the left of Lusty. That wall will be open. The C4 is pre-ripped from Lusty. Will he throw it straight away? He elects not to. Instead, just keeping it out, ensuring that the sound cue doesn't give it away. Not sure whether or not Elevate have seen him behind the shield. They are going to try and clear it, and they will be successful, forcing Lusty back.
I like this approach from Elevate this time. They've got that wall open, which puts the pressure onto Fnatic. They can't play around Bunker. They've cleared that out as well. So now they just have to decide how they're going to deal with these other players playing in the small box, which is Mentalist, and Lusty playing back near the lockers. They also have to worry about verticality, but it's not happening the same as last time. Magnet is actually in a completely different position here.
Just over a minute on the board here for Elevate to try and go for the plan, and Digital will kick things off with that 7-second plant time. The coverage looking pretty good from Elevate. Red as well has the sandwich cross, and that plant is going to go down. All members of Fnatic are above, or up rather, but can't deny it. God Legion, he'll get 2 off the board. Leaving 3 members of Fnatic to try and clutch it up. He gets a triple. They can't clear him out of this position. Lusty and Ace is now left to clutch it up. Lusty gets 1. But these positions from Elevate are quite strong. Digital has been dropped, so it's effectively a 3-on-2. That kill is now confirmed. But these repel positions from Elevate proving too strong. Lusty gets taken out. Aces as well. Elevate playing that post plant really well. My words at the moment are just spluttering out. But what can I say? Elevate, really strong post plant positions there. God Legion with the triple. A very clean round.
I really like what they did. Instead of playing into the palm of Fnatic's hand, trying to do that vertical clear, trying to go under to get that electric claw and really struggle with it, they just cleared what they could already. So that what was electrifying that close to the door wall, opened that, cleared out the positions that were playing around Bunker, just held the small box and just planted. And that was it. It was really simple. And even when Fnatic read it with that smoke grenade, they'd already had the plant going down long enough where Digital could just stick it. And then, like you said, their post-plant positioning was beautiful. I really like the simplicity of that execute.
I almost feel like that play of planting it on the door was so simple that even Fnatic didn't expect it or just weren't aware of it, because so often we see teams try and push deep for what is, in theory, a safer plant position, but Elevate just seized on that opportunity. Fnatic just in absolutely no position to deny it. And then, of course, they played that post-plant really, really well. God Legion, 3 kills, absolutely massive, and the scoreline now will be even. It's really shaping up to be a close game, isn't it?
Yeah, basically just trading rounds at the moment, which is what we like to see out of these two teams. And at the top end of the table, that's what you hope for. You don't want to see anything too one-sided. You want to see an actual battle, and that is what this feels like. Speaking of battles as well, guys, Fnatic have really upped the amount of utility that's requiring clearing. So they brought the Goyo, 3 shields. Magnet brings a shield. Aces has 2 Evil Eyes. On top of that, they have to deal with the ADSs. So it's going to be a big, gamble for Elevate. Do they dedicate a lot to clearing utility, or do they try and save it and do something more simple?
I guess Elevate aren't short of soft breach as well, having Sophia, Ash, and Buck on the board. IQ as well to assist. So not the worst attacking lineup in response to this approach from Fnatic, but as you mentioned, it's going to definitely be a strategic call on how they try and prioritize their utility usage, because as you say, if you use it all early to kill utility, then you might have real troubles in actually getting frags and winning the round, so it's a real balancing act.
Fnatic playing this extended position here into Office. Magnet playing tucked in the corner, which we saw Tex playing in earlier rounds for a different bomb site. Mentalist there to assist, and Lusty there as well to assist. That's 3 dedicated to prevent this east push. Potentially something that they read into that Elevate might, try and adapt.
That wall into Office has been opened. Magnet and Mentalist there ready to stop any of those Elevate members from pushing directly in. Lusty as well to assist. Interestingly enough, we do see Tex as well all alone over towards CCTV, but he's not really having much action at the moment. Elevate fully committing to this push from the east at the moment.
The good thing about the way Fnatic have this set up is that they can bounce between both pushes really quickly. If they were pushing Tex, then somebody could rotate into that hallway to assist Tex really quickly. And likewise, if they push Office, they can play out a Fountain and Archives to assist that player. So it's a very flexible strategy.
Fnatic just tearing apart Elevate at the moment as they try and adapt, and any attempts to go below have been shut down. Still a couple of fraggers left here for Elevate to try and bring this one back, but it's going to be a challenging round. If Fast can get the entry here, this could be big, but he doesn't see the player on boost. That will be Lusty on this occasion. His position has been revealed, but this kill will be so challenging as Lusty will see his feet first. And there we go. That's his triple for the round. Magnet closes it out. And that's a flawless round for Fnatic. The push in towards Office just completely denied.
It was a great adaptation from Fnatic. Their strat was totally different to how they'd been playing that bomb site previously. And it meant that Fnatic Elevate had to try and adapt on the fly, which, as we saw, just did not happen. Pushing through Office was just not going to be successful for them. Fnatic capitalizing on that, and now they've up to 3-2. But history will say that we've been trading rounds here, guys, so this could be the one that bucks the trend.
Definitely a real possibility it'll finish as a drawn half. Ventilation and Workshop will see another appearance. It's appeared quite a few times in this half. So too has that 6 pick from Lusty, once again going on to the Vigil. Elevate, hopefully a little bit more aware that that could be brought out. Or at least aware of it in the late round where they need to be critical. Watching those flanks, but almost saw Lusty bring back around for his team. I think it feels like a bit of a sit rep at the moment. Both teams are just, as you mentioned, trading rounds and trying to just exploit as many small weaknesses as possible.
I think what needs to come out of Elevate for this round, because what they really struggled with, in general, in fact, I think it's fair to say, is the East push. There was one round that they won where Vast got that double entry, and that round went well. But other than that, it's been a massive struggle for them to actually take any Office control. So I want to see them try and change that up, maybe. Even if it's just pushing site, getting the picks on site, and then pulling back out. You don't have to go for the plant then. But what that does is that actually destabilizes the roamer positions. They'll think they need a retake or drop back. And then you've actually got that map control. It's just a more unique way of trying to take it instead of hard pushing.
I think the approach from Fnatic has been really quite aggressive. The way that they are just expanding this defense to almost the entirety of the map, it feels. And no matter where Elevate try and enter, they're going to interact with or be disrupted by some sort of utility or a player holding an angle. And it's got to be a little bit frustrating as an attacker, I feel, when you can't even get any ground for free, really, at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big plus side to Border being quite a small, simple map in that you can create these rotations where you can, like you said, almost be everywhere at the same time. It's just small little rotations. That one in the hallway is a perfect example from Lusty there. Being able to go between CCTV and Fountain Archives all within a matter of seconds, it makes it really hard for the attackers to pinpoint. And you have to just be confident and aggressive.
And just like that, Lusty is now found himself all the way over towards Customs. So that does forfeit control a little bit there of CCTV, but Elevate are focusing their efforts here in towards Armory. As they're just trying to get a feel of what will be the best push, but there are still Fnatic members above. God Legion with his drone should be able to spot at least one of them, hopefully. But again, wherever they go, there's a Fnatic member to meet.
Yeah, they have, you know, they have a little bit of vertical control, but it's not the side of the map they need it. They need vertical control on the north half of the map, which is where we are still seeing Mentalist play. And they're taking quite a lot of time to do so. Almost 2 minutes ticking away, using utility on, you know, the south side of the map, but it's not getting them that much closer to the actual bomb site.
Lusty could find himself in an engagement here. Vast just outside Passport to his left. This could be a big opening engagement and set up the rest of the round for either team. Not sure whether Vast has the intel. He doesn't, and he gets taken out. So now Elevate are at a man disadvantage. It's a 4-on-5 as that timer continues to tick down. Digital critically has that diffuser outside. Air jab goes off. That will be Jaeger taken off the board. So Elevate doing a decent job here at keeping that man count 4-4.
Yeah, but there's one in Customs that they probably are completely unaware of.
No. Right
next to the Nomad. Oh, doesn't quite get the kill. Finally secures it. It's Lusty. That's another one. It's all falling apart for Elevate now, guys. 1 versus 4. Mentalist finishes it off. Strong round for Fnatic in the end on the back of some real struggle to collect intel on the side of Elevate.
Unfortunate there for Elevate. The slightest mistake costing them this round and any chance of evening out the half. I must say though, I think a 2-4 scoreline after attacking border on or against Fnatic isn't the worst result, especially considering how aggressive that hold was from Fnatic. I think it's probably the most aggressive we have seen from ANZ so far.
It was quite aggressive and very free form. We highlighted a lot about the rotate holes and the map control that Fnatic just constantly maintained. Really did make it hard for Elevate to deal with, and the times we saw them deal with it pretty well. One was off the back of a good entry, so of course that helps because then you've got a man advantage. But the other was just keeping it simple, and I think that is something that Elevate could have leaned into more because they kept trying to do these clears and gain huge amounts of map control, but Fnatic were just always there and always willing to take them up on the gunfights.
Let's highlight Lusty though for a second. Currently going 10 kills, 1 assist, 3 deaths. A massive half for him, and proving that Vigil definitely can have an impact here in competitive matches. Causing a lot of issues there for Elevate in the first half, and definitely a dangerous opponent. We could, if this form continues, even see him get 20 kills, which in a single map would be absolutely massive for him and his team.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, and Lusty seems to be having a lot of big matches lately. We saw him at SI, he went pretty large, and leading up to that, he's been going large as well. So really in form at the moment. The other thing, like you said, Vigil having a place in competitive. I think especially on border, Vigil is great because playing that position in 90, it's really hard to pinpoint exactly where he could be because it's a tight hallway. And there's a lot of common spots that someone could sit, you know, near that hallway. It could be in Fountain, could be where Worthy is now, or he could actually be in the hallway. And they're 3 very different locations.
Fnatic taking control of the roof here. This is something that we didn't see Elevate do. Well, not that I can remember, or at least saw. Expecting Magnet with those grenades to try and flush out any players that could potentially be below. One of those is Vast, but he is playing Wamai, so he's probably throwing out some Magnets which will disrupt that attempt. Magnet with some interesting soft destruction there on the roof, trying to get a cheeky angle here in towards Office. Will he be able to net himself a kill though?
Well, this is a good way to be able to chuck the grenade down to that spot that you play tight. It's often referred to as sandwich. It's where Vast is playing right now. That frag grenade gets a perfect little loop into that corner, which can be a bit harder to do the rebound on. Looks like that's what he's going to be going for. And Vast is going to have to be very careful here because there's only so much utility that his Magnets or even ADSs will catch.
Magnet will have his first grenade disrupted by a Magnet, but the second it will go through and drop Vast. So it's now a 4-on-5, and that offers control from Elevate ultimately forfeited. We do see Worthy with an angle in towards that location, but Fnatic should be able to gain control here. And this is a part of the map that we definitely saw Elevate struggle with at times on their own attack.
Yeah, and besides Vast playing deep there was no one else for support. And I mean, no one was going to save him in that situation unless God Legion could produce another ADS or something like that. So that was, you know, well played by Fnatic. But Elevate are going to be giving them a lot of control early now with a whole minute to go. That's going to be pretty easy for Fnatic to push through and start opening that wall if they want to use the Maverick, or just push straight through Fountain.
45 seconds left on the board. Red expending a smoke grenade there on top of himself. As Magnet, I believe, is below. Maybe trying to get an angle on him. Playing quite passively, but Mentalist will get aggressive, and that pretty much signals the start of this attack, but Digital slows it down with his double. Magnet's trying to clear him out from below, but he will survive. Just over 20 seconds left now, but unfortunately for Elevate, God Legion will be dropped. Digital low on HP as well. Worthy will probably need to come up big this round for his team. Not long left, and there we go. Worthy from the bottom of Metal will get one to even out that man count, and he could go for denial from below. Digital needs to try and hold smart here. He does. That's Lusty off the board, so now Tex needs to get 2 kills. He gets the first, but he doesn't have time. He has to commit to the plant. Do Elevate have the intel? It looks like they might. Worthy is going to try and go for the floor bang. No, he'll go for the C4. That'll spell the end of the round. The bomb doesn't go down, and Elevate will get the dub on this round.
Oh, guys, I was on the edge of my seat there. That was point something of a second away from that plant being confirmed. I actually thought that Worthy might have been just a quarter of a second too late, but he got there. Nicely done by Elevate. And got to highlight Digital coming up huge with a triple, I believe it was, on the round. And it really saved it for them because Fnatic had site control. It was Mentalist in the archives, and he had a player backing him up from the hallway. So it was on. If Digital wasn't able to secure those kills, round over, Fnatic would have had that. So great job from him on the Maestro.
Yeah, and he was on so low of HP as well. I think that shield as well at Beep has definitely assisted and made that angle just a little bit too awkward there for Fnatic. Either way though, Fnatic do still have the lead 4-3.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attack.
I definitely can see this heading to a 4-4 draw. These teams definitely evenly matched, and I guess the question is, at least for you, Raven, did you expect Elevate to be as strong on this map as they are? Because you did mention that Fnatic are quite well versed on this map, and I definitely think that their defensive setups showed that they were prepared.
Yeah, and that was always going to be the dark horse aspect of it. They have previously barely played Border. I know they don't really like Border in general, so the fact that they've prepared it creates that uncertainty. It's like, how much is their preparation really going to help them match a team like Fnatic on this map, where it's notoriously been one of their better maps?
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
The action phase for round number 8 will now commence. Remember, the stakes for this match are paramount, really, to the standings at the end of Season 11 here. If Elevate manage to win both maps tonight, they will jump Fnatic in the standings after they lost to TBD last night. So Elevate definitely pushing hard here, trying to claim number 1 here in ANZ.
So far, Fnatic just taking their time. I was expecting maybe some more, aggression out of Fnatic, because I've seen them play very swift on this map in their attacks. So far, not happening. I say that though, Magnet does get a nice entry there onto Vast in that first minute, which is going to hurt Elevate quite a lot. Is in the Archive's position, catching him out on the rotate, it looks like. The other player here is Worthy, deciding not to try and push out for a refrag. Actually going to rotate back towards Red, so they can play a bit closer together. Try to burn a little bit more time.
And we saw Fnatic last night. Once they had the impression or had the feeling that they had that advantage, they just switched on. They flicked a switch, played super aggressive, and never really gave TBD, at least on the first map last night of Coastline, that chance to get back into a round. So definitely expect if Fnatic get another pick here for it to really turn up. Tex almost getting that kill onto Worthy, but he drops the hatch. Still has 75 HP spare and can rotate back to site.
Red's just going to sweat it out a little bit more in the locker sandwich there. He's right near the window. Probably going to get droned out very quickly here. A nice piece of intel from Magnet moving forward though. Oh, careful with the Mozzie Pest. It's a matter of what Red's going to do. He could try and stay here a bit longer, but it's going to be very easy for his position to be spotted, and you'd expect that's about to come out. He's actually just going to yeet it out the window. He's going to rotate back in the vents. And that means that the top floor control has been given to Fnatic.
Magnet with that Buck Skeleton key, displacing members of Elevate below God Legion. Under the pump a little bit, and Magnet going prone to try and find that angle. He won't quite net himself the kill as Tex is going to enter from waiting room. He's alongside Aces, who critically has the diffuser in hand. Aces will bring out that blowtorch and begin to create some angles, and it's definitely getting the impression that there's nowhere safe for Elevate to sit now as there's 30 seconds left in this round. God Legion and Digital as well, Raven all the way over towards Customs. It's not looking great for them. Red though, he gets one to even out that man count. Mentalist is always also really low as well. Grenades coming out now as they try and enter in towards the side. Aces has hit a Guma and will need to pull that out before he goes for the plant. He is going to commit to it though. Magnet and Mentalist need to try and cover. Mentalist, he gets one. Here's the denial here from Elevate. Do they know that the plant's going down? I think they do, but they get taken out, and now it's God Legion left in a 1-on-3. Make that a 1-on-2 as he does drop Aces. Keep in mind, Mentalist is still really low on HP, but critically they have control above. God Legion may attempt to long arm this bomb. Does Fnatic have the angle? I believe Magnet will. God Legion looking like he might commit to it though. It's 7 seconds to counter defuse it, but it's going to be too long. Mentalist will clean up that kill and Fnatic will take the round.
Yeah, I was feeling like it might have been a possible clutch there if God Legion had hunted down Mentalist, considering his HP was very low, but that vertical position from Magnet was always going to be the tough one for him. He would have had to hit a very hard shot through those bars. I like the setup from Fnatic. They had it perfectly in that vertical control, seeing as Elevate forfeited it to them. Was always going to be hard in a post plant. All that Elevate needed to do was deny that planter. He was actually low HP. I wondered whether Worthy might have still had maybe an impact in the pocket, but potentially not. Nice round. It was pretty close in the end, so really true to form of what this match has been like. Fnatic edging forward at 5-3 Guz, which means they're only one round away from at least securing 1 point.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Definitely not the result that Elevate want. Fnatic do take this round and secure themselves a point. Elevate will need to push hard to try and draw the map out. And even then, Elevate will then need to beat Fnatic on the map afterwards to try and propel themselves up the standings. Draws really aren't going to work for them so late in this season. Hopefully they can bring something to the table here to try and swing momentum their way.
10 seconds to go.
And if Fnatic end up winning both maps tonight, it does take away a little bit of excitement, but there's still some pretty interesting math that can happen. So if Fnatic win both maps, they're pretty much set in first place. What will be super interesting is wildcard and how that plays out, because they will have Fnatic in the final week, and they'll need to win both of their maps to try to get into top 2. But likewise, TBD and Elevate have each other in the final week. They're battling out in second and third at the moment. So it's really going to be that battle for second place if Fnatic do actually close out these first 2 maps.
We are going to see reinforcements here on the office wall, but similar to last round, or even lesser than last round, is the presence inside of that location of the map. Just no one sitting in there. Fnatic pretty confident in approaching office, knowing that it's likely clear. It looks like maybe Elevate going for a slightly safer hold this round.
It was Vast that got caught out in that position last time for nothing, really. And given that we've just ticked away through the first minute and they haven't lost a player, it's already a better position for Elevate than the previous round. We got the other 2 playing around Armory. It was Red and Worthy. So it's quite a similar strat to what Elevate did last time. Maybe they've identified a really key thing that they just said, you know what, if we just fix this, we could have had that round.
Interestingly enough, their text I saw was, I believe, going 5 and 6. So not the greatest map for him at the moment, but I think overall it's been quite a well-rounded effort by Fnatic. He hasn't really had to do a whole lot of fragging. as the entry does feel pretty balanced across Fnatic. It doesn't necessarily feel like they have a particular player or two dedicated to that aggressive opening in towards the map. It feels like it's a really cohesive effort at the moment.
A good entry, or opening kill, I should say, from God Legion there in Elevate, which is going to change things a lot. That's Lusty, the informed player that we talked about. He was fragged out in the security room there. Nice intel from Magnet, just trying to catch these rotates. And they are going to start dropping below. So Elevate forfeiting that vertical control, but they now have a man advantage. So that's a massive difference compared to what happened last round.
Aces will use those nades to try and clear out any players inside of Workshop. From what we saw earlier, it doesn't look like anyone is playing in that position. That's both frags used now, and Aces will need to set himself up for the plant. There's only 30 seconds left. This round going by very, very quickly. Red is flashed on site, but he'll be safe for the moment. Elevate with really strong positioning over towards the west side of the map. Magnet, though, critically is holding positions over towards the east. That entry, though, is denied, so that's a diffuser down for Fnatic, and they'll need to try and get it back. Mentalist, he's trying to enter Passport, but could be taken out by a player inside of Customs, as Tex will now attempt the plan. It's a 3-on-3 with Mentalist winning that fight, but that Evil Eye causing so many issues here for Fnatic, just delaying the inevitable, and they will win the round in the end. Elevate with a much stronger defense there on the 9th round. Oh my, Tex having so many issues with that Evil Eye. Vast playing that very well.
And that's all it takes, just one little thing. Fnatic, it was beautifully set up for that to execute. They had the clearance that they needed. They had crossfires, vertical control. One small thing that they missed, that Evil Eye and that beautiful little angle, it changed the round. Elevate, I like that strat. Closing it out, bringing it back now, guys. We're really tunneling close in towards a draw here. I kind of feel that would do justice to the map so far.
Definitely been a back and forth. We've only seen one team win 2 rounds straight in this matchup. That was the 5th and 6th round where Fnatic were able to end their attacking half quite strong, or their defensive half rather, quite strong. But as you said, there's been a lot of trading of rounds so far in this matchup. So much on the line. Both teams in a position to finish first here in ANZ after tonight. Neither team wanting to give up those critical points that will propel them into that position.
Big differences on the scoreboard being that nobody on Elevate is necessarily popping off as opposed to the side of Fnatic, where we see Lusty out there on 11 kills. Much more spread across the board on Elevate. It kind of indicates how they play. If you look at their roster, I mean, most people point out God Legion is usually the one that does frag out for the team, but not as much this season, and it definitely has been spread out more. And whether that's working for Elevate or not, I'd have to say it probably is, because besides last week, they've had some really, really good matches and really strong performances.
The final touches of this setup being made by Elevate, who are extending somewhat off site, but I'd definitely say it's less aggressive, or at least less expansive than we saw from Fnatic, who really were attempting to take control of the entire map, or at least deny entry into the entirety of the map. Elevate, though, do seem a little more content in forfeiting that, playing a little bit safer on site. 3 players stacked in Fountain at the moment, as they are still putting the final touches on that prep.
We're just going to come down to the opening kill, I think, because when Elevate were able to maintain man control until mid to late round, it's looked really good for them. But when Fnatic have had that opening kill, whether it's 2 or even a single, it's just made it so tough for them. Elevate can just hold on, give themselves that foothold coming into the late rounds. It's going to be really key. And God Legion's actually lurking around in office there, maybe looking to do some kind of flank.
Definitely a player to keep an eye on. Fnatic may well be able to shut down that flank, but Red shuts down Aces. Once again, he will drop the diffuser, this time outside the main armory wall. Elevate may not know that the diffuser has been dropped. Of course, there's no point notifications here in Pro League. So unless they have seen it drop physically, they may not be aware. Either way, though, critically, the wall will not be open now. No hard breach left for Fnatic, and it'll make this entry pretty tough.
That's exactly right. It means they are going to have to funnel through the doorway, and they seem unaware that Red has retaken bunker there behind the half wall. And oh, that's a nice Ash Charge? Yeah, Ash Charge below onto the Maestro. Digital had a big impact last time that Elevate held Armory. So that could change things quite dramatically as well for
Attackers
Fnatic.
have recovered their diffuser.
Fnatic really forced to try and get an aggressive entry here. Red is aware of that and will reposition. He is safe on this wall, remember, but hasn't been opened by Fnatic, and he's able to sit there with that shotgun, hold a tight angle in towards the only real entry point over to this side of the objective. Drone's been taken out as well by Elevators. They try and deny as much intel here as possible for Fnatic, but Magnet will get a kill there onto Worthy, so Mozzie now taken off the board. Could well get another one, but Tex will be shut down. Kills coming out from Elevate. We'll make it a 2-on-1, and the final kill coming out as well there to even out the round count. God Legion inside of Office goes big there in the end. What a play from the Jaeger. Rocking the Elevate charm as well. OG. The OG Elevate charm as it is. Hopefully they get a new charm with the slightly updated logo, because I must say it is quite a nice one.
It is. And like, I don't know about you guys, viewers at home and you guys, but I really found myself starting to hold my breath a little bit towards the end of that last round. It's getting very hectic, 5-5, and given the stakes of this match, it's becoming very, very exciting. I'm glad that it's playing out like this. There's one thing if there's nothing more disappointing than top two teams battling out for these points when it's an absolute smacking. That sucks. So this is. Are you
referring to the flawless win for Fnatic against TPT last night?
I mean that is one instance. That is one instance. That wasn't exactly what I was referring to. But that is definitely a good example. And right here also interesting, fresh bomb site from Elevate. We haven't seen them hold customs yet. So this could be something that catches Fnatic off guard, or it could be a big weakness for Elevate. We talked about their, inability or unwillingness to play this map, I should say. So to have 3 viable bomb sites to them is probably going to be quite tricky.
5 seconds.
Well, we haven't seen Elevate defend this objective, and we haven't seen Fnatic either. So this is the first time we are going to see it played by these teams here tonight. Of course, the winner of this round will net themselves at least the draw. That's a minimum of 1 point. Elevate, of course, pushing for that win as hard as possible, knowing that that will give them the best chance to finish first here in this season, potentially. Fnatic, though, they're definitely not going down without a fight. Definitely been a sweaty game across the board.
And you know what? Elevate will not be wanting to go for a draw because, as I was saying in the pre-show, 3 out of the last 4 times these teams have met, it has been a draw. So Elevate really want to be chasing these W's, finally getting over the top of Fnatic and getting the 3 points against them.
Well, Gold Legion kicks things off nicely. He did get the opening pick there onto Magnet, who's had quite an impact so far in this match. And on an objective like Customs, being able to shut down that Skeleton Key could prove massive, as now they will have to rely on the remaining soft breach. They do have quite a bit of it though. If Lusty's running breaching charges, we also have Tex and Magnet on the board. But it does look like Fnatic could be going for a horizontal take at the moment.
Going to require a bit of extra manpower to take vertical. Security has been given up, but there are some nice holes that Worthy can actually play from the Armory side there. And his Doc playing the ACOG, so it would be very comfortable for him to do so. Fnatic maybe not wanting to push that. Like you said, maybe just trying to do that horizontal push. Droning out site quite early to see where they're sitting. And seeing that actually Elevator playing quite deep in Customs.
Not too much action in the frag department after that opener. All players left are on 100 HP. This wall's still being probed by Fnatic as they try and find a pick, but Elevate playing very disciplined at the moment. That's a risky position to be jumping on that drone if Tex gets wide peaked. But as I mentioned, Elevate continually playing quite passive here. Tex will get that pick eventually though. The C4 comes out. Both players will survive though. Tex gets his double. That's a big pick in towards Passport. Red eventually will shut him down though, leaving 40 seconds on the board for Fnatic to go for the plant.
Lusty has pushed into detention as well, so he's the one that can counter push. This could be the undoing of Elevate if they're unaware completely. Red is the one in the box position. Aces gets a nice pick on a God Legion, putting Fnatic in a good spot for the final 30 seconds, guys.
He tries to enter in towards site, but he's denied. The diffuser dropped in the process. Lusty with some trigger discipline there. will not shoot that rotating defender just yet, but the call should come out. They have 15 seconds now to try and rotate, collect that diffuser, and execute the plant. That defender now inside of passport will be hunted down and is, leaving it all up to Worthy to try and deny the plant. Mentalist holding that angle with the ACOG as Lusty will stick it. The rotate comes out a little bit too late. Unfortunately, the angle can't be produced. And Worthy now will need to play for the post play. The flank comes out though, and he gets both kills. The double kill for Worthy, absolutely massive. And Elevate will draw the get match point rather. 6-5. What a flank there from the dock.
Oh my lord, guys! What a match we're seeing, and a nice double from Worthy. Just happened to get them on the lineup. A little unfortunate for Fnatic. I liked the pinch play for them to be able to secure the plant, and Worthy on the retake. It was unfortunate timing. I thought he might have had it at the double door, but still securing it. And Elevate, match point. They will be able to go back up to top floor, I believe. Might be Vents. Either way, it's a side that they have won before. And this will be Fnatic's last chance to save the round. What a play.
Just lining up there to be cleaned up. And Elevate now in the perfect position to defeat their demons and finally beat Fnatic in the Pro League. As you mentioned, they've definitely drawn with them a fair few times. And there couldn't really be a better time to beat them here, as we keep suggesting this is their perfect time to try and edge them out in the standings and get on top of ANZ.
Exactly right. If Elevate do manage to get the double win here, it means that Fnatic and Elevate will be finally equal on matches played, because Fnatic had played more matches than most of the rest of the card until recently. And it does mean that Elevate would be 2 points ahead of them coming into that final Playday. Very interesting for the standings. This final round will make, let alone the next map. Elevate gonna have to dig deep. Ventilation. 1-1 lost one. And the one that they did win was, of course, down to that big Evil Eye clutch.
One thing interesting to note as well is Lusty's kills. He's on 12 at the moment. Still got the most in the lobby, but he was on 10 heading into the half, so definitely had a quieter attack here compared to his defense for Fnatic. Could come down to his role on this map. Obviously a little bit hard to dig into. It's still interesting to note that he hasn't had the biggest impact in the fragging department come this second half.
Elevate have made some adjustments. It's Digital playing the Rook over in Customs. Changing it up a little bit there. God Legion playing more aggressive in Archives as well. They've got that rotate, which they didn't have on the previous round that they ended up winning. And it was the round there Vast was fragged out pretty quickly, and they lost due to that rotate hole. So I have to see whether they play it differently. Fnatic look very much aware, and they're taking this pretty swiftly. I see drones around a lot, and they're getting most of this vertical control.
Magnet now will enter in towards officers. In the last round, he was picked up quite early, and Fnatic had some issues in adapting. On this occasion, though, he's now made his way in towards Fountain. There is still some presence from Elevate above, namely Red inside of Sandwich. But it looks like Fnatic are trying to hunt that down. Lusty sending in a drone, and Red could be under a bit of pressure soon.
I love that it looks like Fnatic instantly prioritized clearing that Evil Eye. The one that cost them that previous round. I like that. Worthy on a flank here though, guys. Potentially undetected. Might be able to catch Magnet off guard. He does, so that's a nice refrag there. Gold Legion finds another. Elevate putting themselves in the position to win here with this man advantage. Coming close to the final minute of the round and the map.
Aces still having the diffuser in hand over towards Tellers. We've often seen him enter in towards Bathroom and try and attempt that plant onto Workshop, but without as much vertical presence, that will be a little bit harder to shut down. And again, we are going to see a very disciplined hold from Elevate. Definitely spread out at the moment. However, they do have that man advantage, which will prove critical.
Mentalist still being able to open up the floor quite heavily could be a difficulty that Elevate struggle with. Worthy is still up here, ready for a flank. He's going to push around, and I'm not sure whether Fnatic are aware of this yet again. This could be the round if he manages to get a pick. Oh, he's cut off though. Nicely done by Lusty, potentially on a drone. 20 seconds now, guys. This could be the map.
Lusty almost gets a second, but Vast somehow manages to win that gunfight. He's low on HP and will surely be taken out. He does. And now Digital and Gold Legion are left to try and win this round out for his team. Mentalist, as he enters, gets lit up. Will he be dropped? He will, leaving it all up to Aces. We've seen him just join this roster. Can he clutch up big here for Fnatic? He doesn't have the time. He gets the down, but it won't be enough. And Elevate will take down Fnatic. And Raven, this is setting up to be such a great series for them. Possibly finishing first in ANZ if all goes to plan. They've set themselves up so nicely here. Man, I love Super Week.
Oof. I don't know about you, but I stink a lot.
I am sweating. I am sweating, man. Yeah.
Oh my lord. That was a great match, and that was only the first map. We still have another map from these two to go. Let's deep dive into that result. A really great round from Elevate at the end there, off the back of a great flank from Worthy early to get a really important refrag onto Magnet. Not only because Magnet was on the buck and that vertical play had been so key to Fnatic's success, but Magnet was also playing quite well, another high fragging player in form at the moment. So taking him off early was just really crucial. And Worthy was still able to maintain that vertical control over in Break Room. And even though his second flank wasn't successful, it still diverts attention. So I really like how Elevate played that. Couldn't have finished any tighter, to be honest. It was fantastic.
Yeah, I think what made that so exciting is when it started to feel like it was sort of getting out of grip for Elevate. They just brought it back. They brought that confidence that we know that they can bring to the table. And it was such a contrast to them against Wildcard last week. And I think it just goes to show that if you can reset that mentality, go into a game feeling fresh, you can really take down anyone.
Absolutely. And honestly, they were down 3-5. Let's remember that. They were down 3-5 at one stage. That's 4 rounds in a row to win the map against Fnatic on one of their best maps that Elevate rarely ever play. So huge feat from them, and a great map.
Well, Elevate will take the first map 7-5, but the beauty of APAC is we get to see them battle it out once again. Come back shortly for the second map. G'day, ladies and gents, and welcome back to Pro League here in ANZ. Guz and Raven to bring you all the action. And no, the scorecard wasn't wrong. Elevate just managed to defeat Fnatic on border 7-5. And Raven, I think we summed it up pretty nicely at the end there. What a sweaty match.
It was a sweaty match. It was a slugfest. A great comeback from Elevate. They were down 3-5. I said this before the break. 4 rounds in a row to win the map. And it's the first time they have beaten Fnatic in a Pro League match. In a very long time, at least, if ever. 3 of the last 4 meetings being draws. So that's got to feel pretty good for them.
Well, we have the veto ready for the second series. Let's whip it up and see where we will be heading. Keep in mind that every veto is now independent. So there is a possibility we could see the same map twice. And right on cue, we're going to see border for the second time tonight between these teams, Raven. I think this is only going to continue on what's been a close contest.
Yeah, this could go 2 ways, the way I look at it. I mean, Elevate had the momentum towards the end, so maybe after that map win, they're going to be up and about. That momentum could carry through, and they could have quite a lot of success. But on the other hand, it could really favor the team that has more depth on the map, which you would think would have to be Fnatic. They could probably still bring out new strats on their defense, and that could throw Elevate off, and it could be really hard for them to adapt to that. So they're kind of like the 2 scenarios that I would see playing out.
Yeah, well, I guess with that said, what do you think heading into this second map? Is there any particular team you're favoring? Because I'm finding it hard. I'm still sitting on the fence a little bit after that one, I think.
Yeah, it's hard to call. I mean, Fnatic did a lot of things right in border in the first map, I should say, and so did Elevate. And some really standout performances from Elevate to bring it back for them. It's so hard to call. I honestly don't know which way to swing.
All right, well, we're finding it a little bit tough to pick a winner. Let's bring up the poll and see what you guys at home think. Probably expecting Fnatic to be quite dominant in the poll, and they are. Maybe people are voting in advance of the first result. I don't know, but yeah, let's just ignore that. It's going to be closer than that, surely.
I would expect it to be at least closer than that. I mean, Elevate just showed that they can beat Fnatic on border in the first map, so there's no reason why they couldn't do it again.
Yeah, and I guess, as we were sort of alluding to earlier, Fnatic could be in a good position, though, because we know that in terms of the teams in ANZ, they're probably the best at being able to adapt on the fly. And when you're playing potentially what could be 12 rounds on the same... 12 rounds? 24 rounds on the same map, that offers a lot of opportunities to adapt. But guess what? We're going to find out very shortly if Fnatic has what it takes to get a map back here against Elevate. It's map number 2 between these teams tonight. It's going to be border once again. Let's jump straight into the action. The ban phase, Raven, are you expecting it to be the same as the first matchup?
I mean, we could see some differences there based on, you know, the adaptations the teams need. Elevate might see something they want to ban out differently to the previous map. Thatcher's definitely going to be still banned, that's for sure. And we'll see whether there are any other changes. One thing that is different is the starting sides. So Fnatic will be starting this one on attack, whereas they were defending first.
Interestingly enough, Elevate are actually the team to ban out Thatcher, despite Fnatic almost having that as a staple ban these days. So it'll be interesting to see what Fnatic follow it up with. It will be Capital. So same attacking bans as the last matchup. So it's feeling like a little bit deja vu so far.
Yeah, no changes in the operator ban phase, at least at this stage. Valkyrie continuing the trend of that. So maybe we won't see any variances there. It's just going to come down to the strategies and how the rounds play out. And most of those rounds, I believe there was only one flawless. The rest were just felt like they were all so close. So many final seconds clutches, if you want to call them that, or just not securing it until that final moment in 1v1s or 2v2s. It was really close, not just in the final score to 7-5, but just round by round.
Well, Mira was, of course, the last defensive ban, so they will be identical to the previous matchup. This is going to make for a very interesting match. Of course, in the past, we wouldn't see teams necessarily playing the same map back-to-back against the same opponent as well. So it definitely opens up for a different dynamic, and it's going to be interesting to see how these teams approach the second map.
One thing we saw Mentalist tease and not secure was the Dokkaebi pick, and actually it's Lusty that's going to be 6 picking onto it. And I wonder exactly how Fnatic is going to do that. Something that I've seen Fnatic do before, especially after they lose a map, if it's a best of 3 or in a situation best of ones backing it up,
Defenders, protect your
is they'll
bombs.
come out of the gates really strong. So maybe they're going to be using this to facilitate some kind of really fast, aggressive play. Not necessarily a rush, but just something a bit more swift to try and catch Elevate off guard.
If you are just rejoining, we are not replaying the first map. There was a rule change over the mid-season, or over the break of Season 11, where each map veto is independent, so there's no auto bans essentially, which means that we can see a team play the same map back-to-back, even on the same night. So this is the second matchup between these two teams,
10
and
seconds remaining.
it's important to keep that in mind. Hopefully,
5 seconds
it will
left.
be as close as the first one, which was 7-5 in favor of Elevate.
Attackers' objective is to locate a bomb and
It's going to be
defuse
very
it.
interesting to see how it plays out. I think it's also interesting to note, as you said, that it is different starting sides, but that effectively means that each team is carrying across that momentum from the first map because they are continuing on that side.
And if that's the case, you would think that that favors Elevate, seeing as they were the ones that won 4 defenses in a row to close out that map. So now they get a chance to continue that. Gold Legion getting droned out there. Didn't think he was going to see it at first. There's another one that has spotted him without him realizing he's lost his drone. If he doesn't have a rotate, oh, he does. Okay, good. I was going to say he might be stuck in that corner, but nope, actually not. Fnatic look like they're actually doing something a little bit different here, taking that security CC control, not electing to push office, which they really did last time that Elevate held Armory.
Fnatic just taking their time to gather intel, as it looks like Elevate have now defaulted back towards the site. A little bit less keen, I would say, than Fnatic to try and hold ground off site. Quite content in playing intimately alongside those bombs, and can't fault them on that for the most part. It paid off in their defensive half. Again, just looking to carry across that momentum here onto map number 2.
No vertical play from Elevate at this stage. Elevate are going to have to be careful now that they've forfeited that 90 control. Worthy is the one holding down Fountain. But now their rotate holes can be used against them. Starting to see some engagements coming out here. Digital is the one that is the opening death. Red trying to use those smoke grenades also to ward off that Maverick from opening the wall. It worked really well last time that they were defending Armory on the first map. Feels weird to say it like that. But if Fnatic can get that wall open, it's going to help them a lot.
Well, we've seen them struggle when they haven't been able to open it, so Ace is definitely committing to it. Now trying to breach the bottom. Of course, if you're able to torch both the top and the bottom, you can just soft breach the wall. Ace is having some real issues. Those smoke grenades are being perfectly placed by Red, but he has none left. So unless they can shoot his feet, they will not be able to take him out through the wall. Meanwhile, Mental is trying to apply pressure from possibly sandwich window, but instead decides to rotate. And despite Elevate looking like they're a little bit cramped in sight, they're still in a really nice position to try and deny this plant, despite Fnatic still having 5 members up.
And the good thing about what Red did there is he delayed a lot of time for that wall to be open. So now Fnatic really have to rush this. Quick drone, figure out where they're going to plant, and they're going to have to get in and actually do it.
Magnet gets a pick from that sandwich window, a really good place to gain control of this site. Tex now will lead the charge in towards side. Red does drop aces. He is down though, leaving it all up to the remaining members of Elevate to try and deny this, but Tex with the entry goes absolutely massive in that late round from Fnatic. That late round aggression from Fnatic will prove successful.
Tex just says, get on the back, boys. I'm going deep with Ash. Gets a couple of picks and secures the round. And that really was what it took, was just somebody actually pushing deep to get the frags. Because if he hadn't done that and just sat back, Elevate were doing well to pick them off from the distance. It was the Mozzie player, didn't quite catch who it was. Got the pick there. Almost opened it up, it was. Oh, it wasn't actually, it was God Legion. My bad. Either way, a great execute from Tex. Really last minute. Again, these rounds coming down to these final seconds, whether it's 1v1s or not. It still means these rounds are just incredibly close.
I mean, we did see Fnatic against TBD on Coastline particularly, playing a pretty slow early to mid game and then being really explosive in their aggression late round. And I don't think that last round was really intended to be as slow as it was. Red played such a big part in denying aces that opening on the wall, but Fnatic never really looked uncomfortable. Their late round adaptation, such as Magnet getting on sandwich window and then the rush with Tex, just proved to be too overwhelming, and unfortunately that passiveness from Elevate was punished.
And they're gone to repeat the bomb site again, which we saw them do a couple of times, not every defense in that first map. Maybe identified a difference. Setup looks pretty much the same. So Vast on the dock.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Slight change there. God Legion starting off in security.
Attackers must locate and defuse
Let's
the
see
bomb.
where the adaptation
Defender
has
left
come from.
designated staging area. Defender exposed.
Magnet actually did secure 3 kills in that last round. A big round from him, and he did have a pretty good first map as well. Playing a lot of that buck and not only securing kills, but really trying to disrupt this passive on-site playstyle of Elevate by displacing them using vertical control. Aces once again tasked with hard breach. This occasion playing the Thermite does open up that office wall as Magnet will try and hit this vault to be able to go for the nade. Come on, Magnet, 3rd time's a charm. There we go. He will jump up there, but it doesn't look like anyone from Elevate is actually playing there at the moment.
Yeah, and this is definitely a change that Fnatic are pushing this side, and also that Aces just went for the Thermite really does help facilitate this push. Now that triple is open, it means that they can quite simply take that office control, and there's a rotate in archives for them already. God Legion is the opening death for Elevate to the hand of Tex. He's still in good form so far in map 2.
Tex, of course, no longer... he is, I guess, the newest addition to the team, but if you want to talk about more broadly, the core, Aces, of course, has come off the bench most recently. So it's feeling like a little bit of a new Fnatic, but old in many other ways, and so far it's been working out not too badly as Mentalist will drop red, and Tex just completely deletes Worthy off the server. Vast now the last member alive in a 1-on-5, and Fnatic just beginning to steamroll this momentum, a flawless round for them. And Raven, it's starting to feel like it could be slipping away a little bit here. Elevate really need to switch on here and not let these rounds slide.
Part of me thinks that maybe Elevate are just letting too much happen to them. You talked about the passive playstyle that Elevate were adopting. In that round in particular, they just let Fnatic take that office control quite comfortably. It was never really contested, and it allowed Fnatic to just get the rest of the map control, hold those angles, and so many of them were just caught off trying to rotate back to site. Elevate not able to really make an impact at all, which meant Fnatic just ran over the top of them. I'm glad to see that Elevate are not going to repeat that bomb site again. Generally, more than twice is going to end up being a mistake.
Aces once again 6-picking onto the Thermite. Did we see him play Thermite at all on the first map? I felt like he basically stuck to Maverick, didn't he?
Yeah, pretty sure it was just Maverick.
Interesting decision from him. Maybe deciding that it's a little bit easier in some respects to get walls open quickly. Of course, the blowtorch does take significantly longer, and you do expose yourself to defensive utilities such as those smoke grenades. Elevate not bringing a smoke on this occasion, but previously we have seen Aces that were slowed down by those canisters. Either way though, it's feeling quite similar for Fnatic, and I'm sure if they can replicate the form from the last 2 rounds, they could well go 3-0 up here as Elevate. Just struggling a little bit after the break.
Yeah, they haven't really gotten back into it. I mean, the first round was pretty close, even though they did only get 2 frags in the end. It was a final second execute, essentially. But that last one being flawless from Fnatic is that Elevate are with their backs against the wall. They're going to have to make some adaptations and do something a bit different, because it really feels like Fnatic have their number at the moment.
God Legion once again playing aggressive inside of CCTV as Aces will open detention wall. So it looks like Fnatic on this occasion going for quite a horizontal take, which we have seen teams try on occasion, instead of going for above control, but it does look like Fnatic now will rotate there. Still a little bit hard to get a feel for what exactly Fnatic are trying to execute here. Either way though, Elevate continuing to play quite passive.
And Tex very stubbornly not pulling out that Goon Mine. Finally will do so. Really worried about that C4 below, seeing as it was the pulse that was droned out in customs. Taking a little more time to get the vertical control than we saw recently. Some shots coming out, but no marks hit. Worthy still playing very comfortably in archives. Digital below to get the intel for him. And I like this so far from Elevate. I was a little critical of their passiveness, and that's what they're doing here, but I think in this instance, it's working out well.
We have now surpassed the halfway point of round number 3. All 10 members left on the server, 5 on each team. Tech's the only player to take a little bit of damage, but not anything too significant. Digital still on metal, gaining a lot of intel here, and Elevate should be fully aware that they're trying to push in this armory wall.
Yeah, and Magnet just wanting to push in to open some holes. I don't think they really are wanting to take it too deep. His buddy has rotated away. It was Tex. He's gone towards the front door now. I'm probably looking to do events execute, it looks like.
Mentalist gets the opening pick eventually, and now there's 45 seconds left for Fnatic to try and collapse onto site. Tex is going 4-0 so far. He's outside the B window currently. Could potentially go for a vault in and frag out here for his team as the coverage is being set up from above. There could be a gunfight right here though. God Legion will get that kill, and Elevate still have control above. 20 seconds left now, and they need to try and hold this. Fnatic not in the greatest position here as Elevate have members above and on site. Lusty though, he gets one, and Mentalist as well. They're losing these gunfights. Aces as well will get one. Mentalist gets the final one, and just like that, despite not being in the strongest of positions, Fnatic able to just win their gunfights, shut down Elevate, and now they're 3-0 up.
That ended up being a really dominant execute, but I thought that Elevate had a massive upper hands there, considering that God Legion, and I think it was still Worthy, had that vertical control. Must have got flanked. We didn't quite see what happened to them, but regardless, came down to those final seconds, and it just seems like Fnatic would have had to just go deep, or that'd be it. And they got all their kills, and now we're seeing them up 3-0. This is completely different to how we saw the first map play out.
Definitely is. Customs and supply will be chosen here by Elevate. We saw them attempt it once successfully in the first matchup.
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
We are going to see it again. Scoreline for them though, not looking as positive as it did when they went to this site on the previous occasion, and they really only won this site off the back of a flank from Worthy, who was able to get himself a double and disable that diffuser. Either way though, a quick peek at the Elevate scoreboard, Raven, I think will give a pretty clear indication as to how badly they're struggling so far.
It's a bit grim, and there's also 2 players on Fnatic that haven't died yet. That's Tex and Mentalist, both deathless.
10 seconds left before insertion.
It really demonstrates how much Fnatic are just dismantling Elevate in map
5
2.
seconds to go.
Not sure whether that comes down to maybe a mentality shift. Is Elevate really ecstatic that they won the first map? Sometimes that can be enough to actually lose your focus, surprisingly enough. Or maybe it's just that Fnatic have pulled their thumb out and they said, "Nah, we know how to deal with this now," and they're just flexing their muscles a little bit.
Fnatic once again approaching the map in quite a similar fashion, but Digital will finally net his first kill of this map. That's Magnet being dropped. Red as well with the C4 into Tech, so momentum slowly starting to shift in favor of Elevate, and they're in the best position to win this round. Vast will collect one as well. That's his first kill too, so Elevate trying to get themselves back into this match as Aces will get the passport wall open. But Raven, just like that, it's looking pretty improbable for Fnatic.
Yeah, it's going to be up to the Clutch Masters themselves on Fnatic. Lusty, looking a couple of those shots, gets refragged, leaving it all up to Aces now to clutch it out. And not to be, gets dropped on Assassin's Creed style from Worthy, finishing the round. Elevate finally peg one back and in quite strong form.
And obviously we didn't quite get to see all those opening picks, but it definitely felt like Elevate brought more early round aggression there. They didn't allow Fnatic to walk over the top of them, and once they got that first pick, they had that confidence to go for the second and then the third. And before the round really started, it was already over.
Yeah, it just really highlights that importance of the early contest and trying to secure an opening kill. Because every time that Fnatic have not got that or had their opening death, they've really struggled. I'd be interested to just look back at the statistics from the first map about when Fnatic had opening deaths, how many rounds they were actually able to win, because I'm pretty sure it's quite low. So I think if Elevate can just continue to step it up and just take it straight to the face of Fnatic early, we might see them bring this back. And if we can get a 3-3 half, then it's all on for the second half.
Definitely still possible. And of course, Elevate pushing as hard as they possibly can for this win, trying to position themselves in such a way that they can finish on top here in ANZ. Definitely a result that many wouldn't have expected, as of course Elevate going into this season
10 seconds left.
after leaving the Oddity organization underwent quite a few changes,
5 seconds remaining.
both on the roster and coaching side, Raven. But
By attackers.
it's been working out for them so far.
Defuse a bomb.
Yeah, they've had a great season 11 and they've finally taken a map of Fnatic, so that's probably a goal box that's been ticked for them for season 11. And I think even if they end up losing this map, they're going to be pretty happy with how things have gone. They're currently sitting on 24 points. They are behind TBD just, but they'll have TBD in the final week. So even if they lose this map, as long as they secure their maps against TBD, they can cement themselves second place, and that's probably what they're aiming for. Because Fnatic, they're quite a way ahead in terms of points, and it's going to take them winning both these maps for them to even have a chance getting first place.
The rush though is coming out from Fnatic, and Mentalist will get 2. That's massive for him as he tries to find more, and now control is in favor of his team. The plant going down from Tex, leaving it up to Vast and Digital to try and recover a round that's really slipped away quite quickly. That bomb going down, and Raven, I don't know what just happened, but the round is basically over for Elevate again before it really started.
Yeah, this is actually what I was expecting from the first round. I thought this would be the kind of aggressive playstyle that Fnatic would pull out straight away to try and bring momentum back, but either way they closed that round out beautifully. I looked away on my second monitor for at least 3 seconds for the rankings, and then everything just started happening. It just came out of nowhere. Well played by Fnatic.
Mentalist just absolutely yeeting it into the site. May well be the replay here. It looks like it may be. Here it is, Mentalist with that M762 absolutely popping off. I think one of the funny parts about that round was Tex, who's been going off tonight. He was just the one to plant it down casually. Not much Elevate could do at that stage.
Sharing the plant stats.
Yeah. Which we do get to see in the new overlay, so I'm actually excited to see that. Of course, the new UI, the little diamond represents, is it plants and disables? I think it is.
Yeah, so technically classed as
Locate and
objective.
defuse bombs.
Yeah. So there you go, text with a little 1 next to that diamond in the top left of the screen. Going 4 and 1 as well. Mentalist is currently leading the kill count in this lobby though. 7 kills, 2 assists as well. On top of only 2 deaths. It's definitely been a good one for him so far tonight. Elevate though. Struggling a little bit here on the second map. Fnatic just walking over the top of them in these rounds.
Seconds to insertion.
Yeah, and that last round, literally, they just walk right over the
5
top of
seconds
them.
left before insertion.
Nothing that Elevate could do. Mind you, if God Legion had got that first pick onto Mentalist,
Attackers' objective is to
could have played
locate
out very
bomb.
differently, because Mentalist did not only get the double out of that, but it's a very important entry. God Legion trying to play with fire here, running out of East Stairs. Maybe just trying to slow Fnatic down again on that initial push, ensuring that they don't just take map control really quickly like they did in the previous rounds.
Worthy does get the entry though. So a positive start for Elevate here in round number 6. It is their last defense for the switch of halves. They'll be looking to win this one out. Try and get that scoreline a little bit tighter
Bomb
for their
located by
attack.
attackers.
And the closer it is, the better off they will likely be. As we have seen a lot of round trades, particularly on the first map, and we could well see that trend continue. So if Elevate want to give themselves any sort of chance, a 4-2 scoreline will give them that. Fnatic feeling very same in how they are approaching these attacks. Quite methodical, but again, they are bringing that aggression when required, and Magnet could open it up here with a grenade from below. Doesn't quite work out though. He actually gets damaged a little bit, I think, by maybe an impact or a friendly grenade, not too sure, but either way, he runs away feeling a little bit scared for his life.
Yeah, definitely made him play a little bit more hesitant there, not launching his grenade out, but he's in a strong position. Mentalist does finally get the trade back onto God Legion, so that does equal it out for the second half of the round. And he has important map control there in security. This nade could be on point from Magnet here. It
Oh
is.
my god.
Red is deleted from below without even getting a chance to see what happened to him. And that's important smoke grenades for late round denial that Elevate just won't have a chance to use.
Definitely feel like there's a contest ensuing within ANZ of who's the best with frag grenades. We've seen Nico from Team Sinister popping off with them recently, and Magnet as well, who has been dropped. So Elevate now have evened out that man count. Vast still running around like crazy on the Vigil. We have seen Fnatic, Lusty namely, bring that to the table, but this flank from Worthy could be massive. There we go. He drops Mentalist, secures his double for the round, and now Lusty and Aces need to try and clutch this one up. Fast running through officers, trying to go for the flank on towards the B bomb site. Does drop one, leaving it all up to Aces now. He gets one. Will he be able to get any more? No. Vast will get the hit fire in the end, and Elevate make the most of what has been a difficult first half.
Yeah, hipfire for style, and it was a big round from Vast. Ended up with a triple, I believe it was. So nicely done, bringing it 4-2. Like you said, that's probably not so bad for Elevate. I think especially considering that Fnatic shot out to 3-0 quite dominantly. So to bring back 2 rounds, they can hold that as a positive entering into their attacks.
What was the scoreline at halftime in the last map? Was it also 4-2 or was it was 3-3, wasn't it? I think I got my tracker wrong. Yeah, of the last map. 4-2. Okay, it was 4-2. I was right. Yes. Okay, I thought I got it wrong. There we go. The tracker is serving me well.
So history repeating itself.
Definitely. So definitely a chance that Elevate can bring this one back. Not out of the realm of possibility.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Fnatic on defense means they're going to start the Armory bomb site, the classic start for almost anybody on border defense. Sometimes you see a bathroom thrown in there just to throw somebody off, and maybe that's what Fnatic will pull out. I've definitely seen them do a bathroom strap before. We didn't see that on map 1. So maybe that is what they might try to do to put Elevate off just for at least 1 round.
That's a sneaky evil eye from Aces. We have seen Fnatic again extending their defenses quite aggressively across the map, and doesn't look like this round will be any exception. Those Electro Claw positions from Lusty, oh my goodness, I would not want to be Elevate trying to clear those out. We did see on Elevate's first attack of the first map, they had massive issues clearing those out, so maybe they've even had a quick chance during the break to quickly look at where these Electro Claws are being thrown. I'm not sure, but either way, they're still in tough positions to clear.
Yeah, I feel like Elevate would definitely now be very much aware of how those Electro Claws are being placed and how to clear them if they want to. It looks like they might actually avoid it. They got to check security and break and see that it's clear. So that is map control they could get for free if they want to. So far, it kind of looks like because they're stacked on the east that they might want to take office. But last time they tried this, they failed in fantastic fashion. I'm pretty sure it was actually a flawless round for Fnatic.
I almost thought for a second there Worthy was going to go for the same nade position on the roof as Magnet, but that won't be the case. It does appear as if Elevate are rotating over towards the Armory wall, forfeiting that push in towards Office, and that may well be the play, as we've seen Fnatic hold it quite strongly in the past. Rotates just being cut off here by God Legion as Elevate try and set themselves up to get this main wall open.
It's Mentalist on the smoke playing aggressively at the wall, which we didn't see them do much in the first map. It was actually Red doing that. Elevate looking to hard counter it here, burn this utility so that they can clear the Electric Claw, which they have done now. Mentalist still has 2 smoke babes in the pocket. C4 coming out, not hitting the mark. Digital losing about 15 HP, but he's not going to worry about that too much.
The wall is now being opened by Elevate. It is successful. That shield still could cause issues for the attackers. As we see Lusty holding behind that with the TCSG. Fast still with 2 Ash charges though, could clear that out quite easily, provided there's no ADS in the way. I think he uses the first there on the Evil, leaving 1 in his pocket. He uses the second over towards that position as well, so trying to clear some other utility, but that shield will still be left standing.
Yeah, and the key position they still need to flush out here is going to be the smoke player in the box. It's Mentalist. He can watch that run in, and it can be a little bit difficult to deal with on the entry without being repeaked from Sandwich. Elevate's going to be very careful here, and there's a player down below. Not spotted out, thought he was going to run out the front door there. It's been opened for him, so there's still a chance for Magnet, and he also has a C4 in the pocket for denial.
A strong presence below from Fnatic as they try and play off those C4s. Fast is there to cut the rotate, but he may not be able to stop Magnet from denying that plant. 15 seconds left in Elevate, and now forced to commit. Mentals will use the first of those smoke grenades to try and deny it, and Digital has to reposition. The frags now coming out from Fnatic, and Digital will reattempt the plant. Worthy is there to cover. Can Mentals get the angle? He can't, and Digital should be able to get it down. He will. And now it's a 2v3 post plant. Elevate in decent positions to deny this. Fnatic now need to rotate through site. Worthy is on that rappel, but the prone there from Digital will be unpredictable. Worthy gets one as well, leaving it in a 1-on-1 now as Magnet gets that kill. Worthy is in the perfect position on this rappel. Magnet may well be forced to attempt the long arm, and he will. He fakes it out, re-peaks that angle, but Worthy is playing this so patiently. 7 seconds it takes to defuse that bomb. Worthy, he wastes enough time, gets the kill super close there in the end. If he had have lost that gunfight, Magnet likely would have taken the round, but Worthy comes out on top, and Elevate are starting to swing momentum back in their favor.
They are bringing it back. It's 4-3. This is what we saw on map number 1. Pretty good from Elevate. A really good plant from Digital, perfectly placed. If he was any closer to the doorway, he would have been in the smoke. Perfectly avoided that. Also wasn't so deep that when Mentalist peeked him, he was safe. So it meant that Worthy could cover the plant perfectly. Game of inches at the moment here, guys.
2 6 picks coming out here in round number 8. Magnet jumping onto Wamai. And a second 6 pick that I have now forgotten, so I will not mention it. It was the Dockerby one, wasn't it? Yeah, okay. My brain just went absolutely blank there. Either way though, either team, or both teams trying to outfox the other rather. And I think that's really the story of tonight. Playing the same map back to back, it really comes down to who can continue to just change things up and try and counter what the other team's bringing to the table.
Yeah, and a couple of interesting changes. I like the Wamai from Fnatic because what is really happening here is Elevate are using our utility really smart to clear the wall and get it open. They're not overexpending a lot of it. And what they are now going to have to do is think about these magnets from Magnet. That's going to be hard to say. Because like this one in particular on the outside is going to be able to catch a lot of that utility without them really realizing. A lot of players aren't going to be used to looking above or behind them for something that will catch their projectiles.
Yeah, and I guess that's the big meta shift that Wamai brings to the board. We're so used to ADSs being placed in predictable positions because they have to be placed on a surface that's within arm's reach, whereas Wamai, you can basically throw them like a frisbee across the map into such unpredictable positions. And on top of that, Magnet isn't revealed going outside there because you can just do it so quickly. So hopefully Elevate don't expend too much utility out there, but so far it's looking like it might be an office or even just a straight take in towards the bomb site.
Yeah, just being careful with their drones there. Aces is the one that they need to worry about, being in that stuck position. Magnet and Fountain easy to rotate back, as well as Tex, and this looks like it might be on. Digital does get the entry onto Aces. There's that position and a push down the hallway from God Legion. This is nice from Elevate so far.
The plant, though, is denied by Fnatic, leaving it in a 3-on-3. The diffuser on site, so it doesn't quite go the way of Elevate so far. Digital was only a couple of seconds from securing that plant. It does feel like a little bit of a reset now, approaching the halfway point of the round, but God Legion will drop Lusty, so Mentalist and Magnet are now left alone to try and clutch this round out. There is still a defender inside of Office. But I don't think Gold Legion has that intel just yet. So Elevate now need to spend their time, a commodity that they are quite rich in at the moment, to work out where these players are.
Yeah, and this could be the end of Worthy. He has a player at the window that can just peek up and take him out at any second here, and that's what is going to happen. Bit unfortunate that Elevate not careful enough there. Oh, Magnet also gets that other one onto Gold Legion, but it's a 1 versus 2, all up to Mentalist. But Gold Legion closes it out. Guz, guess what? It's 4-4.
Elevate not going down without a fight. Some great aggression there from God Legion will net him a few handy kills that round. I thought it might have been over there when Digital's plant was denied with only a couple of seconds to go, but Elevate were able to adapt on the fly. A common theme throughout tonight for each team. Talk about adaptations, we are now going to see Fnatic switch things up, heading into Ventilation and Workshop. I think one thing to maybe talk about a little bit is the utility game. It's something that we talked about a lot pre-game. We have seen it recently where defenders are bringing a lot of that utility to the table for the attackers to clear. Do you feel like that's had a pretty significant impact on how this has played out so far tonight?
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
I wouldn't say significant, but of course it's going to create complications that are at least slowing down some of these attacks or making them have to think about things a bit differently. This round in particular is going to be quite interesting because when you pair the Goyo with the castle, that's already a lot of soft breach that's required just to open or clear that utility. That's one thing, and then there's ADSs that you have to deal with on top of that. But I don't think it's had like a critical role, but of course it's going to be a hindrance regardless because you can't just, for example, you can't just rush site. If there's a shield there, could be someone playing behind the shield, so you have to think about how to clear that.
5 seconds left before insertion.
It's definitely been a heavy frag game so far though, with both teams bringing
Locate and defuse the bomb.
heavy aggression
Defender has left the designated staging area.
to the table. Lusty with a very aggressive spawn peek there onto the drone. Some intel denied there. Magnet though, let's highlight him for a second. Currently on 9 kills, and I think it's fair to say that he's definitely been getting more kills than usual for his team in recent times. And, I mean, it was evident at the 6th Invitational, and it looks like that form is really carrying on here to Pro League.
I mean, that's really been a standout for me for Season 11 in general. I definitely spoke about it a lot in the first half. That Magnet has come back into some comfort. He was struggling a little bit in the previous iteration of the Fnatic roster, but since the pickup of Mentalist and Tex, he has just been playing a completely different game, essentially. It's meant the Fnatic have been a bit more successful. Lusty is under fire, pretty heavy there in break room. Lucky to still be alive, to be completely honest, and oh my lord, the pre-fire from Red. Probably some intel. Either way, good night, Tex. A good start to the round from Elevate.
And as you mentioned, Lusty very low on HP here, so this is looking dangerous for Fnatic. Lusty only a whisker away from being taken out. Mentalist as well now has been struck low, so Elevate are in a very nice position to get the lead here. Keep in mind that they were trailing for so much of this game, and there we go. That will be Red taking him out using the Goyo shield. And now it's a 5-on-3.
Starting to see a bit of a polarizing effect or a contrast effect from the first half. It was Fnatic just running over the top of Elevate in their attacks. And if Elevate managed to secure this round, that would be 3 attack rounds in a row that they've secured. So difference to map 1 for sure, but either way, these teams constantly adapting to each other, and it's quite beautiful to see.
That shot from Mentalist was pretty beautiful as well, running the red dot UMP. Nets himself a kill despite being so close to death. The repeat from Worthy doesn't quite catch him as he crosses potentially his crosshair. And Elevate now taking this time to drone it out and try and find out where these remaining members are scattered around the map.
Scattered is a great word because they are all very separate. Ace is playing very solo in the bathroom, Mentalist playing around the metal stairs, and then we saw Magnet over in Customs. So very separated. That's Aces that's taken down though. He was one of the players that had a lot of HP. Mentalist is the one that is pretty much one shot. Could be 1 HP taking a bullet, but regardless, he's going to have to be careful. Speaking of being careful, time ticking away from Elevate. They're going to have to be careful not to have to rush this.
Mentalist in a great position to deny the entry. He gets one, but misses on the second, leaving it in a 2-on-3. Vast going for the plant. Magnet gets one as well. So now Red is tasked with covering it. Vast will be able to just get it down in time, but this flank from Mentalist could be absolutely massive as Magnet gets Vast and Red on such low HP, not likely to win this round. He's a long way away from that bomb as well, as it was planted. A fair way away from him currently. Trying to hold that angle, waiting for any players to rotate, potentially having intel on the bomb if there is a player going for that defuse. He might know there's a player to his left, but he unpeaks at the wrong time and he's taken out there by Magnet. And Fnatic will take a round. That wasn't looking great for them, but they managed to bring it back.
It really wasn't. It was looking so much like it was an Elevate round, but those angles from Fnatic, just beautiful. Mentalist in particular, holding a great angle from the bottom of the metal stairs in towards the rotate that Elevate just weren't ready for. And I was in the middle of saying it just before we started to see the end of the round. It was time became a massive factor there. And that's a real against the grain round for Fnatic. Shooting out to 5-4 now, in the position where one round gets them at least 1 point.
Bathroom and Tunnels, interestingly enough, will be where Fnatic heads to. If I've been tracking these rounds correctly, this is going to be the first time tonight we see this objective up here. So it'll be interesting to see what sort of setup Fnatic decides to take, and how, I guess, Elevate are going to approach the site, because they haven't attacked it yet. And it is a site that isn't picked often, so maybe Elevate won't have as much experience approaching this site.
Yeah, I was talking about this at the start of the map, whether Fnatic might bring out Bathroom. It's a site we've seen them play before internationally, especially. So if Elevate have done their prep, which I'm sure they have, they'll be aware that this was an option, and hopefully they have had a chance to prepare it. But like you said, it's not played that often in ANZ. Not as much practice attacking it. This could be what it takes for Fnatic to create that separation and at least get themselves a point in the series tonight, and just stop Elevate from taking the extra points, which would shoot them to the top of the ladder.
Attackers' objective is to defuse the bomb.
Definitely would be interesting though if Elevate do end up winning this map 7-5. Or rather, yeah, okay, I'm confusing myself here. It is, keep in mind, quite a difficult process in separating these teams, the way that the tiebreaker works, but if Elevate do win, they do of course overtake Fnatic because of that head-to-head, so keep that in mind. If Fnatic win though, they will have more points overall than Elevate, so they will retain first place. And then it will come down to potentially TBD can overtake Fnatic later in the season in the final Playday, is that correct?
Yes, but that would also depend on a few other things. So of course TBD do have Elevate in the final Playday, so that would mean they would have to be beating Elevate, and it would mean that Wildcard would need to be beating Fnatic, which is the other big matchup that we'll have tomorrow night.
Definitely a big week here in ANZ, Super Week of course, as Mentalist will get that first kill, as we see all the teams bunched together in seeding, fighting it out for critical points late round. This contest being no exception so far. Elevate, unfortunately for them, are on the back foot, left with no hard breach for the remainder of this round. Fnatic with some crazy vertical control, so many holes being created, and it's going to be up to Elevate to try and clear that out.
Yeah, I really like the strat too, because it means that teams can't push Workshop, which we see quite frequently. Of course, the ranked way to push it is just open Bathroom, Teller's wall, and just try plant behind the soda machine and not do a whole lot else. But what we've seen in Pro League a lot is people take Workshop, they push through Workshop, and then they try and plant in Bathroom. And this could be danger for God Legion. He's going to walk straight into these holes, potentially unaware of the pressure above. He does get an opening pick onto Mentalist. Flank coming out, making it a 4 versus 2. All up to Vast and Worthy. 40 seconds to go, a bit of time, but it's not looking too great for them.
The win is on the line here for Elevate, because if Fnatic win this round, they'll head to match point, and Magnet will get that kill, leaving it up to Worthy. He's getting wallbanged through that Workshop wall. I think he got the down there. He got the kill, in fact, but the refrag from Tex from above was massive. No, it was... Yes, it was. Okay, so it was a trade. That's why. The kill cam confused me a little bit there. But either way, Fnatic do take that round. They head to match point. So Elevate, unfortunately, won't be able to get the 6 points tonight.
No, not the 6, but they can hunt down the 4. So they get 2 rounds in a row, means they will take 4 points for the series. And importantly, they're head-to-head against Fnatic. So that if they do equal points with Fnatic, they will be able to pull in front. 2 rounds is what it will take for Elevate. 1 round is what it will take for Fnatic. On top of that head-to-head argument, Elevate need to get at least 1 more round if they want to force their head-to-head to be a little bit more spread out. Seeing as they only beat Fnatic 7-5, Fnatic win 7-4, then that means Fnatic take their head-to-head.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many
Definitely a
bombs
fair
as they
point.
can.
So Elevate are going to continue to fight as hard as they possibly can. Push for at least 1 more round, ideally 2. Try and get those 4 points. Magnet, though, let's highlight him once again. He's currently going 14-6. Absolutely massive there for his team, and that last round in particular, hitting a really nice flank, completely shutting down any chance Elevate had at getting back into that round. And we have seen quite a bit of visual play tonight, haven't we, Raven? And with pretty good effect as well.
Yeah, quite a lot of
Attackers
vigil
must
is
locate
correct.
and defuse a bomb.
And it seems like it's worked out. It's hard to say whether his utilities had a massive impact, but either way, he's quite a comfortable operator for pro level players to use. So good that it's working out. Elevate will need to pull out a pretty clean attack here. Fnatic holding it a little differently yet again. Some presence in security break room this time, which means that it won't be an easy free take for Elevate. Looks like they're setting up for maybe that East execute again. That's what we were suspecting last time. Whether that's how it pans out.
Worthy for Elevate, currently the only player on that roster who is positive in his kill-death ratio. A little bit concerning for the team who haven't been as impactful on the frag department as they were in map number 1. Nonetheless, though, they still have a chance to get a point here. Mentalist, though, he will get the ball rolling again for Fnatic, and God Legion will be taken off the board. He's been having a little bit of a rough map too, hasn't he?
Yeah, he hasn't quite got into it in the form that we would expect to see from God Legion. Worthy has started to fill a bit of that void. He's had a pretty good night in general. First map was quite good for him also. But either way, a preventable death there from God Legion. Worthy was in customs, could have potentially cut that off. Some mistiming, and it means that Fnatic have a lot of control still, and half the rounds ticked away. It's going to be a really tough end of the round for Elevate if they want to hang on.
Fnatic in such strong positions. Worthy, they will get one. This bullet hole from Tex almost nets him a kill, but he just misses that shot. It does appear as if Magnet is aware that there are players outside this wall, but as to where they are, he doesn't know exactly. He will be flashed. Will the push come out from Elevate? It won't, but the coverage is there. Nade as well there from Worthy. Drops Magnet eventually. So it is a 4-on-3 now in favor of Elevate.
Yeah, and they've done well to bring this back. Tex is also very, very low. Single shot will take him out, which would give Elevate a huge man advantage, and that is what they've got now in a 4 versus 2. It's just Lusty and Aces. Big clutch players for Fnatic. That C4 missing the mark, but hitting the exothermic charge potentially.
I almost thought Digital was going to be dropped there. He does have a second exothermic charge, and he does use that on the wall. No way Fnatic denying that now, and they need to go for kills. Lusty gets lit up, but he's going to get super aggressive on that peak. Can't quite net the kill, and will eventually be squeezed out there by Elevate, leaving all up to Aces. He loves Maestro. We know he can hit clutches with this operator. It's definitely possible. 2 players left to try and cover Digital's plant, and they will be successful in doing so. And Raven, once again, we are going to the final round.
That we are, and a great way for Elevate to bring it back. I had almost, I'm not going to say written them off, but I had cast a lot of doubt over them bringing that round back, considering the positions that Fnatic had. But they took their time and they used their utility really well. Worthy in particular, I believe he was the one that got the 2 entry picks for Elevate to really bring that back. So again, he's becoming to be quite the impact for them against Fnatic in this entire series.
That he is. And for the final round, we will see Fnatic head to Armory and Archives. We've seen this site quite a bit this evening. Of course, this being the second time these teams are playing border due to the new map veto system, which allows such circumstances. Who's your tip, Raven? If you had to pick one team for this final round, who is it? That is the $1 million question. Oh, not a $1 million question,
man.
The big question.
Throughout this entire series, it has never at any stage become easy to predict who is going to come away with any particular amount of points. We've had both of them come right down to the wire. They literally couldn't be going any deeper in terms of rounds. Even round length, most of them have come down to final seconds. So it's so hard to call, and it's a round by round adaptation to what these teams are doing. Things are just constantly changing. Nothing has been the same.
5 seconds left.
As we jump into the final round here, match point in favor of Fnatic. Definitely feel the tension rising. Neither of these teams wanting to go down without a fight, because the stakes are so high. Fnatic having such a strong start here to map number 2, but Elevate just continue to fight back here. Do they have enough left in the tank to try and draw this map out? We saw them win the first one, 7-5, just edging out their opponents in Fnatic. It's definitely been a tough contest, a sweaty contest, as we've said multiple times tonight. The question is, who will end out on top here at the end?
Really important. He could be Magnet's position here and playing around the east stairs doorway. Is it playing with fire? Because that is quite an easy spot to quick peek if he is droned out. But if he's not spotted, gets back alive. If he wasn't spotted, he could have had a devastating effect to Elevate. He has survived back into the office, joining Tex there, and not 100% sure exactly where Elevate are going to go, but it's looking like they're going to do the armory push here, which has worked out relatively well for them.
A bomb has been located.
One thing I want to quickly note is no one from Elevate has shot that speaker, so we are being given that friendly reminder, do not board the helicopter. Either way though, Elevate, not too worried by that. We'll now try and head towards the main wall. Again, these electro claws from Fnatic posing an issue as Lusty has placed them in such difficult positions, and it's going to be up to Elevate to try and clear them out.
Some HP taken off Tex in an engagement we didn't quite see, but him being quite low is again going to create some difficulties, given his playstyle being a pretty comfort, aggressive playstyle. When you're low HP, it makes you just play a little bit more passive, a little bit more patient. So having him on low HP is going to be really important for Elevate. We haven't had any opening kills yet as we enter the final minute. And Vast is just trying to hold down Customs here while Worthy bucks out that all-important position, not getting that wall open. Every second delays and really puts pressure onto Elevate.
A close round to end a close series as the wall will be opened by Elevate. Do they have enough here to win the round? Strong positions being held at the moment, and there we go. The attack will be spearheaded by Vast, who gets one. Lusty gets one back though, but Vast goes up and gets a second. The frags are just coming out left, right, and center, and Elevate, unfortunately, are now left at the man disadvantage. The Propel will come in, but that's shut down as well. And now Gold Legion needs to hit a 1-on-3, but Aces will come up clutch for Fnatic. Win round number 12, and it's going to be one map each tonight. 7-5, 7-5. What a series, Raven. Despite it being the same map twice, that was very fun to watch.
Incredibly enjoyable, high pressure, tense match at the top of the ladder in ANZ. Fnatic losing another map tonight. This is probably the first time in a long time that they've lost maps, in consecutive nights. What a match from Magnet out there on 15 and 7. Mentalist also backing it up on 12 kills. And I want to highlight also Worthy. He had a rough week last week. It was his first play week with Elevate. But this week he really turned it around, stepped it up, and he had quite the impact for Elevate.
Yeah, I just think both teams overall really performed well. I think neither of them felt comfortable at any stage, which definitely, I think, exaggerates how close ANZ as a region is really getting at the moment.
Yeah, it is. And we've just seen Fnatic lose a map to TBD last night, a map to Elevate tonight. So it shows that these top teams are actually quite close to each other. Fnatic were dominantly out in front coming into the second half, but they had only played the bottom 4 teams. So you would expect that that would be the case. And even then, they did have a draw to Kanga. Outside of that, pretty strong performances. So we're seeing them really be challenged by the top 4 teams here, the other 3 on the top end. And they've got one opponent left, which is Wildcard. And who knows how that could go.
Yeah, that's the great thing about Super Week. We see all these close matches in quick succession, and the standings from last night may be completely different to what we end up seeing at the end of the season. It's definitely still not set in stone, despite Elevate not being able to get both those map wins. I guess maybe we can start theory crafting a little bit about that. How do you think, let's start with Fnatic, how do you think they're going to shape up for the rest of the season? Because despite losing one map tonight and last night, they are still in a strong position.
They are now out in front by 1 point over TBD and 1 point over Elevate. Almost lost it. So that's very, very tight in itself. On top of that, they do have to contend with Wildcard, who in the past have played quite well against Fnatic in Pro League matches. I mean, last season they were also neck and neck in a series very similar to the one we just saw, where Fnatic, based on a Virtue clutch, managed to secure a draw, which prevented Wildcard from being in the top 2 position outright. So I don't know, it really could go any way. I'm honestly confused and I don't know where it could go. The math is very deep, especially because of this head-to-head being a 7-5, 7-5. We have to really knuckle down, because if Elevate and Fnatic end up on equal points, at this stage, I've got no idea who would be out on top.
Yeah, I guess that's the beauty of it. I guess as well, Elevate, what would you be sort of thinking on their behalf at the moment? If you were in that Elevate camp at the moment, would you be happy with how tonight's gone? Because I think heading into this one, they were really confident and really pushing to get those 6 points. So they just fell short. How would they sort of be holding up after a night like tonight?
I'd say they'd be reasonably happy. They would have definitely felt like they could have had 6 points. There was that stage there where they brought it back and they were looking in the box seat to really win the map. And then there was that round that I said Fnatic got, that against the green round, which was a 2v4. So Elevate, by all rights, probably could have had that round. That might have completely changed this conversation and how tonight played out. So I think they'll be mostly happy, but they were tasting those 6 points at one stage.
Well, I mean, let's hone in maybe on some individual performances. As we spoke about multiple times throughout that map, Magnet was just let off the leash, basically running around gunning freely. How has that actually sort of come into fruition? Because as you sort of alluded to, Magnet hasn't traditionally, or at least always, been such a heavy impact fragger for Fnatic. So what's sort of changed in that department to give him that freedom?
This must be something to do with their roles, the composition. In the early season, or early half of the season, I should say, he said in interviews that it was just that everyone felt comfortable and that the team gelled together. And that just made him feel like he can play as his best self, if you want to call it that. So I think that's just continued really ever since Six Invitational. We saw him perform really well there as well. So he's just continuing this strong form, and I think it's just based on the team comfort and their culture.
Well, let's put Fnatic to the backs of our minds for now. Elevate, they managed to win the first matchup tonight, and we have the interview ready and waiting with Fast. Let's say hello. Vast,
hey guys.
How's it going, mate? You can finally take a breath now. What are your initial thoughts heading out of that match?
That's my first time playing back-to-back, like one map back-to-back. It just felt like a really long game, like just being on the one map.
Yeah, I guess it would almost feel like it's 2 halves instead of it being, like one map and then one map. It's kind of just like playing 2 halves. I do want to ask about the veto. Did you guys intend to do the double border? Can you try and give us some insight to how that came about?
So with the veto, we had a feeling that they really wanted us on Cafe. So we banned Cafe and left it with Border and Theme Park, and they clearly just didn't want to play Theme Park. So we kind of tried to do like a force veto on them. And they just stuck with the double border, I guess.
Yeah. And coming into the second map, obviously you guys came off the win on map 1, which would have felt great. Was there anything when you came into the second map that you consciously decided to try and change or focus on?
It took us a couple rounds, but we realized like they were adapting really quickly. I think in the first 3 rounds of the second map, they were just like really aggro and doing like being very unpredictable. So we just said like we need to stop like trying to do what we did last map and just kind of play a bit loose and just play together and try to frag. But that took us a little bit too long to kind of realize. I wish we kind of realized that at halftime. Yeah, between the maps.
Well, you guys will be taking on TBD tomorrow night. Any expectations heading into what will probably be another pretty close match?
I don't really have any expectations. We're just gonna, try to play our best, kind of enjoy it at the same time as well. And whatever happens, happens, really. I'm not too fussed about winning or losing as long as, like, we play good. I don't want to play bad.
Well, that's definitely fair enough. Vast, we appreciate your time as always, and we'll see you again soon.
Yeah, cheers, guys.
It's all about having fun. Yeah, I mean, I think they'll be a little bit upset that they weren't able to get both maps considering how close it was, but I think the fact that they were able to finally just beat Fnatic after such a long drought of drawing with them definitely got to be a good feeling.
Yeah, I think they'd be pretty happy with at least the first map win. They were so close in the second. Even getting that draw, it was within reach. But Fnatic just too strong in the end. And yeah, he alluded to it. They're going to go into the next match with, I guess, a little bit less pressure than what people would expect, which is probably good because last season they did fall short at the end. They're in a high pressure match. So this time they're just taking it easy. Whatever happens, happens. They just don't want to play bad. And of course, you don't want that, especially at the end of the season. You want to end on a high.
I think that's actually a really interesting point that gets brought up a lot, that when teams don't feel as much pressure, we often see them playing a lot looser and a lot more aggressive. And I think that does make for some exciting siege. And I think that it actually had a bit of a flow-on effect tonight, despite it being high stakes. I think there was a little bit of the teams wanting to have a bit of fun, play a little bit looser, and it definitely showed, particularly on those defenses. Fnatic, for example, were just pretty much taking entire map control, and it made for a lot of gunfights.
Yeah, and Vast was even saying the first couple of rounds of that second map, they were playing a bit different and a bit rigid, and he just said they needed to loosen up and take it to them. And so once they did that, it was a really tight contest. Because if they had, come out a bit stronger earlier, maybe that whole map could have played differently.
Well, talking about frags, one player who went off tonight was Magnet from Fnatic. We have the interview with him ready, so let's say hello.
G'day, boys.
G'day, Magnet. A couple of times tonight we were talking about how sweaty this contest was. From your perspective, what was it feeling like coming out of what was basically 24 rounds of border?
Yeah, coming into this game to start, it was just all about, who can adapt in every single round better, because as soon as we push one way, they'd put the defenses on that way, then we'd go the other way. So yeah, definitely very sweaty. I don't know, 2 hours of play maybe, but yeah, still a lot of fun.
Yeah, I actually want to ask about the mental fatigue of that. Playing 2 big games in itself can be a bit fatiguing, and I know you guys aren't unfamiliar with that. But in the Pro League scenario, 2 maps back-to-back at the same, how did that kind of feel towards the end for you guys?
Honestly, it didn't feel any different to playing 2 different maps back-to-back. It was just about making sure we reset after map 1 and then go into map 2 with a clean, fresh mind.
Yeah, and on the first map that Elevate ended up coming back to win, obviously they won 4 rounds in a row to close it out. Was there something in particular that they were pulling out that just made it tough for you guys to be able to readapt?
Say again, sorry? Ask you again.
On the first map, they won 4 rounds in a row to bring it back. Was there something in particular in those 4 rounds that just made it tough for you guys to readapt? Because we hadn't seen either of you guys really make a run.
Honestly, I mean, I know everyone sort of says this when they lose, that it's on their own team's mistakes. There are definitely some rounds where we should have closed out, like 2v1s and whatnot. So we're definitely playing those not very well. but there were still close rounds nonetheless. And I guess they had the momentum in their favor. And once we sort of couldn't pull back a round that we should have taken, then it was much harder to then get confidence for the next round.
All right, well, of course, tomorrow night you guys will be taking on Wildcard, who I guess traditionally have probably been your biggest rival in ANZ. How do you expect that one to play out?
We expect to win one map at least to hopefully secure that #1 spot. I don't know, the maths are all different now, but yeah, hopefully at least one win will do us good.
Awesome. Well, Magnet, we appreciate your time as always, and we'll see you tomorrow night. All the best.
Thanks very much.
Pretty similar vibe, I think. Yeah. Probably not the happiest we've ever seen him, but again, it was such a close match. I think pretty content with at least one win tonight.
Yeah, they didn't seem overly phased by that. And also, it's not something they were unfamiliar with, those slog fests. They've played a lot of long matches before. Best of threes on stages will help you with that. Yes, they were prepared, and they've only got one beast ahead of them, and it is Wildcard.
Yeah, I think it's actually really important to touch on the endurance that Fnatic have. They have the team with the most experience internationally in ANZ. And often in those scenarios, there are back-to-back days where you're playing hours upon hours upon hours. So despite this being almost 2 hours straight of the same map, I think that they were pretty consistent throughout.
Yeah, they really were. And even when there were a couple of rounds against them on that second map, they managed to readapt and bring it back. They got that against the grain round, and then they used that momentum to run with it. And I think that came back to a lot about their experience.
Well, Fnatic versus Elevate, it was an absolute banger. Each team winning one map, 7-5. But don't go anywhere. We have Fury versus Pittsburgh Knights on the other side of the break.
Attackers have recovered their bomb located by attackers. 10 seconds to go. Seconds left. Attackers have located. 10 seconds to go. 5 seconds to go. Attackers activating the future. Attackers bomb diffuser has been dropped. Attackers have recovered their diffuser. 10 seconds to go.
Yeah. Ay, push start, ay. Ball so hard, ay. Raise the bar, ay. Turn into a star, ay. Play my part, yeah. I aim too far. I do it big. I keep it large, okay. Live it up. This is fake, better give it up. Young, but I feel like I've seen enough. Numbers going up, better keep it up. Ain't slowing down, better live it up. About too hard, ayy. What about too hard, ayy? What about too hard, ayy? About too hard, yeah. I'm killing your favorite rapper, it's minimum effort. Yeah, your corpse getting severed. The industry dry as a desert. Do whatever it is that you think that you're doing, I'm doing it better. Straight double use, that's my letter. Don't got no snakes, only ladders, ayy. They tryna figure out what's on our plate. Infinity sideways, we already ate. Skipping this basics, skipping this classes. Stay out of trouble, now I can relate. Nevertheless, again, I'm doing great. I just finished this thing, ain't no debate. You ain't my dog, you ain't my family, and sure as hell, you're not my mate. Yeah, I take my place at the summit. I can't wait till we countin' them hundreds. I cannot lie, I ain't rich, yeah, but when I say my time coming, it's coming. And some of y'all got ahead of me, to be honest, I wasn't even running. But very soon I'ma run it. I demand it, man, I want it. Push start, ayy. Ball so hard, ayy. Raise the
the bar, ayy, turn into a star, ayy. Play my part, yeah, I aim too far. I do it big, I keep it large, okay, live it up. This is fake, better give it up. Young, but I feel like I've seen enough. Numbers going up, better keep it up. Ain't slowing down, better live it up. About too hard, ayy, what about too hard, ayy, what about too hard, ayy, about too hard, ayy. They not gon' like this, don't like surprises. I cause a crisis, man, I'm a scientist. With the music I spice things, up to my liking. Man, I want nice things, nice things. That's not an AK, it's a Uzi. I pull up and shoot it to movie. I'm chasing the bag, not a coochie. Cut ties with the fake, now it's Gucci. Word of my niggas from the 021. You count 6 shots and I count 2 guns. Some people still think I rap just for fun, but soon they look up to me just like the sun. Yeah, you can come over here. Swear it's like no career. Swear you got no idea. Soon you'll have no career. Take a good look in the mirror. They need to know that I'm here. Don't you act like it ain't clear. Yeah, push start, ayy. Ball so hard, ayy. Raise the bar, ayy. Turn into a star, ayy. Play my part, yeah. I aim too far. I do it big. I keep it large, okay. Live it up. This is fake, better give it up. Young, but I feel like I've seen enough. Numbers going up, better keep it up. Ain't slowing down, better live it up. About too hard, ayy. What about too hard, ayy? What about too hard, ayy? About too hard.
Look into your eyes, I see the colors of your soul, and I recognize every single line, every single roadblock. We are two hearts that beat in time, and the tide was looking down all night, blocking out the sun beneath. Maybe we can change our stripes and colors.
G'day ladies and gents, and welcome back to Playday number 12 here in the ANZ Pro League. I'm Guz, and joining me for the rest of the night still is Raven. Now we are coming off a very exhausting matchup, aren't we? 24 rounds straight on border between Fnatic and Elevate. Firstly, how are you holding up after that ordeal?
Definitely exhausted. That was a tiring series, and a really awesome series at that. I hope everybody enjoyed it. A really classic battle from the top end of ANZ. And as Magnet said in his interview, it was just a round-by-round adaptation from both teams, and it was just about who could adapt faster and come out on top.
Yeah, and I think the really key thing that came out of that matchup as a whole, as we saw the same map played back-to-back, because, of course, the rules were changed during the break, so it's an independent map veto for every match now, so you can still play the same map consecutively, and we did see that tonight. Border in matchup 1 and then Border in matchup 2, but despite that, as you mentioned, it made for a really interesting matchup, and hopefully if we see double maps in the future, we can see the same sort of adaptations on the fly.
Yeah, and the other thing that was interesting that Vars said is that it felt like it was just one long match for them, almost like each map was like a separate half. So I liked that, and yeah, I'm really excited for the tone that it set for the next series.
Well, the next series is Fury and Pittsburgh Knights. We have the Fury roster ready. Let's dig in and see what they will be bringing to the table tonight. Fury is an interesting team, I would say, Raven. They bring good form at times, but I wouldn't say it's the most consistent.
Yeah, I think a lot of that comes off the back of what seems to win them rounds. I would almost put them up there in a similar playstyle to TBD. So we were talking a lot about last night how Fnatic was shutting down the early aggression or mid-round aggression of players like Ippy Style. And I think that can be said the same for Fury with players like Shade, who often is able to get these flanks off. We saw that famously in the first half of the season against Wildcard. It felt like that Shade was just pulling off a flank every round. So that is just something about Fury, and if that gets shut down, they do sometimes struggle.
Well, Fury might not be in the greatest form, but their opponents arguably aren't either. They are taking on the Pittsburgh Knights, who are coming off the back of a pretty devastating loss against Team Sinister. And I think the real key from that matchup, Raven, would have to be when Sinister faked them into planting or attempting to plant on an entire wrong bomb site, and it just flowed on from there. They had a pretty disastrous night.
Definitely was not a great night for them, and that round in particular that you're talking about, I really firmly believe was the nail in the coffin in general for them. So unfortunate, but they rebound, or will have a chance to rebound tonight against Fury. And they are bringing Juicy in to play for Joey tonight. So another change to their lineup, which we talked about maybe being an issue last week. And they're going to have to deal with it again. Juicy did play earlier in the season for them, so not totally unfamiliar.
Yeah, Juicy traditionally, when I've watched him playing quite a hard support role, so I expect him to be playing on operators such as Thatcher Thermite, at least on the attack, and maybe an anchor operator on the defense. I think it's actually pretty interesting that they've switched so quickly from bringing Joey into the roster and then putting him back on the bench for Juicy. So definitely some switch ups happening in the Pittsburgh camp, and it's going to be interesting to see sort of how they go about adjusting to that on the fly, because it's not a lot of time to prepare.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't know the circumstances around that. I'm sure they must have been scrimming with Juicy coming into this week, because it's not normally something you would do last minute. Either way, it is just another disruption to them. So I'm a bit dubious about how their form might be tonight. Based on last week, I'm a little worried for them because Fury have been playing reasonably well. And I think that the Fury aggression style could capitalize that.
Well, the map veto was definitely interesting in the first and second matchups of the night. We have it ready here for the third. Let's pop it up and see where we'll be heading. And Pittsburgh will ban out Theme Park first. That is not ideal. At least we're not going to Border. Otherwise, we would have had three Border matches in a row. It will be Cafe in the end, who you mentioned earlier. Fury had really good results on against Wildcard. They were just running around like crazy, and they produced a pretty good result.
Yeah, Shade was really pulling off the flanks of his life in that match earlier in the season. And historically, Fury have been good on Cafe. In Season 10, they actually got a map victory against Fnatic on Cafe. So for Pittsburgh to take them to this, again, they might have something up their sleeve, prepared for it in a particular way. It's a risky move because Fury are good on it.
Yeah, interestingly enough, I think Fury may have banned out Coastline last, because just looking at recent form here, when Pittsburgh took on Elevate, they actually managed to beat them on Coastline. And if you are just joining us, Elevate, having some really good form recently, just took down Fnatic. So they're definitely no slouches. So I think Fury might have the edge on this veto at the moment, but I'd say it's still a little bit up in the air.
Yeah, I'd have to agree, but it's going to come down to form. Fury have been a bit 50-50, mostly playing, all right. They are in the mid-table, pushing for that 5th position. Chance to push for 4th if they manage to get 2 map wins tonight. Depends on what happens with Wildcard in that instance, but either way, I think it's going to come down to if Fury can come out strong, a struggling Pittsburgh might continue to struggle against that.
Well, we have the community poll ready. Let's have a look at what you guys think. Who do you reckon is going to win tonight? Fury or Pittsburgh? And it's going to be Fury, just edging out the newest, or one of the newest teams in Pro League this season. And I'd probably have to agree that's pretty close to what I'm thinking heading into this one, Raven.
Yeah, it's a tough one to call, and we're leaning towards Fury, so I think that accurately represents it. The draw is definitely a factor that could come into it. Might be another tight contest from these two teams, just like we saw out of the first 2 maps. So hard to call.
Well, of course, we are heading to Cafe. It's been a little bit since we've had a Cafe match. Maybe give the viewers at home a bit of a refresher on some of the key things we should be looking out for on this map.
On Cafe, it's quite defender-sided. That's a really big standpoint. So whoever gets to start on defense a lot of people say they have a really strong advantage because if you get all those defense rounds, let's say you have the first half 5-1, sure, the other team then gets defense, but you have to take mentality into account. So that's one big factor to look out for.
Well, let's jump into it and find out the ban phase is beginning here between Fury and Pittsburgh Knights on Cafe Dostoyevsky. Probably completely butchered the second half of that map name. Did I said it okay, I think. I don't know. I normally just say Cafe.
I don't know either. I've never ever said the second part of that, so
give it a crack, Raven. Come on. I'll throw you under the bus here. Have a crack.
Dostoyevsky.
I'll take that as it. We'll have to ask Cthulhu. Maybe he might be better equipped in roasting us because we probably got that wrong. Either way, they're looking at the bans. Thatcher and Habana off the board. And as you said earlier, Cafe is defender sided, and I'm tipping that's only going to tilt it further in the defender's favor.
Yeah, strong bans. Not having the Habana on the board can be a little tricky because it means for hard breach, you have to get up close and personal with the walls, which then allows the defense to counter that a bit easier because you can hold particular angles knowing that, hey, a thermite has to be here to open this wall. So angles, C4s, lots of ways to counter it. It's going to make hard breaching a little tricky on Cafe.
The first site will be the third floor. We have in recent times seen teams be a little bit more creative, if you would, or a little bit more willing to experiment other sites first up. But it does appear as if Fury are quite comfortable in playing this third floor objective.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
I'm really interested to see how this one's going to play out. I'm still thinking in the back of my mind that Fury first wildcard game where we saw Fury just so dominant, so aggressive on these defenses. And one worrying thing to note for the Knights is they haven't brought a dedicated flank watch.
No Nomad or Gridlock. So they're going to have to be very careful with their drones and who's on them and who's watching. That will be the hole that Fury are going to be happy to poke. Shade was on the pulse in that match against Wildcard. Not taking up the role this time, actually playing the Jaeger, but good operator to flank with regardless.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
The Knights, of course, heading into this matchup. They've only won one of their last 4 maps, that being Coastline against Elevate. But more importantly, there's 2 losses against Sinister in their most recent Playday on Clubhouse and Villa. Neither of them were particularly great for them, to put it lightly. Definitely not playing as well as we have seen this team. It is important to note that the Knights were formerly under the Homeless banner. This is their first season in the Pro League, so expectations can't be too high. But I think with the potential that they possess, we would definitely expect them to bring some better results to the table and try and fight for that mid-table.
Yeah, and they had some great performances earlier. They had a really strong map win against TBD. That was 7-1 on border, in fact. And I think that really raised the bar for them, and they haven't been able to rise back to that occasion. I think that's going to be putting a bit of pressure. See what they can do here. They have cleared Shade out of that piano, so that's really important that they can now take that map control. Given the time that took, quite comfortable for them, and they can start working on the wall with the thermite if they wish to. Fury have actually reinforced the wall next to it into freezer, so that will allow them to do it a little bit more comfortably.
We did see Shade there briefly, the outline of him downstairs, and definitely one to keep an eye on. Hitting so many flanks against Wildcard earlier in the season as Stigs does get the opening kill, but again, they don't have that dedicated flank watch. They need to be mindful of that as Sushi evens out the man count. The refrag will eventually come out from Hayward, as the round will once again enter a little bit of a slow stage here.
That wall is finally starting to come open from Strider. Some nice pre-firing down. Ooh, Shade coming up the white stairs, takes off the head of Juicy, which means it is a 3 versus 3 coming into the final minute, but that was a really important step from Strider to open that wall in freezer. It means that that rotate is going to be harder to use.
You can see Knights here approaching the side and experiencing many of the difficulties that attackers do in filtering on towards this site. Fury quite happy and just sitting back here over towards the cocktail lounge, holding these angles. Golden on the Echo will bring in another Yokai drone to help deny the plant, but it gets taken out and Strider should be able to stick at this C4. That could be big, and it will drop that bomb just in time, and now it's a 3-on-2. They need to try and find these kills, Knights, and they will get aggressive, leaving it up to Stigs now, and it is basically a 1-on-1 as Rock is dropped. Golden on that Echo, trying to play passive. There's only 5 seconds left on the board. If he can stay alive here, he will win the round for his team. Stigs knows exactly where he is, but Golden can now retreat behind that reinforced. Whoa, the shot's coming out late there. I think the 3 armor there on the Echo helped out Golden massively there. Stigs unable to get that round. And another close one to end it out. This has been a night of very close rounds and close matches.
You know, the other thing that I think was a bit of an oversight by Stigs, the fact he wasn't able to confirm Rock, he crawled all the way towards White Stairs and was getting some good intel through the rotate and freezer, which was crucial for Golden's positioning in the end. That small little thing could have changed the round for Stigs, just a couple of seconds advantage over Golden. Either Fury get that first round, moving through Fireplace, and that would not put a whole lot of pressure on Knights, given, as we were talking about, the defense is expected to win the majority of rounds in their half. So you can start to like write that off and just be like, okay, next one, guys, let's try again the next round.
Fury are electing to go to reading for their second defense. Of course, third floor will be locked out, as it always is in the competitive settings. Pretty stock standard lineup here. We are going to see Vigil out once again tonight. We saw both Fnatic and Elevate earlier tonight using that operator, which we both commented on not being used extensively in competitive, but I think Fury, if there's one team in ANZ that is going to use and abuse Vigil, it's probably Fury with their loose playstyle.
I agree. It's going to make them harder to hunt down, harder to keep a track of. Even on flank, you'll see the static, but you don't know precision or exacts. It's really hard to pinpoint. Sometimes you can use like multiple drones and you can kind of triangulate his position, if you want to call it that. But that's still not easy to do. Rock will play slippery around mining at this stage, and Knights are going to have to be careful.
Dino's getting quite aggressive here already. Juicy. He gets dropped there by that Vigil. Oh, Dino almost gets one defender as he crosses his line of sight. Either way, though, Knights are now at that man disadvantage. And on a map like Cafe, that just only compounds how difficult it can be to attack.
Definitely, and without the Kappa Tower, pretty helpful utility, especially for trying to get a plant down using the asphyxiation bolts to area deny, so that Fury wouldn't be in a place to deny. That's going to be really critical that they can't use that. So that early pressure from Fury is going to make it a bit harder for Knights. And speaking of early pressure, Warden completely undroned in the cupboard there. Will catch Dino. Fury looking good in the first half of this round.
Shade almost gets dropped there by Stigs, who is aggressing over towards Pixel. Shade does get away with his life though. Hayward tries to hunt him down, but he's already long gone, and that really is a trademark of Fury. Continuing to reposition and make their play unpredictable, hard to read into. Knights are establishing some decent control above here, but with that man disadvantage, trying to convert that on towards site will be such a challenge.
Absolutely, and on top of that, they still have to be careful with these drones and getting them in positions that are going to help them actually secure plants without getting flanked. We've got a minute now. They've finally got some control of top floor. Not a whole lot happening with it in terms of verticality. Strider finally gets one back as well, so that means that they are in a bit of a better position. I have to try and find a couple more as Shade is looming on the White Stairs.
Knights just really trying to conserve their manpower at the moment. Kind of build into that last sort of 30 seconds of the round where they can try and get that execute. Stig's continuing to use that skeleton key buff to maybe try and find an extra pick, but it's all little too late. Too little, too late rather, as I muddle my words. But Knights, they have a pretty clear direction here. They open up that northern wall in towards site. Definitely a big sound cue for Fury though, but they line up here for Strider. He gets the first, evens out that man count though, but critically there's only 10 seconds left and they're forced to progress in towards the site. Strider is dropped by Warden, leaving Hayward and Stiggs now to try and get this round back. That's a great kill from Hayward, and now he can execute the plant. Stiggs though is the only player to cover. He's being lit up from behind. The flank from Fury, the flank from Shade more specifically, will be absolutely massive. And classic Shade flanking on Cafe. It's still giving me flashbacks to that wildcard game where he did it time and time again, and it looks like this round will be no exception.
Definitely, Guz. Two lines that have been said a lot this season: the flank from Fury, the flank from Shade. Winning the round, denying plants, all of it has happened many a time before. Continuing to work out well for them. That round looking very strong for Fury. They got some nice opening kills based on some interesting positioning from Rock and Warden. They closed it out quite strongly. Looking good so far in Cafe, but we are only 2 rounds into their defense half. Like I was saying, not necessarily against the grain or anything unusual there.
Yeah, for sure. If Knights can even only get 1 or 2 attacks, it won't be the end of their chances of securing 3 points here. Fury are now forced onto that 3rd bomb site because of how the rotations work in the rule set. So this is, in theory, their least comfortable site, or 2nd least comfortable if you want to consider that 4th site, which is Kitchen. Fury electing not to go there. What they are electing to do, though, is have a heavy presence above, a lot of reinforcements going out, so
10 seconds remaining.
maybe trying to deny some of that vertical control that Knights has been looking to establish.
For sure, and that's definitely critical for this bomb site in particular, because you have the mining bomb site. You need to maintain vertical control. If your opponents take that too early, they can really renovate that floor, push you out of positions, and they can get a pretty comfortable plant in mining. There is the lower verticality that the defense can use. That's something the attackers will have to be wary of. But either way, you want that up floor control, top floor control. What am I saying? Up floor. It's great English.
I forgive you, Raven. It's been a long night already. We had 24 rounds of border. Very tiring matchup indeed. But hey, we're going to bring as much energy as we possibly can, as Dino will get the first pick there onto Warden. That's Mozzie taken off the board. Interestingly though, Shade at the bottom of screen there, playing in towards the Christmas tree, as I like to call it. In a strong position to throw the Knights off guard here if it hasn't been droned out. The Meat Mozzie combo posing some issues here for Knights, as I can hear one just on the other side of this door, and it would probably be wise to try and clear it out as they gather some intel here on the top floor.
I wonder what exactly Warden was doing. Maybe just caught rotating under that hatch, or maybe he was trying to go for an aggressive C4. Just felt like his death could have been a bit more preventable. Shade getting a beautiful shot through the doorway onto Dino. It's going to slow down the push from Knights and also slow down that control they can get off Piano. And Shade proving to be quite the slippery character on Fury and putting them in a good position here as half the round has ticked away.
Dino pays the price, but does allow for the Knights to begin this push above. Shade has repositioned himself once again. The drone comes out. The shots don't quite follow though. And he will survive 100 HP. More drones being expended here onto Shade, and he says, see you later, drops down the hatch, and now Knights will have full above control. Actually, no, Shade's coming up right now. Juicy could be in a gunfight, but Shade will go. I can't even follow what Shade's doing, and we have the privilege of seeing the outlines and the overhead. Imagine what Knights are feeling at the moment.
Yeah, not too fun to keep track of. Knights do have some good vertical pressure now, and 40 seconds gives them a bit of time to get something going. Just depends how Fury will set themselves up to deny or retake site. Still haven't quite got a good read on where Knights want to plant either. This is a great spot from Sushi. If this is not droned out, you could get 1, potentially 2. They seem potentially aware though on the hatch. That is droned out. Nice drop from Juicy. Getting a double actually. Giving a great spot for Knights to take the round.
Rock, he gets one back. Definitely not unwinnable for him, as there's not a lot of time left on the clock. Strider is going for that plan, and it should be stuck. And once it is, Rock is left in a very difficult position. You could say he's stuck between a rock and a hard place. It's a 1-on-3. Not much he can really do here if Knights play this smart, but he hits that shot into Stigs. Not a bad way to open it up here, and maybe it is now winnable. Knights have defaulted outside as Rock uses the last of his impact grenades. Tries to pre-fire that angle, doesn't hit it. As he progresses closer and closer towards the site, but the Knights will shut him down and take the third round.
Really good post-plant positions and played very patiently by Knights at that. So it was always going to be tough for him to clutch. They get one back. Very important round just to stay in touch with Fury. And as you alluded to, that was potentially their weaker bomb site on Cafe. So they get a chance now to go back up to the third floor, which they did hold pretty well. Did come down to a 1v1 though.
Now that we've gone through what appears to be each of Fury's bomb site picks, it definitely feels like we could end the half with Knights winning 2 rounds, which for Cafe would definitely be a solid result. I definitely think that
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
Fury are looking pretty good though. I don't think they've really brought out any sort of special sauce yet, is the best way to describe it, that we have seen from them previously, that really extreme unpredictability. I think it's just been enough to throw the Knights off on occasion, but in that previous round, Pittsburgh were able to sort of come back from those difficult scenarios and those difficult situations.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Yeah, I think Fury just need to, tread the line of caution there, not to overextend and play a little aggressive and play into the hands of Knights. I think they've tread that line pretty well. Getting some good flanks, playing some nice early aggression and some strange spots that Knights are just not dealing with. And that has managed to win them 2 rounds so far.
Looks like Warden is playing the Mozzie off site. Definitely not unfamiliar territory for him. Or for any of the members of Fury, really. Okay, Shade. Oh, no.
Oh.
Where was that from? Was that from the window above?
Top piano.
That is probably the most classic ranked spawn peak on this map, and Shade has just pulled it off in a comp map. That's got to be a little bit frustrating for Haywood.
Yeah, that's a good point, is it's not just about the fact that they're down a man advantage. It just feels so annoying and so frustrating to lose to stuff like that. And now Knights are going to have to come back from that disadvantage. There's another player in aggressive position here, which is Rock. He was droned out, or at least spotted in some capacity. Gets out of there alive, and he's going to try and get a C4 onto the window, not actually hitting it onto Juicy. But either way, Fury is just playing this really frustrating poke and prod style that can frustrate their opponents.
Well, unfortunately for Fury, Rock has finally been taken out. It took 3 members of Knights, but the job has been done. They now have just over half of the round to get in towards Piano and try and mount their attack. Shade, interestingly enough, is all the way down in Kitchen. Definitely an interesting time to be making a meal. A little bit late in the night. Maybe he's feeling a little bit hungry, but he will make his way up those brown stairs, and he's now underneath the objective. Just over a minute to go, Raven, and Knights in a decent position to mount this execute.
Yeah, they've still got a bit of time, and they can try and open that freezer wall. Strata's still on the roof with diffusers, peeking some angles. Most importantly, they will need to keep tabs on Shade and his position. Could get a nice flank. Could even get a pick through the hatch if Dino isn't careful. Even Juicy here. That is, in fact, what happens. Shade will down him, not able to finish it off. Just going to rotate away. And that will really slow down Knights as they're worried about where Shade is and if they can even get the revive.
Shade making his way up right now, could find himself even more kills as Juicy is still down. The shotgun there from Sushi doesn't prove to be enough, and Knights actually getting quite aggressive on towards site. Shade missing those shots as well, and the explosivity from Pittsburgh Knights here is definitely proving to be king. Golden left in a 1-on-3. Definitely not unwinnable, but a difficult position. Drops the hatch. And now jumps on his Yokai drone, but that diffuser will be stuck by Juicy. The denial is a little bit too late, and he will now have to try and retake the site. He makes his way up White, gets the first onto Strider. And it's up to Knights now to try and reposition. I think a player might be trying to get onto the roof. And once that happens, this round will basically be unwinnable for Golden. That player can sit on the skylight, wait a couple seconds once he hears that cue on the counter diffuser, and then peep his head over. Stigs, he's closer to that bomb, in a position to try and get that frag. The flank from Golden's massive, and he gets his triple, but as I mentioned, that player on the skylight will probably get this kill as the counter diffuse will come out. It is actually Stigs on the roof. My apologies. He gets that kill nonetheless, and the Knights will take the 4th round with what was a pretty dire push in the end, but that straight out aggression definitely worked wonders.
Yeah, a good attempt from Golden to bring it back to the 1v1 at least. Just didn't quite have enough time to be able to play a bit of a bait game with Stigs. Was some good aggression from Knights in the end to get them to that spot. So equaling it out 2-2 is a good position for them. They've got 2 rounds now. Fury are going to be quite frustrated, I'd say, if they aren't able to get at least the next round. But both of them is what they're going to be aiming for.
Reading and Fireplace will be the selection for Fury in round number 5. Still yet to go below in this matchup. I accidentally, when I said that, just put kitchen into my tracker. It isn't kitchen, it is second floor. And we have seen Fury attempt this site so far. They were successful in the second round, and I'll definitely be looking to replicate it here and reclaim that lead.
Yeah, and this was their most successful round. The other round that they won, which was top floor, was a 1v1 that was won by Golden as well. So apparently it's just his destiny to be clutching on Cocktail. But the last time they played this was really good. They got a nice flank from Shade, a double to close it out. They had, I think it was 3 players alive at the end. Interesting to see how Knights will try and adapt to that.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse
Once again, we're going to see another roamer for Fury, this time Rock on the Vigil. Currently going 5 and 3. It's a pretty solid start for him. Alongside Shade, they share the top kills for Fury at the moment.
bomb located by attackers.
But the Knights are slowly wriggling their way into this game, and Fury can't be too reliant on 2 sole members. Sushi could be prepping that C4 through the hatch, and he hits it. Devastating for Juicy, and Knights will lose that man count early once again.
Feels like there's definitely been a lot of rounds, you know, first 30, 40 seconds that Fury are getting this opening pick, and somehow Knights are still really staying in touch. It's up to Fury to capitalize on that, and if they can't, then that's going to be a big mind game thing for Knights, you know, being behind that player disadvantage and still closing out a round. That's a massive mentality boost.
Knights now trying to even out that man count, give themselves every opportunity for the execute. They are currently attempting to gain that top floor control. Shade once again finds himself on white stairs, Sushi alongside as well, but Stigs will finally get that man count rather. Warden gets the C4 kill as well. It is effectively a 4-on-2. Dino was down in that engagement. Strider and Hayward try and get him back, but they just can't, and Sushi drops Hayward. That leaves Strider now in a 1 versus 4 on the Thermite. He's over towards Bar at the moment. He tries to crouch walk his way up, make his position a little bit more unpredictable. He's going to be forced to go all the way over to this rotate. Elects to drop instead. He has a minute to work with. I think it's going to take a couple more kills before we get a bit excited and claim that it might be winnable, because these positions from Fury are strong. That one from Shade wasn't strong enough. Strider managing to shut that down. That barbed wire, they will give a big sound cue here to Fury. They should know exactly where he is pushing from. There is a player prone inside of B, ready to hit that shot. But Strider manages to win that gunfight, and he still has a significant amount of HP. Warden and Sushi now sweating it a little bit on site. Does look like they have gone above to try and protect these bombs. Strider given the freedom to get in towards the A bomb site. There is a player very close to his right. He's going to attempt the plant. The second this sound cue comes out, surely they peek it. He fakes it out once and the flash goes out. He couldn't net the kill, but the player has run down white. Both players in that position currently. Strider goes prone and makes his way into sight and could well hit the plant here. It is a 7-second timer. Keep an eye on Fury as they try and deny it. Can they get him in time? No, they won't, and the plant goes down. The kill will come out eventually, though. Fury will take the round. It always looked like it was going to be theirs until 2 members dropped. But Fury able to get the round in the end.
That was a really good attempt from Strider. He hit some great shots to get that down to the 1v2 and played it really well. Like that the bait came out in dining and he rotated across for the plant. It actually gave him the opportunity to stick the plant and try and recover, but not to be. Fury will edge back in front now, up 3-2 for the final defense round of their half. They're going to go back to the 3rd floor, guys, which they haven't actually had that much success. That first round, they only won it in a 1v1 clutch.
Strider definitely with a great attempt here. 2 clean shots to try and give his team a chance, but unfortunately too little too late. And something to, I think, really commend Fury on is their ability to get that early pick and get that man advantage and then converting it. We've seen it now. At least they're getting that early pick a couple of times. That most recent one, the C4 through the hatch, and unfortunately for Juicy, once you're committed to that animation of getting onto the roof, all you can do is just see that C4 land at your feet, and it's good night for you.
Yeah, it's a bit doom and gloom at that stage, and something that's got to be a bit frustrating for Knights is that many of these rounds they are losing that person really early, and I don't know whether they feel like they're thoroughly looking for it or not, but either way, it's not great to feel or not great position to be in. They have to really take it to Fury early rounds, because if they can hold that man advantage or hold equal numbers at least, they'll have a much better chance of securing the round.
I think one thing interesting to note as well is Strider currently top fragging for the Knights despite being placed on that thermite. Of course, that final round gave him a nice little stat boost. But either way, a support player fragging out, always an interesting thing to see. Whether or not that's a reflection of Strider having a really good map, or maybe the rest of his team struggling a little bit in the fragging department. It's always a little bit challenging to tell, but good performance from him thus far, and it's really up to Fury to try and shut him down.
Oh, Knights have survived the opening 30-40 seconds, at least this time. Positive for their final chance to attack. Made it to the roof safely, and they're going to start droning out to see what map control they can get. Shade lurking again on that 2nd floor. Going to be the real threat. If they can't keep track of him and can't successfully watch their flanks, could be what opens the round. Actually, he has been downed. Nicely done. Can they confirm, though, without any cost?
They will, as Hayward will finally clean him up, so Shade will not have any further impact on this round. The Knights can breathe a small sigh of relief, but the job is well and truly not done. A lot of progress needs to be made if they want to try and take this round. They have half the round to do it, minute 30 on the board. But it's this stage of the cafe attack above that is just so challenging, and that won't help. Stiggs has been taken off the board, and that evens out that man count.
Yeah, Stiggs really just running into pre-fire there. A bit unfortunate on the timing. Important operator and relatively strong player for Knights that now can't act anything onto the rounds. Down to the final minute. These smoke babes coming out from Sushi. He has one left in the pocket, trying to deter them pushing forward as Strider will open that freezer wall. Very important phase. Start to set up for some kind of executors. They have cleaned out freezer. Ward in a very strange position here on White Hallway.
Very strange. Could be a little bit unpredictable for Knights, but being prone makes that flick to the head a little bit easier potentially. Either way, the Knights are setting up to push in through the freezer. They know that Sushi's inside bathroom, but they can't quite clear him. They eventually do, leaving it at a 3-on-3 as the trades come out. Warden still finds himself on the floor. Has to be mindful of his back. That wall has been open. He gets lit up as he tries to rotate. Can they finish him off? No, they can eventually. Dino does hit that flick, and it's a 2-on-2. Dino and Strider will now need to spearhead the site. Strider gets one. He's been going off on this map so far, leaving up to Golden on the Valkyrie. Do they know where this player is positioned? Golden has a C4 for denial, but he uses the MPX to get one, as Strider now will be forced to stick the plant. The rotate below from Golden, it's a little bit too late. Will that C4 net him the kill? No, Strider just manages to get away. Both players on a lot of HP here. It's going to come down to who can hit that headshot. Golden makes his way up white. The pings are there for him. They know exactly where he is. There must be some intel here for Fury. But either way, Strider will get the kill. Absolutely massive first half for him. And a pretty big first half for the Knights as well. Wow, what a shot. That was nuts. That was nuts. And he was being pinged. Well played to him, and the Knights will go even into the half.
That was a bit of a good night, I've got to say. That final shot was nuts from Strider. And he is having a really good game so far. And the fact that Pittsburgh Knights were able to take a 3-3 half, I think is quite strong for them. If I were Fury, I'd be a little bit worried coming into the next half, but of course you try not to let that affect you. I am curious now how Fury will take their attacks, whether they're going to try and do it quite traditionally, or whether they might bring out something. And speaking of, Akali is that potentially that's something, Guz.
We have seen Fnatic, namely Tex, give Kali a try. That was last night against TBD. But that was really in response to Mangoes, I believe it was, playing a heavy Clash, so it was a direct counter to that. Pittsburgh Knights on this occasion haven't brought Clash to the table, so definitely an interesting decision from Warden. Maybe in response to the Thatcher ban, we know that Kali's gadget does a similar-ish role to those EMP grenades in clearing some of that utility, and maybe they figure that is the way to approach the site.
10 seconds to go.
Yeah, it could be their way to deal with any wall denial that the defense is bringing. That would be in the form of a mute jammer that Juicy has. Whether they've used that on the walls is the other thing. Either way, I'm excited to see how it's implemented. We saw one way, which was quite cool from Fnatic last night. So what will be Fury's method of using Kali?
I definitely think from the Knights' perspective, though, a 3-all half, considering the start they had, definitely quite strong. This C4 could be very strong. Doesn't quite net a kill, though. So that's one less C4 on the side of the Knights. But harping back to what I was saying, I think a 3-all draw for them on Cafe, definitely pretty solid, considering they lost those first 2 rounds. I think on such a defender-sided map, they'd have to be pretty happy with how that played out.
Yeah, it was looking tough for them at the start, but they adapted well, and they really brought it back and took it to Fury on the back of some massive plays from Strider. I really got to say, he was probably the MVP for that half. The Knights really kept them in it. Well played by him. Fury being pretty efficient. A minute ticked off, and they're putting a lot of pressure on Piano. If they can get in here with the next 30 seconds to start working on the wall, that's going to be putting a lot of pressure on the Knights.
Fury beginning to establish control inside of Piano.
Bomb located by attacker.
There is a defender below Rock currently, near pillars. They'll have to be mindful of that flank. There are some drones placed below. I think it may have been Hayward that is roaming, so they need to be mindful of that. Fury, similarly to the Knights, don't have a dedicated flank watch operator, so they will have to be careful in holding those flanks.
Shade has pushed very aggressively into Bathroom. Knights, potentially unaware, could catch the person on White Stairs off guard as they rotate back up. See whether that does net them a kill or not. This is a nice angle from Strider here through the breach, just made long and deep into Piano, which could catch Fury off guard also. Given we're into the final minute, and I have to start to see a little bit more from Fury to flush out these positions. There we go, Rock does take the front foot there. Helps them out.
Yeah, well, that was Hayward on that flank, so now Fury should be able to spearhead the site. Warden with a really long angle on that Kali, completely shutting down Juicy. Stigs did get one back in the meantime, so there's just over 30 seconds now for Fury to try and capitalize on this man advantage. But on this site, such a slim advantage doesn't really count for much. They probably need to find one more if they want a better chance of securing this round. Keep an eye on Rock. He has the diffuser in hand. He will have to attempt this plan and will do so as Golden goes in to assist, leaving it up to Strider and Stiggs to try and deny this plant. Golden getting ultra aggressive in this gunfight. Can't quite find the kills as the frags are coming out now. Stiggs now left in a 1-on-3. We've seen him almost clutch out similar situations before. Can he get the second kill here? He does. That's massive with the super shorty. And the time is now going down. The Knights win the round, protecting the bombs. That was a very hectic end to that round. Stiggs absolutely massive. They're getting that down in the dying seconds. And somehow they will win that round.
Oh man, I thought Fury had that in the bag for a second there, but no, massive from Stiggs to close it out. Maybe some misjudgment or error from Fury. Either way, Knights are now edging in front, 4-3 ahead. I believe it's the first time they have had the lead in the map now. Fury just fading away, it feels like, guys. Knights really rising to the occasion and just having the impact when it matters.
Definitely an awkward finish to that round is probably the best way to describe it. Don't know how Stiggs managed to get that final down with the super shorty. Just had a slither of health in the end. And that's what these matches can really come down to in the Pro League. Such small margins can make such a difference. A couple of HP of health is the difference between a round win or a round loss. And on that occasion, it is in favor of the Knights, who for the first time tonight will have the lead after being 2-0 down at the start. Definitely been a great comeback story for them so far, but the question is, can they maintain this momentum?
10 seconds left before insertion.
That is the question. We'll get to see a different bomb site out of them, and of course that was only their first defense. Similar pathing to Fury in terms of the bomb site selection. They are going to the reading and dining bomb site. Pretty common second pick. What we might see different here is Knights might play kitchen later on. Wait and see. We're seeing a bit of Valkyrie now. Of course, we didn't see that in the first series because she was banned on those maps. So we're seeing a lot of intel collection through this operator.
Fury not electing to bring the Kali on this occasion. In the last round, we did see a really long angle, sort of towards the top of red in the cigar shop, being held all the way down into freezer. Seemed to have a pretty effective effect on... It seemed to be pretty effective in shutting down that freezer angle, but Fury electing not to bring her this round.
Yeah, it didn't have a massive impact on the round, so I would say given the utility that they were losing for that, probably not quite worth it. Daedrin being very patient on that flank watch or run out watch there. He's going to finally start to take Piano, and this is, again, pretty swift from Fury. Got this control in Piano nice and early. We'll have to be careful of C4s below. A couple of operators that will have C4s in the pocket, mainly the Mute, Valkyrie, and Mozzie. They brought them all. There goes one, in fact, not hitting the mark, though. In fact, not even taking an ounce of HP. So that's a bit of a loss for Knights. Fury will have to progress across, and they secure Cocktail and do some vertical control. It's going to be a lot of pressure onto the defense.
Both Strider and Warden have taken significant amounts of damage. Strider maybe 2-shot, Warden definitely 1-shot at the moment, so keep that in mind late round. The drone utility as well for Fury not looking overly healthy, so they need to be careful in trying to gain this intel. They only have a minute to do so, need to do it quite quickly.
That they will, and there are positions that they seem very unsure of. One was, of course, Strider, who actually now has picked off Rock, giving the man advantage to Knights in this late round. Stiggs on the flank here, potentially unnoticed as well. He's going to play patient in coat check. Just going to time it right up to red stairs. Could really open the round out if Fury are not careful.
Fury definitely looking a little bit uncertain as to what their next move should be, and Hayward makes it even more difficult getting a kill there onto the Thermite. The trades are now coming out, leaving it in a 3-on-3. It is effectively a 3-on-2 though in favor of the Knights, as Golden is downed. Warden as well on super low HP does get him up eventually, and they can now mount an attack from pillars. Question is, how much vertical control do the Knights have? That has turned into horizontal though. The flank coming out from Stiggs will surely shut down this round. He gets one, almost gets the second. It actually is a down in the end. Warden is left to just sit and wait for him to be picked off, and the Knights will win yet another round.
Right, another round in the book for the Knights. Looking pretty good for them now as they edge towards 5-3. Which means they're one round away from securing that all-important, at least 1 point, securing the draw. Could call it securing the not loss, which is great. And that's going to put a lot of scoreboard pressure on Fury. Considering Fury's attacking, there's already a lot of pressure on Cafe. And they seem to be really struggling with Knights, particularly on that round. Knights were just all around them, and Fury lacked that intel. Constantly was surprised.
Talking about surprises, this will be the first time Kitchen is going to be played tonight.
Attackers
We
need
didn't
to
see
locate
Fury
and
attempt it at
defuse
all
bomb.
in their defensive half, and this will be the first time that the Pittsburgh Knights will give it a crack. So let's see what sort of setup they decide to go
Bomb
for. It looks
located
like
by attackers.
Castle will play an integral role to this setup. A very similar setup to what I use in my ranked journeys. So that may be a bad omen. Who knows? We'll see what Strider decides to do.
Picking the Valkyrie for that intel collection, I like it. Flexing around operators, it was Juicy playing... Sorry, Sticks was playing the Mozzie last time. Now Juicy's playing the
10
Mozzie.
seconds left.
So it's good that you can flex onto these other operators, that you can
5
have more
seconds
flexible
left before
lineups.
insertion.
I'm curious how they will hold this. They have got the classic setup in Bakery there with the castle and reinforcement on the bus stop side.
Oh my
Rhino
god.
might play that Bakery stand.
Oh!
No way.
Oh, I thought he almost was going to do some damage there. Just misses it. Last time I checked, that is still wall bangable. Fun fact for anyone out there that may not be aware, you can pre-fire that angle. Dino attempted it, but unfortunately couldn't net himself a kill or do any damage in the process. So a little bit of ammo gone to waste, but no harm done.
There's not many occasions either where you turn around and realize that you've run out of ammo. I think most people in Siege aren't pre-firing that much at least, or aren't in that many engagements where they're whiffing. So probably worth the attempt, especially considering the mentality hit that would have had on Fury.
More pre-fires coming out there. Rock on that occasion. Almost looked like he was going to collect the player, but he is safe behind that reinforced wall. That pre-fire was pretty dangerous there from the Knights, but Warden
A bomb has
only
been
takes a
located.
little bit of damage. Again, there's just a sense of uncertainty at the moment, I feel, from Fury.
Definitely taking quite the time to flush these positions out. Oh, Juicy maybe getting a little aggressive though, a little too excited to peek and pre-fire. Has been down now, so that's going to give a chance for Fury to push through, but actually, he's got a teammate rotating to pick him up, and Fury still haven't capitalized on the chance to take Bakery. Shade will finally finish off Juicy though, which means it's a 4 versus 5, a bit over a minute to go. Fury getting some vertical control.
Vertical control they have. Site being opened up from Bakery as well, and the Knights need to be aware of this as they drop another member this round, beginning to slip away. They need to hold out for 1 full minute. That's going to be so challenging. Rock gets 1. Stiggs finally gets Knights first of the round, but it could be too little too late. Rock's already found his way into site, gets 1 more, leaving it up to Stiggs. He'll need to hit the ace to win this round for his team. He gets 1 there onto Shade and has the vertical control, but it's a little too late. Fury are able to push back outside, sit back outside, and there's not much that Stiggs can do. He makes his way down red, checks for maybe a little bit more intel. C4 coming out to open up that castle barricade, but it doesn't really matter. Golden's inside of coat check will shut him down, and Fury will finally win an attack.
Pretty strongly as well. I was a bit worried about how stalled out they were actually getting at the first half of that round, but they managed to bring it back. Once they had that vertical control, they acted swiftly, got their picks, took onto site, and it was no looking back at that stage. Stiggs did not have much of a chance. Good post-plant positions. Guys, we're looking like another close battle here between 2 ANZ teams.
So far we've had 9 plus 24. We've had 33 rounds so far tonight, so it's definitely been an onslaught. I can't remember how many rounds we had. I think we've probably already had more rounds tonight than we did last night, where we had the 2 flawless games. So definitely been pretty grueling, but a close match is always a good match, and Fury definitely bringing this one back at the moment. I was definitely getting the impression that at least the draw or the win was not going to be on the cards for Fury, but after a pretty decent attack there, I definitely feel like they can carry that momentum across to the final rounds here.
Yeah, they could. They're only 1 round behind, and that attack looked quite clean. So whether that just came down to some errors from the Knights or just Fury finally settling into some attacks, we'll see what they can replicate on this bomb site. But Knights played quite strongly previously here, and in general, been playing pretty well on their defenses. So Fury will have to be very consistent, especially, of course, if they want to secure win points, because they have to be perfect from this point on if they want anything besides a loss.
Of course, Fury heading into tonight 5th in the standings, really bridging that gap from the top half to the bottom half, but still in a position to fight for the top 4. If they do claim 2 wins tonight, that'll put them very, very close, if not even, to Wildcard Gaming, who are currently on 19 points. Fury on 13 heading into tonight. But in order to do that, they can't drop another round here, because if they do, the maximum they can get is the single point for this map.
Being careful again is Fury, taking their time to get this piano control. Knights playing very passive this time. Hayward's the only one really off-site to try and make a poke here on the white stairs. Everyone else playing pretty comfortably. Strider using those Maestro Evil Eyes to deny the drone economy of Fury. Looked previously effective. Whether it happens again, we will see. Using an exothermic charge to breach into piano, will be able to take this control pretty comfortably. There's a shield over at Pixel that they'll have to deal with, though, otherwise it will constantly be an unknown for them.
Stiggs as well on the Mozzie, currently on 11 kills, so keep an eye on him this round. Likely to be playing quite aggressive. Hayward with an interesting setup here at the top of white, using 2 Goyo shields. One has just been destroyed though, so now his coverage is a little bit more limited. But it's tough to say he's in a powerful position. Strider though, he gets dropped by Warden in this round, definitely opening up now for Fury.
That's a big pick, because Strider's been in fantastic form in this match, and on the Maestro as well. Really important late round operator. Now Evil Eye's not able to be operated. Strong Gunner not able to play that late round. As another wall to be breached here will be the one in towards the trash bags, which is a common plant there. Rock finds another onto Stiggs. That's the other strong player for Knights from the match off the board. So Fury really setting themselves up to win this round. They have 38 seconds to get something happening.
Those early picks could prove costly for the Knights, but Hayward is not going down without a fight, collecting his first kill of this round. The drones coming out from Fury as they try and establish where these final remaining players are sitting. Strong presence over towards Freezer. They have a shield as well to assist in that hold. Fury need to try and clear that out. Rocker, he gets aggressive. The Shade drops the Skylight as well, and it's full aggression here for Fury. Juicy and Hayward need to try and deny it, but it's going to be so challenging as Juicy will be dropped. Sushi as well, and now Hayward is left in a 1-on-3. The Shade is going for the plant. Potential denial here for Hayward if he can make it there in time. He secures his triple, rushes in to try and get one more, but he can't do that. Fury will kill him, take him off the board, and secure the round.
I feel like that was definitely a situation of, do you take the road that goes left or right? And if he'd gone right, I'm confident he was just going to deny plant and win the round for Knights. Decided to go Freezer in the end, and it meant that Fury closed the round out. It's 5-5, guys, which means we are going to go the full length for this match, and it means that whoever wins this next round denies the other from getting a victory at least. Could still get the draw.
Well, we've established what's on the line for Fury. If we have a look at the Pittsburgh Knights, they are currently second last in the standings with 7 points, placing them 3 points ahead of Kanga Esports. So they are definitely trying to battle their way out of the bottom 2. Currently 6 points behind Team Sinister, who they lost to in their last Playday. They can win both maps tonight. They'll put them even on points, however they will be losing in that head-to-head. Critically though, they will win the head-to-head against Fury, who are also on 13 points. So the Knights definitely with a lot to play for tonight as they try and buck the trend of the two most recent
10
teams
seconds left.
this season in Pro League from finishing in bottom 2.
5 seconds remaining.
Absolutely good opportunity in front of them. Keep going, 5-5. It's a nice aggressive camera from Dino. Probably going to do a bit of a classic cafe run out here. Sitting at the doorway on the cam. Fury taste their own medicine. They did get a lot of spawn picks / runouts themselves.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Choosing not to do it just yet as Rock and Shade do go up the north side of Cafe. Safely making it to the roof though. Dino not going to run out that side. Maybe looking for the east balcony. Either way, not going to happen. See what kind of pressure Fury can put on Knights early. See if they can get another round.
I must say, Rock there with the Lara Croft, the Tomb Raider outfit. That is pretty sick. I definitely think I'm going to buy it. I don't play a lot of Ashe, but that skin and the MVP animation is awesome. I'd love to see it if Fury win the map for Rock to get MVP, because that's pretty cool.
Yeah, it is really neat. I do like it as well. Good entry from Fury so far. Golden got a bit lit up as he drops the hatch. I believe it was Hayward playing a really aggressive position on red stairs, just holding a tight angle. Not able to secure the kill though. Shade doing some good work vertically here, and Fury have obtained top floor control. Rock does get a nice pick onto Stiggs, who was coming up white stairs at the time, to try and retake or do some kind of flank. Rock was taken low. Either way, this is looking pretty good for Fury. This is great pace. Dino answers back. But there's a lot of time in the side of Fury.
C4 comes out from Juicy, subbing in for this match tonight in place of Joey. C4 doesn't net himself a kill. Dino makes his way up wide. He's getting lit up. Oh my goodness, he hits the flick there. And that's a player down. He could have get one more, but awkwardly he doesn't have enough ammo left in the clip. Golden will shut him down, and he will be able to rescue Rock, who was downed inside of Freezer.
Yeah, and Rock was that player on low HP, so that flick just needed to hit any part of Rock to put him on the ground. Not able to secure it, but that's two players very low HP, as you said, which means this 3 versus 3 is looking in favor of the Knights, considering the HP levels.
I'd probably have to agree with that. Time not really on the side of Fury either, as we are edging closer towards 30 seconds left. Sushi has the diffuser in hand. He flashes the hatch and looks to push down white. Hayward is there to greet them. 20 seconds left now, and Hayward is in the perfect position to line up 3 here, potentially. The flashes come out even more, and he actually is white now. 10 seconds left. That rebound not in favor for him, and that now allows the rest of Fury to push in. It's a 2-on-2. The plant is basically going to be forced down now. Rock has to try and defend it. He gets one onto Juicy. Surely he can't win this round out. He needs to hit one more. He can't hit the shot, though. Strider hits it. They fall off the diffuser. Not sure why that wasn't stuck. Maybe trying to get that refrag. Either way, though, the round will not be theirs.
Definitely would have been denied if it was stuck at the 0-0, but it was at least halfway, I thought, by the time Rock died, so might have had the shot. Either way, that's Knights going to match point now. That means that at best Fury can get a draw in this matchup. Knights have shown pretty strong. We definitely were talking about that we expected Fury to outplay Knights a bit. Knights had some struggles with form last week. This map being strong for Fury, but actually Knights have put up a fantastic effort here, and that could take away 3 points.
It would definitely be a return to form for them after a pretty tough matchup last week, struggling to secure or failing to secure any points against Sinister. Now's the time to get 3 back. Juicy bringing the clash this round. That could definitely be interesting. We have a look at the scoreboard. I was really hoping that Rock could be a chance of seeing that MVP screen, but of course Fury can't win this match, and Rock is trailing massively in points there behind Golden. Going massive there. So we might have to wait a little bit longer before we see that animation in game, but either way though, the Knights playing a really well-rounded performance so far, I feel. It's been a little bit shaky here and there, but I think that's the story for both teams.
Yeah, absolutely, definitely applicable for both teams.
5 seconds.
Seeing Warden on the Kali, and we saw Fnatic use that as a counter to Clash.
Attackers are moving out to locate
Potentially
a
that
bomb
is
and defuse
the
it.
intention here, or maybe Warden has a different plan for Kali, but regardless, I'm excited. Seeing more Kali play is always good, and how it's used is a bit of an unknown, so it's going to be fun to watch.
Kali Clash interaction definitely going to be one to watch here, as that sniper does have the ability to knock back that shield, exposing
Located by attackers.
Juicy in this case for a fraction of a second for the attackers to capitalize upon. I'm assuming Fury know that Clash is on the board by now. There is a chance they don't because it was 6 picks, but they should soon enough.
I think drone economy hasn't seemed to be a strength of either of these teams, or droning in general. From what we could tell, it didn't look like teams had all the intel required, often being surprised. That's an aggressive peek from Dino in the bathroom there. Juicy has been tagged very low on the Clash. Fury are going to have to rethink this, and this is an interesting time from Knights to pull out such a different strategy. We haven't seen this from them their entire half.
Well, we've seen the Knights bring out some innovative strats, defensive strats at that on border, and it looks like Cafe tonight, they're definitely digging deep into their pockets, trying to find that edge over Fury. Warden, though, does get Stigs with the sniper, and Juicy gets dropped as well. The nice shot comes out from Stigs, unfortunately dropped, and now this round is well and truly open for Fury. If they win this round, they will draw out the map and get 1 point tonight. Dino continuing to get aggressive on this peak, and Warden could surely take him out. Just doesn't quite see him in time, though. Hayward gets on back onto Sushi. Golden dropped as well, as the aggression from Fury is being tamed currently. A minute to go now. Can he get this kill? The Ash Rock. No, he can't. Leaving it in a 3-on-3.
Attackers recovered the
Would have been completely opened up there, but not to be. Strata's been tagged a bit low, and oh, that's a nice shot. Trading back, so it's a 2 versus 3 now. 40 seconds to go. Knights might be able to close this out and take the points, guys.
Shade doesn't want a bar of it, though. Makes it a 2-on-2. Dino and Hayward left to try and win this map for their team. Shade's found himself all the way in towards site. Warden not really in a position to refrag. Fury need to try and play this together. Try and refrag off one another. Shade almost getting taken out, but will survive. That sniper comes up massive and manages to drop Hayward, leaving Dino in a 1-on-2, but he manages to get the down. He's giving intel, though, that down play, but it doesn't matter. Knights will win the round. Dino with an absolutely massive end to Cafe, and Knights will take home the 3 points.
GG Knights, definitely a big map from them. Against the grain of some expectations, you could say, but regardless, they played it well. And I think Strata deservedly with the MVP, just keeping his team in it on their attack half. Here from him, and another 7-5 for us, guys, 3 in a row.
Yes. What a grind it has been. What a grind for these teams, the Knights. Failing to really get off to a good start there, but coming back so strong on the back end, and that unpredictability in the final round managed to pay dividends.
It did, and even that last round came right down to the wire, that 1v1. Small mistakes costing these teams those rounds, but at the end, Knights were the ones that capitalized.
Yeah, it's definitely been a night of small margins. We've seen all these micro mistakes begin to add up, and it's the teams that capitalize really come out on top. And I think that unpredictability from Knights at the end only really made those mistakes more prevalent for Fury, and they were able to just edge out. The Knights were able to just edge out in the end.
Yeah, and Fury, they looked poised to take that last round at one stage. Some really nasty angles from Knights being utilized well, and the frags being hit. Not too sure what happened at the end. I'd have to see the replay, but it looked like, even though the position was being pinged out, it looked like the final player, which was the Kali, so Warden, looked away at the last second. Not sure what maybe the call was, but again, we talked about just those small mistakes that the other teams capitalized on. Can cost you a map.
Well, that's matchup 1 done. Is there any sort of predictions quickly before we head into the second matchup? Anything you can expect? Because for me, it's probably still feeling pretty 50-50.
Yeah, and it's just like the first series that we saw. It's just made it even harder to predict. It was already a little bit tricky at the start, leaning a little bit towards Fury. But now that Knights have played like that, it makes it even harder. Maybe it's just going to come down to what map it is.
Well, that is matchup 1 done. Pittsburgh Knights are your victors, 7-5 against Fury. Have a quick break, go grab a drink. We'll be back very shortly for the second match.
Seconds to go. Bomb located by attackers. Located the diffuser. Attackers recover the diffuser. 5 seconds remaining. Five seconds left. 15 seconds to go. Attackers drop.
We're stuck in your car on a Friday night, and we laugh over stuff we try not to talk about. Still your smile keep on heating up the climate, and all the blood to my cheeks are rushing out, yeah, yeah. And by accident, you're getting closer. Oh, can you tell me something, tell me something? Is it a wild shot of letting you know that you're the topic of all of my thoughts, yeah? 'Cause I'm so sick of this friend zone. I swear that you look at me differently. Whatever it is, it just feels so real. And your eyes keep on talking in the silence, and all the blood to my cheeks are rushing now, yeah, yeah. And I'm hoping you are getting closer. Oh, can you tell me something, tell me something? Is it a wild shot of letting you know that you're the topic of all?
Hello there, ladies and gents, and welcome back to Pro League here in ANZ. We've already had an action-packed 36 rounds. Raven, it's been a banger of a night so far. And we have another great match to finish things off. It will be the second matchup between Fury and Pittsburgh Knights. We saw Pittsburgh just edge out Fury 7-5 on Cafe. What are your initial thoughts coming out of that one?
Really close and really hard to call either way. Both teams fighting hard, and so many rounds just going down to the wire, similar to what we saw with Elevate and Fnatic, in that it was either the final seconds where a round was won or a 1v1. So really hard to separate them, and it's just making thinking about the next map really tricky to predict.
Yeah, I was thinking of asking you, who do you think is going to win in the next matchup? But it seems like you're a little bit indecisive. Me, myself, I'm still sort of feeling a little bit 50-50. I think heading into this night, we probably expected Fury to have a little bit of the edge, considering Pittsburgh had a pretty disappointing last Playday, but they've come back in style, and it's definitely showing maybe some of these changes that are occurring within the team are really starting to sort of work out for them. I mean, for example, Joey isn't playing this week, Juicy filling in. Maybe that is helping them out. It's a little bit hard to tell, but I think that compared to how they played against Sinister, it's definitely a big improvement.
Yeah, sometimes roster changes can be a bit tricky to stick, so maybe they felt that playing with Juicy just might help them for the end of the season. We don't really have that kind of clarity. On top of that, I think Sinister are really a team in form at the moment. Maybe it really just was a total tough matchup for them last week.
Well, we saw Border played 2 times in a row earlier tonight. Will we see Cafe play twice tonight? Let's bring up the veto and find out. Fingers are still crossed for a theme park game, but Pittsburgh are going to ban it out first up. Come on, ANZ, let's go. At least it's not Cafe. We're going to see Coastline, a map that could definitely favor aggression, and both these teams are renowned for bringing that to the table.
And Fury pretty good on Coastline. I remember saying this last week. We saw Fury get a strong win, and that was a questionable veto that I flagged in the interview. Pretty sure it was. So I've got to say this favors Fury, but Pittsburgh have been pretty good on it before. It does suit their playstyle, like you said. So might be in for another real tight matchup.
Yeah, well, Pittsburgh did beat Elevate on Coastline 7-3 not long ago, and Elevate definitely a team that can't be slept on. So as you mentioned, very similar vibes, I think, as we had heading into the first matchup, where it definitely could go either way. I think it's going to really come down to who can show up, because as these matchups really show in APAC, it's really an endurance race in some respects, because we've already seen these teams battle it out for 12 rounds. And if we see another 12, it's going to come down to who can really remain focused and bring that A game.
Yeah, and on top of that, just narrowing down the small mistakes, because it has just been small mistakes that separated these teams and can change the outcome of these rounds. And as we're seeing, 7-5, 7-5, 7-5, one round can make a huge difference.
Well, we've had our say. What do you guys at home think? Let's bring up the poll results and see who is the favorite heading into this matchup. Oh, okay. 42% apiece. Can't get much closer than that, can it?
I think that's pretty fair. I mean, that map could have gone either way. It came down to that 1v1, that final engagement could have been a draw or the victory of Pittsburgh, which it ended up being. And I honestly wouldn't be surprised if it goes pretty similar on Coastline.
Yeah, it's so hard to separate these teams when the results have been so close. Is there anything in particular that you think one team could bring to the table on this map to try and sort of out-aggress or outplay the other?
I think maybe some innovation in strats, which we had seen a bit from Pittsburgh. Way Fury win their matches doesn't seem to be so much strategic. It's more to do with their playstyle. Whereas I think with Pittsburgh, when we saw them beat TBD in such strong fashion on Border, we saw a lot of innovation in those strats, and we heard from Ippy Style and TBD that was a big factor for them.
Well, we are now in the lobby. Pittsburgh Knights taking on Fury. It's the final map of the night. Let's get straight into it. Knights will be on the attack first, with Fury defending, so they will have the first ban. Well, what can we expect here, Raven?
Coastline, we do see a lot of Buck bans, so I wouldn't be surprised to see a Buck ban. And of course, Thatcher always seems to be banned. There we go, there's the Buck. Maybe the Thatcher as well, because so many teams, again, just want teams to be more thorough with clearing utility, and Thatcher enables that to be a bit more simple. Oh, it's a Lion ban, actually.
Alrighty. I don't know the last time I've seen a Lion ban in ANZ PL. It's been a while.
It has, yeah, and not many teams even pick him, so maybe that's something that Knights have seen Fury will do on their attacks. I felt like it was more Kanga that tried to do it last time I casted this game, but either way, no Lion is going to potentially have an impact on someone's attack here. Echo being the other defense ban, lacking some intel. Maybe the Valkyrie will be the other. Nope, going to be the Maestro. So that's a lot of sight intel and denial that will be unavailable to these teams. Could make defending a little bit trickier.
That's the ban phase done and dusted as we jump into the very first round. Definite possibility that we could see 48 rounds played tonight. We've already seen the maximum round count in every single matchup so far tonight. Every match has been super close and a real testament to the quality of competition currently in ANZ. The Knights and Fury being no exception. There's a 1v1 in the final possible round on Cafe that dictated that result. Coastline could be equally as close. I thought, oh my god, I thought we were going to see Blitz there from Dino. That would have been very interesting, but no, it'll be Capital.
That was a really interesting 6-pick as well to go from a Montaigne to a Blitz, but not locked in, so either way, we'll see Capital. Operator, we don't feel like, or I definitely don't feel like I see a whole lot of use out of these days. Either banned or just not picked due to the fact he was banned so frequently in previous seasons. Similar effect with Mira, she's often up these days, but teams not really picking her because they've designed so many strategies without her.
A rotate being created there by Fury in towards that front lobby. Definitely an indication that Fury are going to try and play quite aggressively here.
5 seconds remaining.
One of their trademarks, and doesn't look like Coastline will be any exception. And
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
maybe they're trying to bring that aggression to counter-aggress the attackers, who are often aggressive on this map. Shade was a long way outside then. He's just yeeted it straight away. So Fury attempting that early round aggression. Warden peeking as well. This is a very interesting start to the round.
I mean, they've taken some HP off of Dino and Juicy, but Fury really came off second best there, losing Shade. Warden on one shot now. Great start. See how the rest of the round pans out. There's a lot of it to play. All happening in the first 30 seconds. Knights making some quick entry here, though. Sunrise. Of course, the bomb site is kitchen, so this is already some good progress. Where it goes from here.
Definitely going to be a lot of aggression on either side throughout this map. Coastline really facilitates that playstyle on both these teams. Really, regardless of the map, try and bring that to the table on most occasions. Knights especially, and historically, will bring ultra aggressive playstyle to the table in the first couple of rounds of any map. Often winding it back as those rounds progress and the defenders start to read into them, but so far, it's been relatively aggressive. Nothing too crazy so far as we reach the halfway point of the round.
Warden has made his way up White Stairs, getting droned out in the meantime. We'll be able to rotate around. Dino Juicy going back towards Blue Bar. Get up with their other teammates in Sunrise, being Strider. He's the one with the diffuser as well, so maybe looking to be the kitchen door plant or rush deep and plant deep kitchen. What they can do. Golden is still in Hall of Fame there, getting droned out, shooting that to rotate. Hayward's going to hunt him down though. Nice shot from him and looking pretty good from Knights on this map.
Fury now left in a 2-on-5. Rock gets one back, but it's probably not going to be enough. Rock is basically left alone in sight now. Multiple angles watching this position, and if his timing isn't right, he could be taken out, and is. Unfortunately for him, he loses that gunfight, and the Knights will clean up the round. A strong start for them.
Interesting that nade.
Wait, what?
to secure that kill. Hey, that was the downfall on the Mozzie being like 5 HP.
I thought that it was strange that he got shot from that angle, and it did coincide with that grenade going off. I didn't think that the range on it would be that big, but I guess with the new sort of system, it wasn't up. Yes.
Yep.
Unlucky.
Yeah, strange way to die. Warden would have been a bit frustrated by that, but either way, he was low HP and punished for that early aggression not being rewarded. Fury were always on the back foot in that round, and Knights really capitalized, so nice job by them. Fury rotating away from kitchen, not going to try it again. They're going to go to Hooker Billiards. And what I'm curious about, guys, is are we going to see similar level of aggression from Fury at the start of this round?
Well, look, they did bring out a spawn peak in the first couple of seconds of that round. A very deep run from Shade was punished. To be honest, I'm probably not expecting to see it again here, but you just never know with Fury.
Yep.
Always keen to spoil the party, I guess. Try and spoil the Knights party after... Sorry? Go ahead. Go
I was
ahead.
going to say, to Shade's credit, I mean, like, he did tag 2 of them to around half HP. He could have got a nutty 2k to start the map. And this would have been quite a different conversation. But just didn't hit his shots.
No spawn kills this round so far, so a little bit of a quieter opening to the round. Fury still completing their setup here as the Knights begin to progress forward. Definitely a solid start for the Knights so far. We saw them lose the first 2 rounds in the last matchup before crawling it back, but to have such a stronger start here on the attack already should set themselves up quite nicely for the rest of this map if they can continue to sort of build upon that momentum.
Olden, though, will stunt some momentum by fragging out Dino. Cavatel off the board, no utility used there, so nice start from Fury, trying to wind it back a bit. Diggs alone on the hookah balcony stairs. Them just taking their time to get map control. Not too much meaningful. Hayward, though, has taken Hall of Fame. Quite critical there. Stiggs has found one from the hookah balcony. No, it's actually down below. Either way, that does even it out. So 4 versus 4. So we're starting to get to the halfway point of the round.
Shade still running around downstairs.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
Always hard to keep track of where he is and what he's doing. Currently pre-firing in towards Bar. Doesn't get the kill though. Seems like his position has been revealed and he is being hunted. Hayward could try and cut him off, but elects to go in towards luggage as well. He needs to be mindful he doesn't get flanked from behind. Meanwhile, the VIP wall has been opened and it looks like the Knights are starting to progress towards the site.
Definitely just saw Shade's outline in kitchen, and that it is. He decided to double back. Stiggs potentially holding that on a drone or just holding a tight angle in general. Resisting that flank. Shade just deciding to back away. Always going to be looming as a bit of a threat. There was a drone on him, in fact, so Stiggs holding that nicely. Knights will have to be careful.
Sushi on low HP is the second last of his smoke grenades. He's currently white. Hayward is now attempting the plant. The denial could possibly be there. That C4 could be big and it downs the planter. That diffuser not going down, and it will have to be reattempted by the Knights, who have that man disadvantage. At 30 seconds left, Strider, they will even things out, but the frags are coming out left, right, and center from Fury, who can maintain that advantage. Strider now trying to get aggressive in that VIP hallway. Needs to battle through the barbed wire, and it's a 1-on-3. He can't even get this to the first, as he absolutely melts in towards the bars. Watch this. Boop! He just gets deleted into the bars. Oh no, unfortunate for him. Wow. Okay, the scores are even now, so I think we're definitely in for another close contest.
Yeah, it feels like that. Quite back and forth. And Fury, a good defense. I like that they weren't too aggressive, you know, at the start, putting them on the back foot, meant that they had a much better chance to close out the round. Knights did some really good things there. They kept Shade at bay for quite a long time. Stiggs single-handedly doing so from Sunrise with a nicely placed drone in kitchen. Wasn't to be in the end, and might see the same round trade situation.
Could well do.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
These players have been playing for quite a while now, so again, that ability to remain concentrated will definitely be key here.
Bomb located by attackers.
Because these small mistakes that we keep mentioning can stack up, can compound, and definitely make things tricky. I think so far we haven't seen too many major mistakes from either team, I don't think. It's really come down to who has that confidence to take those gunfights head on and who has the skill to win them.
5 seconds to insertion.
Very looking like they are going to have some pretty strong presence across the map, even vertically here in Hookah, which is going to be important considering they are defending Sunrise Blue Bar. Rock putting a cam and a reinforcement in kitchen makes me feel like we might see a bit of a roam happen towards that side. Golden currently in office. Pretty spread out. See how the Knights decide to handle their approach.
Breaching charge being placed on that hatch by Stigs. So they may attempt to gain control over towards bedroom. Doesn't look like there's many Fury defenders there to greet them. So it shouldn't be the hardest part of the map to gain control of. Stigs initiates that push by dropping the hatch, and Dino will assist from the VIP window as well. Feels like a pretty solid start here for the Knights.
Yeah, so far so good. Round a minute played, getting some roll. They can get this Hookah position. I think they're going to be sitting pretty for a solid execute. Somebody out on the ruins. It is Juicy on the sledge there. Just trying to cut that rotate around the doorway. Shade actually dropping back to site. So, oh, Warden. We're seeing that pick. He's the one that actually takes the HP damage. Knights now have that control as Warden's going to attempt to retake it maybe from Cool Vibe stairs.
Dino surely would win that gunfight if Warden attempts it. The C4 is ripped to try and scare him back. Instead, Warden will replace it over in Hookah, but it doesn't net himself a kill. Instead, creating a nice angle for the attackers above. Warden gets aggressive unnecessarily, and he'll be taken out on Cool Vibes. That now gives the man advantage to the Knights, who have over a minute to go for an execute. Juicy gets one as well, and this round is slipping away from Fury.
It is, again, them just getting a little too aggressive. Maybe not at the right times. Some solid vertical control here. Look at that floor. So many angles into bomb site. It's going to make it very tricky for Fury. In fact, it looks like bomb site is clear. Rock playing over in kitchen. Got a player in office. Unknown on number 3. Either way, Knights looking quite poised to be able to take this round.
Oh, Golden almost taken out there potentially, but Rock will take out Dino. The Knights unable to get that plant down just yet. Strider gets one as well as Golden once again will dodge those bullets. Strider finally attempting to plant. The aggression from Fury isn't enough to deny this plant. No, it's not. Knights will clean them up. And in doing so, takes round number 3.
Never really looked like it was going to be a Fury round. The Knights just very methodical, thorough with their attacks and ready for the aggression of Fury. So nicely played by the Knights. Looking like the map might be going in their favor again, but Fury are just hanging in there. And considering Coastline can lean a little towards attack, Fury also demonstrating previously that they are strong at Coastline attacks. That does somewhat keep them in this game.
I just can't believe how many games we've had tonight where the rounds are just trading back and forth. It's pretty crazy. All these teams so tightly matched, and of course it is Super Week, the last week of Pro League, where we do see the seedings of the teams dictate the fact that they play each other, and
Attackers need to locate.
Closer to the end of the season we get, the closer those seedings are, so mathematically speaking, they should be closer, and so far that is definitely the case. The question is though, who can come out on top on this map?
Was something you said before after the Fnatic game. It's starting to feel like a bit of an endurance run, and that's going to really play a factor here because it's been a long series for one, but also we're starting to tick away in the hours. Of course, it is the game at hours, so these guys should be ready to be up late, but we're close to 11 o'clock at night here, and maybe some of these guys might start to feel a little fatigued. Who knows? Could play some kind of factor. All it requires is someone to feel just that little bit tired, make one wrong decision, and that could cost you a map.
Fury definitely want to try and win this map after losing the first. Critical points lost in their fight for the mid to upper table. Heading into tonight, they were 5th as Rock gets pre-fired. That's Strider taking him down. And as I was saying, Fury's position in 5th heading into tonight could well be compromised here by Pittsburgh, because if they win both maps, that evens them on points, but also critically gives them that head-to-head advantage.
Again, Knights just absolutely punishing aggression from Fury. Pretty predictable spot the Rock was in, and I think at this stage, Knights seem to have had a good read on the fact that Fury are going to try and take it to them really early into these peak spots. Potentially even seen by a drone. Speaking of, Golden seems aware somebody is around the white stairs. Likewise, does Dino seem quite aware someone is above him. No contest happening there. Knights have got themselves into a good position again, quite early into this round.
Warden expends his one and only C4. Sushi now left with the only one in hand for his team. On the contrary, Knights had a lot of utility on their side, a lot of flashbangs. Juicy still with 2 nades. So a lot for them to work with. That was almost a gunfight. Hayward with some really unlucky timing there. Doesn't quite net that kill. Dino, he nets himself a kill, and Hayward's going to get aggressive. Doesn't see the player to his right. That's Shade. The slippery snake himself finds his first kill of the map. And he could be in a position to get a couple more here, as there are some players in Sunrise to his right. Are they aware of the player on Cool Vibes? That is the question.
Potentially not. And Cool Vibes player seems very aware of their positions. Oh, the blue bar position gets picked. He's just going to back away. Has another chance to have an impact. Ryder at the kitchen window, so maybe looking for a window plant here if they can secure these positions. Juicy and Sticks will be able to cut that cross as Strider does jump in. Looks like the plant is going to start to go down.
Shade tries to vault over but gets denied. It's a 3-on-1. The aggression from Knights cannot be tamed by Fury, who are able to win that round out with frags alone. Juicy with a fantastic push. The SMG-11 being used to full effect. And Raven, the Knights are looking pretty good at the moment.
They are. They're very much in the driver's seat for this map. And it's really a tale of 2 different kinds of aggression. And one is clearly working better than the other. Fury trying to play this early aggression, trying to almost play like an aggressive play towards mindset, right? If you get spawn peaks or you get that early pick, it can really negatively affect the team that's losing the player. Whereas what Knights are doing, they're playing quite thorough. They're ready for that aggression. Then they're pulling out their aggression mid to late round for the executes. Just going deep on site like that to get all those frags instead of holding angles. And that's being, obviously, much more rewarded. So it's up to Fury to try and counter this or play a bit different, because so far what they've been doing is not really working.
There is, of course, now 2 rounds remaining in the half. Fury with a fantastic opportunity to extend their lead in this map, and in doing so, set themselves up really nicely to extend their lead against teams such as Kanga Esports, who are below them in the standings. Try and bridge that gap even further. I think it's important to be mindful that this is Pittsburgh Knights' first season in the Pro League. They joined under the banner of Homeless, recently picked up by that organization, but I think for a first season in the Pro League, overall, it's been a pretty good performance, all things considered.
Yeah, they've had some good matches, and definitely was disappointed with them, as I'm sure they were with themselves last week, because it seemed very uncharacteristic for them, given some form that we'd seen in the first half of the season. This is definitely looking much more like what we were used to with the Knights. And I mean, that could be said about Elevate as well. They had some uncharacteristically poor form last week. And then look at them tonight. They played fantastic against Fnatic. So it's a similar story here for Knights.
Potential early engagement here it is. That's Jaeger dropped off the board. It's a 4v4. There was a refrag in that instance. Kill spread for both teams relatively even. Except for Juicy, surprisingly. He is subbing in for this game for Joey. And so far, playing really well here on Coastline.
Hey, he's popping off on Coastline. 4 rounds, got himself 7 kills. Doing well. Jade still looming here in the lobby. Seemingly to be droned out. Knights droning out top floor, being cautious. Of course, bomb site is hookah billiards. Quite spread out as Golden retakes up to the top floor from Cool Lab stairs. Definitely concerned about the Shade position and whether Knights have that prepared. That breach charge almost on the head of him as he runs back towards the office.
We've eclipsed the halfway point of the round now. Entering the phase where the Knights are trying to gather some critical intel and shape up their execute. Sticks and Hayward seem to be heading in the direction of pushing Aqua. C4 being ripped there, I believe, by Warden. Doesn't net a kill. He's going to get aggressive behind that Aqua bar. Shots raining out, but neither will win that gunfight. Both still on 100 HP. Warden retreating back. And the Knights should be able to gain control of Aqua. Another C4 coming out from Shade, but going to waste as well. Golden will pick up a kill. I believe the diffuser now has been dropped. And the Knights are starting to fall apart a little bit here.
We're playing some pretty strong positions on site here, but an aggressive run out again from Shade is going to be punished, which gives Knights the sniff they need to be back in the round. They've got about 30 seconds to get something coordinated. Last we saw, Hookah had been forfeited, and yes, it is empty. Golden playing cool upstairs though, Warden playing close at the double door. Potentially can retake. Looks like Diffuser is in Aquarium. Potentially going for a plant in Billiards here, guys. 20 seconds, and the Knights get another round.
Sushi uses a smoke grenade to try and delay this push. He has one more in his pocket as well. A repel in from Hayward. This could be massive, but he gets shut down, leaving it in a 2-on-3 Strider, attempting the plant. But that smoke, as I mentioned, will delay it even further. And this is desperate hours for the Knights. But Warden with the flank will pick up 2, and Fury will get a round back.
Yes, came down to the wire, came pretty close, but nice flank from Warden, getting a 2k. Knights never really getting into a comfortable position to be able to plant thanks to those smoke babes being timed well. Fury can reel this back in. Could be looking at another 3-3 half here. Could be 4-2 for Knights. But Fury are on the back foot, so see what they can do to bring it back. Oh dear.
Shade with the tactical Tachanka selection. Definitely not expecting him to stick that. Not an operator that really favors the aggressive run-out style that Shade has basically been bringing to every single defense thus far. He will do a late change there onto the Bandit, so a 3-speed that will accommodate such an aggressive playstyle. We are heading to Blue and Sunrise. We've seen this attempted once by Fury. They were unable to win that round though, so looking for redemption.
Bomb located by attackers.
Yeah, and I think it's just going to come down to how Fury conducts themselves in the early rounds. If they maintain at least equal players and maintain some map control, they'll have a much better chance of closing out the defense. But the Shade does decide to run out, like you said, he has run out essentially every single round, whether it's early, middle, late.
5 seconds left.
At some stage, his feet are outside.
Attackers' objective is to defuse the bomb.
Here we go. Oh, that's just a camera.
Test deployed, awaiting targets.
Knights maybe looking to get some good vertical control there, holding angles from Ruins. Shade has found himself in Penthouse, tucked away at the double window. Yes. See what they do with this clear and what they find. Shade, whether he might be able to get a nasty little pick here. Hayward actually does spot him out though. It's again another round where Shade has been taken off the board nice and early.
That leaves it in a 5-on-4. Not the start that Fury would have wanted heading into this round, and a critical round at that. They're in the position to draw out the half, despite the Knights looking to be in control for the most part.
The attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped.
Sticks will begin
Attackers recover
the vertical control using a breaching charge to try and clear out any players playing behind that half wall in kitchen. But that control will be forfeited by Fury. Sushi gets a shot onto Juicy, shutting down one of the top fraggers there for the Knights. A great kill by him with the SMG. And not a bad way to even out that man count.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
A nice shot indeed. Eases the pressure a little bit there. Hayward's found himself into Aquarium. Maybe looking rotate outside to go down to office, but a C4 sends him flying as the C4 of Warden, and giving Fury the edge, potentially to bring this to be 3-3 and equal out the half.
Stig's so close to seeing multiple players below him. Of course, he can't see the outlines that we have. Decides to break down that window for potentially a late execute. Using another one of those breaching charges for a rotate above. Warden and Sushi are quite vulnerable below Golden as well in a common position behind that bar. If Stigs can get a couple of picks here,
Bomb located by
Fury
attackers.
might find this challenging to bring back.
Other factor here is the time. 35 seconds to go means the Knights do have to really get some progress happening because Sushi does have those toxic babes. Dino finds one, and Sticks finds another. Which means Fury now face the man disadvantage. It's all up to Warden and Rock in the final 20 seconds.
This prone hold from Warden could prove critical, but his position has been revealed. He's forced to relocate as Strider will attempt the plan. Is the denial there from Rock? He's trying to hit that pixel. I don't think he can get it though, and now he's left in a 1-on-3. The diffuser is down, and it is a post plant. Multiple pings going out, so it appears as if Fury do have the intel. But against 3 full HP members of Knights, this should be impossible. They have a lot of crossfire set up currently. There's surely no way Rock can make it across the doorway. He doesn't, and the Knights will take the round, and a pretty clean half in the end for them.
Yeah, quite strong on the attack half. They did quite well. It was looking like it might have been a Fury round just then, and it would have been equalized, but no. Knights very strong in that late round to bring it back. A lot of pressure put onto Fury now in their attack half. I did say previously they have shown that they can be strong with their attacks. In fact, I believe it was against Wildcard. They got 5 or 6 rounds in a row on their attacks to win that map. Summon that kind of performance again. Could be seeing them bring the map back.
Interestingly enough, the Knights are going to attempt Blue and Sunrise in their first defense. We saw Fury attempt it twice. Didn't win it on either occasion, so maybe this is a site that the Knights not only like to attack, but also defend as well. And it's going to be interesting, I think, to see the differences in setup here between the two teams.
Located by attackers.
Has become a pretty popular bomb site in general for Coastline. Especially globally, I've seen it being the first choice. Not so much in ANZ, but okay, see what Knights decide to do. We did see a flash of the scoreboard there, and not too much to see, really. Even kills on both sides. As you said, Juicy has been playing pretty well for the Knights in this map. Strider, also another good map for him. On the Fury side, again, pretty even. Shade has been pretty shut out on this map, though. He's at 1 and 6 at the moment. And I've got to say, a majority of those defense rounds, he probably sat out watching from cams.
Yeah, there was a few questionable peaks coming up from Shade. Clearly trying to have a bit of fun. Trying to go for some aggressive peaks, but unfortunately not many of them paying off. Be interesting to see how aggressive he is here on the attack. Already expending a lot of ammo. We can hear those shots are raining out and the ammo count depleting. Still plenty of bullets left though for more pre-fires. Talk about pre-fires, that was close. Oh my goodness, almost taking off the head of that defender inside of the bathroom. That would not have been a great way for Fury, or for the Knights rather, to start that round.
He almost backed into it as well. Pretty lucky to not have taken any ounce of damage. Not sure what that C4 was trying to achieve. Either way, Rock has taken Hall of Fame. Try and push towards the VIP. Pressure into the kitchen. Potentially cut the rotate from service into kitchen. It's a pretty spread out. We're playing quite patiently.
Definitely been pretty quiet early to mid games for both the attacking teams. Really coming down to explosive executes. Warden tries to find that early pick, but again, the Knights just aren't giving them that intel, not giving them that early pick. Rock is trying to flush out Stigs in kitchen. Is successful. It doesn't net the kill. Decent control here from the attackers, but just unable to really find that opening pick and get the ball rolling.
Great point is that Everybody is essentially full HP. I mean, Shade just took a little bit, but the way, no massive engagements, no opening kill as yet, as 2 minutes has ticked away. A lot happening, and it's very uncharacteristic of this matchup in general. Has generally been quite aggressive. Finally, there we go. Dino's been down. Shade will finish him off. Tagged up a little bit, giving Fury the edge into the final minute.
Still going to be a challenging execute though. Still a lot of players offsite that need to be cleared out. Hayward and Strider, for example, are 2 players offsite, still in powerful positions. If Hayward isn't droned out, Shade may not have seen him. 3 players could be exposed here. The flash comes out, so maybe his position has been revealed. Rock surely going to pre-fire this angle, but he doesn't know he's to his right. Surely not. Hayward gets the kill. Can he find any more? No, he will be traded out, leaving 20 seconds on the board for Fury to go for the execute. They still need to find their way in towards Blue Bar. The wall will be open alongside Golden. That makes a nice little opening for them. Strider, though, he's in a perfect position to deny this plant as Juicy gets one, but Strider is shut down. Sushi now rushing in towards that reinforced wall to go for the plant. Stiggs, though, he gets one. Surely the plant can be denied here by the Knights. Will it be the case? Yes, it will. The refrag doesn't quite come out in time, and the Knights will be able to defend the bar successfully. It looked a little bit dicey there, but unfortunately for Fury, the plant coverage just not quite there.
Yeah, Juicy with a nice little 2K to close it out. Very tight execute, 2v2 in that final stage, but Knights just too strong. They edge away here. Quite the lead, in fact. They're up 5-2 now. Looking strong on defense, which is quite the concern for Fury. They have to be perfect here if they want to secure map points. Otherwise, they will be facing a draw at best. A lot of pressure on them.
Knights really pushing hard for the 6 points tonight, and rightly so. Trying to bounce back from what has been a little bit of a rough patch for them.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by
Trying to
attackers.
really gain some momentum in the season as a whole. That defense from them, definitely a great way to do so. Came down to such a hectic execute, a lot going on there at the end. Really hard to follow. But the Knights did a great job in being able to secure those critical kills and then denied the plant with ease. So definitely a great start for them, and they are now 1 point away from at least securing a point for the standings.
Bringing the Goyo this time, which we haven't seen a whole lot of. Likewise with the Wumai. There's some different strats here.
Objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
See how Fury adapt to that. It's a lot of utility they have to clear. I don't have a massive amount of soft breach. It's really just Zofia and Ash. Breach charges on the IQ, but that's not going to help you with a shield.
Attackers have located a bomb.
That's already a lot of that soft breach to be dedicated just to clear shields.
It will definitely be interesting to see how Fury try and approach this utility. How they try and clear it. Utility clearing becoming so big in the current competitive meta. Frags and aggression though, they're still important. And Stiggs will get that first kill. That's Ash critically off the board. Stiggs in a pretty compromised position over towards this sunrise window. Shade fully aware of his position, will pre-fire that angle. Can Stiggs get this kill though? Not quite, both players trading blows, and Stiggs will get a double. He's now behind the bar, looking for more. Can he find it? He's going to try and make his way out, potentially. No, he's going to get actually assisted by Hayward, who will take out Shade, and Raven this round is basically the Knights now.
I would be really surprised to see Fury bring this back. Strong man advantage, even how that would be just feeling for Fury right now. Quite frustrating. Stiggs being able to get away with that in Sunrise.
Attackers drop the diffuser.
Quite unreal. Fury just trying to play aggressive here. Hayward's found another. It's all up to Warden. Some shots come out, not finding anyone. Finally does find Stiggs, but he is completely under fire here. Literally, as the shield explodes. Can't get away. Knights move to match point now, guys.
I must say, there was like a very split second there where I thought he might have been a chance. I was getting a little bit of vibes from that Na'Vi wildcard game all the way back
vanilla
when.
clutch?
Yeah, I was getting the feels a little bit, but Pittsburgh Knights able to close that one out. Kitchen Service will be their next site of choice. If they win this round, it'll be 3 straight for them and the map. 6 points in the bank for the standings. And I'm starting to get the impression that's the way it'll go.
Definitely feels that way. They've looked really good on defense. Fury haven't really had answers. And the fact that Stiggs was able to get away with what he did in Sunrise is a bit of a red flag. He was, like you said, in a very compromised position in that corner near the Sunrise window. And he was able to not only get away, but actually get another pick out of it. Bit of a feels bad. Kitchen Service is going to be the bomb site. See what Fury can pull out on this one. Pretty similar lineup, except they now have extra nades to deal with soft breach. As Knights have brought a pretty similar lineup.
And looking over at the kill counts for Fury, a little bit concerning to see only one player's even. The rest are going negative, and for a team that really prides itself on its aggression and ability to frag, not netting kills is obviously going to disrupt that play pattern. On the other side though, all but Dino are going positive, with Dino going even. Quite a few assists under the belt as well, so definite stark contrast between the two teams, and I think the 6-2 scoreline really is reflective of that at the moment.
Yeah, and it's a good example of how like the Fury playstyle has its pros and cons. When they're on and they're running rings around teams, they are getting a lot of rounds, but when they're not, it can be a real struggle street, and that is exactly what we're seeing in the coastline.
I think if Hayward had hit that spawn peak, it would have been a good night for Fury. Would not have been a great way to start the round. Either way, though, they do survive that initial engagement and begin to drone their entry fraggers in towards the map. Pretty spread out approach from Knights horizontally, and Golden will punish one of those roamers. Juicy, the top fragger on Legion, will be taken off the board. So a decent start here for Fury, and a real opportunity for them to start crawling back.
Yeah, well, they have to be perfect if they want to get even 1 point here. Hayward does get Golden though. Nice angle from the top of the theater stairs. Explosion's going off everywhere, but he's just going to rotate away towards office. There is one in blue bar, looks like, or even at the window.
Oh no.
He's actually in. He's essentially pinched at the stage. And if the Knights realize, this could be Warden's demise.
The funny thing is, I don't think anyone knows each other out there. Stiggs doesn't really seem aware. Warden might be able to hear Hayward to his left. Who will win this gunfight? It will be Hayward. What a shot from him. Leaving it in a 3-on-3. Make that a 3-on-2 as Dino will get a C4 from below onto Shade, and Sushi and Rock are now left to try and clutch this one up.
Still possible. I mean, it is 3 versus 2. We have seen Rock get a few clutches so far this season. Gonna have to hit those shots though. Takes a little bit of damage, but not enough to really worry him. Dino not gonna repeat that either. Rock opening another angle just to try and find him. They're chasing each other's tails here. Wasting a lot of time at that. It is 45 seconds to go. Sushi is starting to make his way down close to bomb site. Can't quite find the angle, which means they are gonna have to try and get something happening for a plant or a bit of a frag fest here.
Fury electing to rotate outside the service door. Hayward in a great position at front door to try and shut them down. Stiggs is there to assist as the drone goes out. They may have only spotted one of them. They're both going to double peek. Surely they will be mowed down. They will. The Knights will take the round. They will take the map. And in doing so, that's 6 more points in their Season 11 efforts. Raven, it was a pretty solid night for them, I think, especially coming off last week. It's good to see them back in form.
Yeah, back in form indeed. Quite a good series against Fury, and I mean, to be fair, we were doubting them a little bit at the start of the night, and I mean, they had some poor form last week, like you said, but they really turned it around tonight, so great job to them. And Fury aren't necessarily a pushover team. They were, you know, pushing the mid-table, potentially with a chance to overtake Wildcard in 4th position. That is without a chance now, and the Knights will move ahead.
And full props to Juicy there. In map number 2, managing to equal top frag with 10 kills. Massive performance for him. I'm sure he'll be pretty happy to jump in, have a solid result. And who knows, maybe we'll see him be a bit more of a consistent player in the roster. But either way, he's got to be pretty happy with how things are going for himself.
For sure. He actually showed up tonight, played really well, especially on Coastline. So they've got to be happy with that. And maybe that's something that we can ask them in the interview. Not really sure the circumstances around Juicy. But it was a great performance from them overall. And I think all credit due. After their performance last week, it was looking pretty grim. But this week was really different.
Yeah, well, I guess the question I want to pose to you is, we saw a definite sort of shift in the later stages of map number 2, where Fury started to drop off a little bit and the Knights were able to capitalize. Was there anything that caught your eye that maybe Fury were a little bit less disciplined in come that second half of map number 2?
Second half of map number 2, not so much. They just weren't able to really make an impact. And we've talked a lot about the Fury playstyle and how it kind of seems to work for them and sometimes it doesn't. It just felt like it was the product of it not working out for them. They weren't really able to find opening kills and just opening the round in general early enough. So it meant that the Knights could play pretty methodically around them and set up some good positioning. We saw the Knights play quite disciplined for a lot of those late rounds in that second half. That just worked in their favor. They were able to secure those rounds where Fury were just really struggling.
Well, I guess carrying on from that, the Knights now with some nice points on the board. They have Kanga coming up next, so I think it would be fair to say that's another opportunity to gain some really nice points on the board. What do you think the rest of the season is going to look like from here?
I think they will fare well against Kanga. Kanga are really struggling at the moment. We've seen that the last 2 weeks. That seems to be consistent. And if the Pittsburgh Knights that showed up tonight show up again against Kanga, I don't see why they wouldn't be able to take both maps, which would jump them up to 5th, I believe. Obviously, there's a lot more math involved and it gets a bit confusing and tricky. But at the end of the day, they are really poised now to finish in a pretty good spot in that lower half. Whereas after last week, it felt like they might have been finishing in that bottom 2.
Well, we have our first interview of this matchup ready. Let's bring it up and say good day.
What's going
Golden, how's it going, mate? Look, a little bit of a rough night for you guys. What's your feeling coming out of that one?
Bit disappointed after that one. We didn't quite get the maps we were hoping for at the beginning, and then we just kept on making mistake after mistake, and it just all collapsed on us there in the end.
Yeah, I was actually really surprised that Coastline went the way it did. It's normally been a strong map for you guys. Was there something in particular with the way the Knights played that was a real struggle?
Especially with our downstairs holds, they just managed to get us in places where we just weren't able to easily fight back, and we really struggled against that. We just weren't prepared for that at all.
Yeah, and you said that you didn't quite get the veto in the direction you wanted to. Can you give us some insight on maybe the maps that you were hoping to play and how that kind of slipped through?
We were more so hoping to try and play their stronger maps because we felt like we had a pretty decent understanding on how they played them. But just then in the end, they did a full 180 on us, and we ended up playing those again, which we weren't as prepped for.
Well, you guys do have Sinister in the final Playday there.
Yes.
In pretty good form at the moment. How are you guys feeling going into that matchup? It could be a tough one.
It will be interesting, but I feel like we should have the upper hand there. It could go either way, but I feel like we do have that one in the bag without going too much out there.
Well, Golden? That's right, mate. There's a bit of lag. This is the beauty of the online cast. Either way, though, we appreciate your time, mate. All the best, and we'll see you soon.
Awesome, thanks. See ya.
See you, mate. Feels bad for Golden. A little bit upsetting. Well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they've had some tough opponents in the first half, and when we had interviews after they had some undesirable results, usually they were still in pretty good spirits with themselves. But obviously tonight they would have been really gunning for 6 points probably, and I think that's fair to say that that's a fair expectation. So definitely this has probably caught them off guard. But sounds like they're still confident for their final game of the season, and if they do well enough, they can still secure that 5th spot.
Yeah, and I think that's the real disappointing part. I feel like they were probably under the impression that after beating Wildcard earlier in the season and being so close to them in the standings, they had a real chance to be able to topple them this season. But with the results tonight, that's looking increasingly unlikely.
Yeah, they really did have a good opportunity to not secure that outright, but put themselves in the best position possible to secure points tonight, because Wildcard do have Fnatic in that final Playday. There's a very big chance that Wildcard might not secure any points. So all Fury would have needed to do is maybe just get one map, and that's it. They're into 4th place. But now it means they need to win both their maps while Wildcard get no points. I'm pretty sure Fury do have the head-to-head with a win and a draw against Wildcard. So it's still a chance, but it means they have to perform extraordinarily tomorrow night.
Well, continuing on from the standings, Pittsburgh getting 6 points tonight now puts them equal on points with Fury, but of course they did win both matches, giving them that head-to-head. So they've had a really nice jump up in the standings. Do you think they'll be able to sort of hold that position for the rest of the season?
Considering that they do have Kanga for their final week, and unfortunately Kanga just isn't in really great form at the moment. So all things expected, if Knights do manage to get 2 maps, yeah, I think they'll hold on to probably 5th. They do have their head-to-head with Fury, so if they, like you said, are on equal points right now, if they both win their remaining matches, then it means that they will jump ahead. So at this stage, yeah, 5th is what they can best hope for, and I think that would be a fantastic effort from them, considering that, like I said last week, after that performance, it really looked like they were just going to finish bottom 2.
Yeah, and I guess if they do have a solid result tomorrow night, not only will that propel them forward of Kanga, the other team alongside themselves that joined this season from the Challenger League, but it really puts them in a position to jump other existing teams already in the Pro League. So to come in and to do that in your first season is a pretty admirable effort.
Absolutely, and it's always a lot of pressure in your first season, you know, just trying to shake off the, oh, we're the Challenger League team. People think that we're not going to play really well, and so you want to get some good performances in, which they really did in the first half. So like we said last week, pretty uncharacteristic, but much better this week.
Well, Pittsburgh won both maps tonight. We have Stigs from that team ready and waiting. Let's say hello. G'day, Stigs. Congrats on the 2 wins tonight. You've got to be pretty happy with that result.
Yeah, super happy and proud. You know, we've worked a lot for it, so we're happy to finally get our first 6 points in PL. So it's really good.
Yeah, good job. You guys played really well tonight. It's much better doing this kind of interview compared to last week. Notably, yeah, it was pretty grim last week.
It was.
So this week you guys played with Juicy, and I want to ask a little bit more about that. Was there something about including Juicy in this week that enabled you guys to play the way you did? Because it was definitely night and day compared to last week.
Yeah, I just think bringing Joey in, you know, we really wanted to feed off of that experience that he has, but it just didn't work out. Him and the team, we just didn't really clash well, and we just didn't work together very well, and we just had different outlooks, and it just didn't work out. You know, with no hard feelings at all. We love Joey still, and appreciate him, you know, putting his faith in us, but it was a mutual decision. It just didn't work out.
And then in terms of the maps, when you first got Coastline on the second map, I was a bit dubious because of how Fury have performed in that before. Was there a particular plan going into the veto and getting Coastline, and how well you guys played on it?
Yeah, we did prepare for those 2 exact maps, and we, compared to last week, we just played our game today, and we just really drove that aggression because we know Fury is a very aggressive team. So we just simply took the aggression to them and just watched our flanks, and they just ran into us, really.
Awesome. Now you guys, of course, are versing Kanga in your final Playday. What's the confidence levels like going into that matchup?
Yeah, very confident. I think with Juicy, where because he really suits how we play and how we communicate and all that type of stuff, it'll be as you said, night and day compared to last week. We're just going to replicate what we did today next week.
Awesome. Well, Stigs, we appreciate your time as always. Congratulations on tonight, and we'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, guys. Good night.
Well, not only was their performance night and day compared to last week, but so was Stigs. I remember watching last week.
Yeah.
I thought Stigs was going to cry, man, but he was much happier this week.
Yeah, it's good, and especially because I've come from the competitive background as a player and coach doing the interviews after losses. It's pretty heartbreaking to watch it happen and to interview players in that state. So it's always nice to have the positive interviews. So yeah, really great that it was different this week. They've got one more Playday to go, and I just hope they can continue the form.
Well, with all the matches done for Playday number 12, let's have a look at the standings and see where these teams match up. Of course, the top of the standings hasn't really undergone much of a change, but the bottom 4, Raven, there's been a couple of shifts.
Yeah, there really has. And Sinister, you will see there in 5th place, sitting pretty there, but under fire from Pittsburgh Knights and Fury. That could be very interesting mathematically. Of course, Sinister do have Fury, so only one of those teams can really advance ahead on points there. And it would come down to a really interesting head-to-head. And of course, top of the table, guys, we have a massive slogfest between Fnatic, TBD, Elevate, and Wildcard. Wildcard cannot breach into top 2, I don't believe. I'll have to double check their head-to-head with TBD. I don't believe it's favorable. Oh, it's not. So that means that they will finish 3rd or 4th, but Elevate do have a chance. And it's going to get really messy tomorrow night. All those matches are played tomorrow night, and it's going to be a fantastic final night of Season 11.
Yeah, super excited to see how things end up, because as you mentioned, these standings are far from being set in stone. Basically, all these teams can be shuffled around, except maybe Kanga, unfortunately, stuck at the bottom there on 4 points. So even if they get 6 against Pittsburgh, they will still finish at the bottom of the standings. But look, I think overall they've had a decent season. They did manage to actually draw a bat with Fnatic, but with some of their roster changes, it's going to be pretty tough for them, I think, for the rest of the season.
Yeah, I think it will as well. And on Fnatic, Magnet did say earlier he was hoping they would only need to win one map to secure it. It's looking like it just depends on how TBD goes against Elevate, because if TBD do win both their matches, actually Fnatic will need to get more than just 3 points. So it really is going to be a tight finish, and anything could happen. There's been all these teams in great form, and some inconsistent results between the last couple of weeks, which just make it even harder to predict.
Well, that marks the end of Playday number 12 here in the ANZ Pro League. But be sure to join us tomorrow night where we wrap everything up. It's Playday number 13 here in ANZ. Be sure to join us at 7 p.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Time. But until next time, stay safe and good night.
No thoughts left in my head. My mind's on mine and it won't forget. But you bring me back from my darkness black. Cause the soul in me and the heart I have for you. It bleeds for you, it beats again. Oh, you bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to safe only, even though we burn from the light I bleed. But she bring me back, not a heart attack could take away all the love I had for you. It bleeds for you, it beats again. Oh, you bring